The mountain valley under the crimson sky was illuminated by bright flashes, and angry cries of "Kill him!" came from all sides. The half-naked young man with his hands tied behind his back looked around in confusion. He didn't understand where he was or what was happening to him. The leader of the beastmen, raising his sword, shouted that divine punishment would befall the insignificant man who invaded their land. For thousands of years, the lands of the beastmen had been isolated from the outside world. And now, for the first time in history, a man had come against them. The captured boy heard cries that this was war, and that the man who broke the treaty had brought divine punishment upon himself. The young man frowned. Until recently, he was in a cave. How did he get here, and was he really destined to die in this strange world? 5 hours ago, a group of cleaners was preparing to descend into the cave. The group leader urged Tsuyoshi to finish eating faster. They were on their way soon. The elder warned the boy not to go anywhere alone. There would be 2 more teams in the cave, and if he relaxed, he wouldn't get even a piece of metal. Tsuyoshi, finishing his noodles, asked in surprise why so many people were descending into an ordinary C-rank cave. The man said with a sigh that these are the times they live in. There are many like them now. They are not the only heroes. At this time, a shout from the duty member of the group was heard from the street. He announced a general assembly. The elder looked out into the street. The duty officer was waving his hand and shouting that the heroes were coming. The man turned to Tsuyoshi and said that it was time for them to go out too. The cleaning team headed towards the cave, and one of the men said that the closer they got, the more uneasy he became. Tsuyoshi's companion remarked that if a C-rank cave was like this, it was scary to imagine what an A-rank or S-rank one would look like. The team approached the magical barrier, the elder said thoughtfully. It was strange that there were several minions of darkness here. A leg and armor appeared from behind the magical barrier. The heroes, having completed their work, were leaving the cave. The young hero in shining armor told his red-haired companion that they could easily get the reward, and she briefly agreed. The cleaners respectfully let the heroes through because they are so cool, and those who failed the awakening test are left with nothing but cleaning the caves. The elder politely thanked the heroes for their hard work and asked if they could now enter. The red-haired girl replied, "Of course we will." Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro looked at the heroes with longing. He also dreamed of becoming one of them, but instead, he was just a cleaner. After the heroes defeat the minions of darkness in the caves, the cleaners, known as scavengers, come to collect the remains. Tsuyoshi stepped into the cave in his garbage man costume, regretfully thinking that he failed the awakening test due to his weakness. Even though he wanted to become a hero, garbage men and heroes live in completely different worlds. The team entered the cave. It turned out to be not so big. The leader said that the cave would close in 4 hours, so they needed to work faster. In 4 hours, everyone should gather near the exit. The young man, clearing away the rubble, saw something resembling metal armor flash among the stones. Tsuyoshi couldn't believe his eyes. Had luck really smiled on him? The guy quickly cleared away the rubble, and it turned out that he had found a piece of a shield. The older brother, who saw Tsuyoshi's find, said that it was a good sign, that at least something worthwhile would come out of it. Apparently, their parents had helped them from heaven. The delighted young man raised his head, smiled, and said that he would look deeper. His brother agreed, but reminded him that they would meet at the entrance to the cave in 3.5 hours. The young man replied that he remembered and quickly began to dig. He knew that usually something worthwhile lay at depth, and he was in a hurry to look. 3.5 hours passed, but the guy still hadn't found anything else. He was upset. It wouldn't be good to leave the cave with only one piece of the shield. The young man heard his older brother's shout, and he reminded the boy that it was time for them to go. Tsuyoshi replied that he was almost finished. The guy didn't want to leave. He knew his find wouldn't cover even a day of Karina's stay in the hospital, which meant he had to find something else. And suddenly, not far away, the young man noticed a well. He looked at it in surprise and thought that it smelled of treasure. The guy carefully bent down to see what was there. He didn't understand where the well in the cave came from. It looked like it was dry. There could be something valuable there. Tsuyoshi was confident that if he found the surviving item, he would cover all of Karina's hospital bills. He looked carefully at the bottom of the well. A golden glow emanated from below, and upon closer inspection, Tsuyoshi saw a skeletal hand sticking out of the bottom of the well, with a ring shining on one of the fingers. Without thinking, Tsuyoshi descended into the well. It seemed the heroes had not noticed these remains. The young man removed the ring from the skeleton's hand, asking the heavens for forgiveness. A wide golden ring with strange markings began to glow in the boy's hands, making it clear that Tsuyoshi was holding a valuable item. The young man was delighted. He finally did it. He found a treasure, Such equipment sells for a high price. The guy decided to put on the ring for now, and later asked Mr. Nakazato to find out his level. He had to hurry. Tsuyoshi put on the ring. As soon as the ring was on his finger, the young man felt that something was happening to him. Tsuyoshi, his mouth slightly open in surprise, looked at his hand. It seemed as if the glow from the ring permeated his entire body, transforming it. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with him. He was shaking and contorted. He tried to take off the ring but couldn't. In horror, he asked what kind of ring it was. The game system reported that the Infinity Ring has recognized Tsuyoshi as its owner. From now on, he cannot remove it or change its owner, and an endless passage will open soon. The guy turned his head around in confusion and couldn't understand whose voice it was and what it all meant. Looking at his hand, Tsuyoshi saw with horror that a golden whirlwind was swirling around the ring. The guy asked in bewilderment what it was. Meanwhile, the golden whirlwind became wider and stronger, and the young man felt himself being drawn into this golden funnel. In desperation, he screamed at the top of his voice for someone to help him. The young man's cry burst out of the well and echoed throughout the cave. The older brother turned around in surprise and asked, "Was that Tsuyoshi shouting?" He hadn't arrived at the gathering place yet, which was strange since he had seen him recently. One of the men said that the guy probably went to look at another place. It's a pity that he couldn't become a hero. They decided to wait. There was still a little time left, and Tsuyoshi desperately tried to grab the rope, feeling that he was being pulled into the unknown. It seemed that the ring had opened a portal, and now some powerful force was pulling the guy there. Upon regaining consciousness, Tsuyoshi found himself in the captivity of the Beastman, as one of the criminals awaiting his divine punishment at the altar. Apparently, divine punishment meant a devastating lightning strike on the altar. Tsuyoshi did not understand why he was sent to the sacred land of the Beastman. The Beast King, seated on the throne, briefly commanded the trial to begin. The general announced that today they would hold a trial of 3 criminals, one of them their brother, who sold secret information about their territory to elves and humans. Amidst the angry cries of the crowd, the defendant was brought in. He was tied up and shaking with fear. The Beastman shouted that he was a traitor and called for punishment on his head. The criminal was on his knees, and the general proclaimed that divine punishment would come for him, and the crowd unanimously repeated the call for divine punishment. The unfortunate man was pushed onto the altar, and the general proclaimed that, at the command of the Beast King, all criminals would face divine punishment. The condemned man rolled to the place of his death, hearing that the hammer of the divine king, surrounded by lightning strikes, would erase all the sins of criminals. No one has ever managed to escape from this altar of the kingdom of divine punishment. At that very moment, lightning of enormous force struck the criminal. The entire space around was illuminated by a bluish light. The unfortunate man, whose body was struck by a huge lightning bolt, screamed in horror, but soon fell silent. The crowd watching the execution continued to rage, shouting calls for the punishment of all traitors and for their execution by divine punishment. The general proclaimed that divine punishment would befall the first man in history who invaded the land of the Beastmen. This man declared war on them and violated their treaty. Tsuyoshi desperately tried to escape from the huge paw. The boy screamed that there was some kind of misunderstanding. He ended up here completely by accident. His sister was waiting for him and begged for help. The huge beast man growled fiercely at Tsuyoshi that he had enough of complaining and punched him hard in the chest. Tears streamed down the boy's face. He was sure he couldn't die here. Karina needed him too much. What should he do? The beast man contemptuously threw the young man at his feet, and he continued to lament that he should become a hero. Perplexed at how everything turned out this way, the crowd of beastmen went wild, shouting that humans were pathetic insects, and how could a mere human be able to defeat a great beastman? Tsuyoshi was tied up and thrown onto the altar, and cries of demanding that the sinner be punished followed him. The young man helplessly fell onto the altar, but at that moment, instead of fear, anger awoke in him. He repeated to himself again that he could not die here. He had to do something. Unexpectedly for the beastman, the young man jumped up, trying to dodge the lightning. He was driven by one thought. He cannot die in such a place. The young man's trick worked. Lightning struck the place where he had just been, and from the strong blow, Tsuyoshi fell back onto the altar, but remained alive. The beastmen's mouths dropped open in surprise. For the first time, lightning had not struck the criminal. They stuttered and asked each other how this boy had dodged the divine lightning. Among the crowd of observers stood a young, attractive girl, who, with her mouth open in surprise, also watched the impudent man. Finally, the general expressed general bewilderment, asking how the man had escaped divine punishment. It was unforgivable. The miserable offender must die. The young beastman watched closely what was happening in the arena, and how this young alien was behaving. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi jumped up on the altar, turned to the general, swore loudly and said that he refused to die here. But the next second, lightning struck again. This time it hit the young man. Tsuyoshi arched his back and shouted loudly, "No!" The beastman general, seeing this, laughed and asked who said that the lightning of divine punishment strikes only once. He was sure that the pathetic man was dead, and now it was the turn of the next victim. The beastmen shook their fists and shouted, "Divine punishment!" The girl lowered her eyes and sadly whispered that it was a useless struggle. After being struck by lightning, Tsuyoshi continued to whisper that he couldn't die here. The ring on his hand began to glow, and he heard that the divine selection system of the infinity ring had been activated. Tsuyoshi's body glowed with a golden light, and a familiar voice announced that the system identification was complete and work on creating the ideal physical form was beginning. The young beastman watched without stopping as the boy who had come to them from the human world transformed. The divine lightning continued to pierce Tsuyoshi's body, but he did not writhe in convulsions like everyone else, but seemed to be absorbing the energy. The general stared at the altar, unable to believe that this frail youth was still alive. At this time, Tsuyoshi rose into the air and seemed to be hanging on a lightning bolt. The creation of the ideal physical form continued. Now all the beastmen present looked at the altar in surprise and asked each other what the hell was going on. The young man's body changed right before the eyes of the astonished beastmen. He was surrounded by flashes of lightning. The system reported that the divine eye skill had been used. The guy felt something calling him. He sat down on the altar and slowly walked towards the hammer. The lightning bolt still surrounded Tsuyoshi as he headed towards the stairs that led to the huge hammer. The beastman could not believe that a man was going to the divine hammer, which no one dared to approach, fearing being incinerated. But the young man, as if hypnotized, approached the huge golden hammer step by step, and the system reported that the skill, divine consciousness, and absolute cloning had been applied. There was a dead silence. Everyone held their breath, watching the man who slowly walked towards the shrine, the divine hammer. Tsuyoshi, obeying the call of the hammer, approached it step by step. The creation of the ideal physical form was nearing completion. The general was shaking with anger. He whispered that it was incredible. Except for the divine king himself, no one had ever come so close to the hammer. The young beastman smiled and exclaimed with delight that this guy was trying to lift the hammer of the divine king. But how was that possible? Tsuyoshi slowly climbed to the top of the stairs. His body changed greatly. The young man asked the hammer in surprise, "Is it he who is calling him?" As if in response to the young man's question, the hammer trembled and rose from its pedestal, and stones began to swirl around it. Tsuyoshi continued to ask the hammer why it was calling him so persistently. The system reported that the creation of the ideal physical form was completed and the special status of Chosen One was applied. At that moment, a huge hammer rose into the air and began to slowly move towards the mysterious man. In those few minutes, Tsuyoshi changed beyond recognition. Lightning flashed from his eyes. He raised his hand and summoned a hammer. The beastman watched silently as it happened. No one could understand what was happening. Tsuyoshi, as if enchanted, repeated that the divine hammer was calling him, and the lightning bolts around the young man grew brighter and brighter. The guy raised his left hand. Lightning of enormous power struck the hand of the renewed Tsuyoshi and disintegrated into small sparks. At that very second, a divine hammer descended from the outstretched hand on which the ring was placed. The young man clenched his hand and looked at the divine weapon with blazing eyes. Turning to the hammer, the boy exclaimed that he would use its power. The system reported that Tsuyoshi had reached level 3 and received the divine hammer, but he was unable to use the hammer's power due to a lack of skills. The young and pretty beast woman whispered in shock that the human had lifted the divine hammer. The general growled, "How could a mere human do this? It was simply unbelievable. They couldn't let him touch the sacred hammer. Even the great beast king couldn't lift it. Anyone who lifted the divine hammer would become the head of the beastmen." The general was sure that this was some kind of mistake. Tsuyoshi looked at his hands in surprise. Lightning was still sparkling around him. The guy felt that for some reason he had become much stronger. He activated the screen to check his status. The guy was surprised to find that he had reached the 3rd level. But how is this possible, since he had always been very weak? While Tsuyoshi was studying the skills he had acquired, the enraged general rushed towards the intruder to take the sacred hammer from him. The boy was so engrossed in learning the skills that he didn't immediately notice an enemy approaching him. The general dropped down behind Tsuyoshi. He was sure that he had to kill this impudent man who dared to encroach on their shrine. Burning with anger, the general growled at the damned human not to dare touch the divine hammer of the beastman with his filthy hands. The crowd roared with approval, the beastmen shouting that their great General Ryota would not allow this little man to behave as he pleased and would help them regain the pride of the beastmen. Ryota was very determined. He didn't know how this boy was able to avoid divine punishment and even lift the divine hammer, but he was sure that it was some kind of misunderstanding. With his eyes blazing menacingly and his fangs snapping, General Ryota shouted commandingly at Tsuyoshi that he must immediately return the divine hammer of the beastman to its place. The general's face twisted into a grimace, and he growled angrily that the violator of the treaty must accept his punishment and die. The game notified Tsuyoshi that his passive skill, Divine Eye, had been activated, allowing him to reveal detailed information about any item. The young man hadn't quite figured out what kind of passive skill Divine Eye this was yet, and he turned his gaze to the enraged general. At the same moment, a blue window appeared above Retta's head, indicating the general's status, level, and weapon. Tsuyoshi understood what the Divine Eye is. Now he can see all the information about the general. General Ryota took up his huge sword, his anger growing stronger as he couldn't understand how a puny human dared to oppose him. The general brandished his sword and said that he would have mercy on the man and allow him to die without suffering. But to the general's surprise, the man was able to dodge his sword. Tsuyoshi was still trying to avoid a fight. He peacefully extended his hand forward and told the general to stop. There had been some misunderstanding. In fact, Tsuyoshi was afraid to engage in combat with the general. He understood that he would never be able to defeat a warrior of the 84th level. Retta angrily shouted at the little man to shut up. The young man begged the general to listen to him and instinctively blocked the blow of the sword with a hammer. The girl who watched the battle thought that the fate of a human was not to be envied. Ryota is one of the 5 great generals of the Beast King, and even among the beastmen he is an incredibly strong opponent. Everyone was sure that Ryota would cut the man into pieces with one swing of his sword, but suddenly an explosion sounded on the altar and everyone saw a bright flash of light. To quickly finish off the man, Ryota used the quick strike skill, but to the surprise of the general and all the onlookers, the hammer was protected by Tsuyoshi. The boy clenched his teeth, straining all his strength to withstand the crushing blow of the beastman general. Tsuyoshi couldn't believe he had blocked that blow. He looked at the hammer in confusion and felt like his hands weren't obeying him. That hammer was incredibly heavy. The general was shocked. He looked in confusion at the boy who managed to block his most powerful attack with only a hammer in his hands. But Ryota quickly came to his senses and became even more angry. He rushed at Tsuyoshi. The general shouted that the guy was just lucky, the hammer saved him, but next time it won't happen. The guy again tried to tell the general that it was a mistake, that he was not from this world, and asked the general to finally hear him. But the Beastman general was not going to listen to the pathetic little man. He had just failed to kill him, and was in a hurry to defend his impeccable reputation as a warrior. The general grabbed Tsuyoshi with his huge hand and squeezed him tightly. The young man felt that his fragile body might not be able to withstand such a grip. Ryota decided that if he couldn't cut this guy down, he would launch him into the sky and finish him off with an earthquake. The skill screen appeared in front of Tsuyoshi again, and he saw that his absolute clone skill allowed him to copy any enemy's skill. Tsuyoshi knew he had to act quickly or he might die, and in a matter of seconds he realized how the cloning skill worked. The description said that he should feel the opponent's heart with his hand. All this time Ryota held the guy in his huge paw. The young man realized that in order to use the passive cloning skill, he had to touch General Ryota's chest. But how to do it? The boy tensed and slipped from the strong Beastman general's grip. After making a circle around the general, Tsuyoshi briefly touched his hand to the area of his chest where his heart should be. Suddenly, the formidable general felt a surge of tenderness. He remembered that he really did have a heart, and in surprise, he released the hated little man. Tsuyoshi, falling down, saw that the signs with the general's skills were circling around him. In a split second, he had to choose a skill for cloning. It turned out that the Beastman general had a lot of useful skills. Tsuyoshi's eyes were wide open. There were so many of them, and how could he choose just one skill? General Ryota, who had been at a loss, quickly came to his senses and, stuttering, asked Tsuyoshi what he was doing. Anger flashed in the general's eyes again. He was very annoyed that he still hadn't been able to kill this man. He swung his sword and shouted, "Take that!" Meanwhile, the young man chose a skill for cloning. It was the skill Heaven Shaker. The guy decided that this skill should be suitable for the hammer and decided to use it. The system reported that the skill Sky Shaker was copied, and General Tsuyoshi responded to his cry. He had said many times that he could not die here. And then Ryota saw with horror that this guy had used his own skill, Sky Shaker. And for a moment the general froze in surprise. Then he asked in surprise because it was incredible how the guy was able to use his skill. Meanwhile, the skill began to work. A stream of frantic energy was directed at the place where Ryota was. Everything around turned into a solid stone mess. The crowd of beastmen watched this incredible battle with their mouths open. They could not believe that this frail youth was still alive, and the famous General Ryota could not kill him. A stream of energy and stones surrounded the general, but despite its terrifying power, it was unable to harm him. Soon the attack died down, and Ryota looked questioningly at his huge hands. Until now, no one had tried to attack him using his own skill. To his great surprise, the general, having examined his body, said that he did not feel any pain at all and even felt pleasant. Tsuyoshi read the system notifications that, since he was at level 3 without a profession or weapon, he was unable to damage the enemy. The young man was upset. He had copied a very powerful skill, but unfortunately he couldn't use it fully yet. It was a shame. And the general was again overcome with anger. How dare this worthless little man attack him? Ryota took up his sword again. Brandishing his fearsome weapon, the general rushed at Tsuyoshi. This time he was confident that he would kill the man. But then the sky turned red and a loud commanding cry rang out, "Enough!" Everyone froze. Every beastman knew that voice. The crowd began to move. Everyone recognized the Beast King. They decided that the Beast King himself had gone on the attack. Another explosion was heard on the sacred altar, and those present realized that the Beast King himself had landed on the altar. A powerful explosion almost knocked Tsuyoshi off his feet. He clenched his teeth and instinctively shielded himself from the new attack. But, to the surprise of everyone present, the Beast King silently sank to his knees. No one understanding what was happening, the Beast King bowed his head in submission and knelt on the altar in clouds of dust. Tsuyoshi stared wide-eyed at the powerful, muscular body of the young Beast King, who fell to his knees before him, lowered his head in submission, and did not rise. The beastmen's faces were distorted with horror and surprise. No one understood why the ruler fell to his knees before the alien, who was supposed to die on the altar. Finally, the king slowly stood up and walked towards Tsuyoshi. He said in a friendly manner that it seemed the divine hammer had chosen him. The boy didn't know what to say. He looked at the king with all his eyes, and he calmly put his hands on the boy's shoulders and said that the gods had sent them a sign. The Beast King smiled and explained that for hundreds of thousands of years, Tsuyoshi had been the first one chosen by the hammer. Addressing his people, the king said that no one could lift the divine hammer except this man. Tsuyoshi could not believe what was happening. The beastmen looked at their king with bewilderment. It was clear that most of them were very unhappy with what was happening. The Beast King, pointing his hand at Tsuyoshi, continued, "He said that if this youth was truly the future ruler of the beastmen, then they should allow him to grow up." The crowd became agitated. Many said that he was not a beastman. How could he be a ruler? The beastmen glared angrily at Tsuyoshi. General Ryota expressed the general opinion and distrust. Turning to the Beast King, he said that this guy is a human. The Beast King asked, "So what? Did the prophecy say that the leader had to be a beastman?" Turning to the general, the king asked if he meant to say that they should ignore the future hope of their people. The frightened general fell on one knee before the king and said that his majesty was right in the prophecy, and nothing was said about it. But if he was not a beastman, the king turned to the young man and asked his name, and he introduced himself as Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The king, turning to Tsuyoshi, said that if he was ready to take on this burden, then the beastman would agree, but now he was still too weak. The lord said that Tsuyoshi should become stronger within a year and return to the land of the beastmen, and then they would see if the young man was worthy of being their leader. The king reached out his hand to Tsuyoshi and made some strange mark. Then he told the youth that if he did not return within a year, the king would use this mark to find him and kill him. The boy rubbed his forehead in confusion, and the king said that his people would accept such an outcome and asked what Tsuyoshi's answer was. But instead of the guy, the words, "I agree," were already flying. Everyone agreed to such conditions. The red-haired girl screamed at Tsuyoshi with all her might to become stronger and gain freedom. He had long ago paid attention to this girl. She should have been punished right after him. The young man decided to use the Divine Eye skill and see who she was. But to the young man's surprise, he saw neither the girl's name nor her status, only the 72nd warrior level. And the girl shouted that it was better to be alive, and that Tsuyoshi should not miss the opportunity given by the gods. The guy was very surprised. Level 72. Could a girl really be that strong? And why did they want to punish her? Tsuyoshi looked at the girl tenderly. Surprisingly, she seemed very beautiful to him. Unexpectedly for himself, the young man raised his hand. waved to the young representative of the beast people, and loudly shouted thank you. The girl's words sank deep into Tsuyoshi's mind. He realized that she was right. This was an amazing opportunity, and he had to survive in order to return back to his world. Tsuyoshi turned to the Beast King and said that he agreed. He accepted his offer, but he had one condition. The Lord of the Beastmen chuckled. What other condition? The impudence of this man surprised the king. No one had ever set conditions for him. Tsuyoshi pointed his finger at the girl and said that she would go with him. The young man explained to the king that this girl would be useful to him. The young criminal, doomed to death, opened her mouth in surprise and asked why her. Tsuyoshi smiled and thought that now he and the girl were even, and they definitely wouldn't be able to kill her. The beastmen finally dispersed, and the young man was left alone in this new world for him. It was already deep into the night. Looking at the moon and the shining stars, he again replayed in his mind what had happened to him. Judging by the voice he heard in the well, this story began because of the infinity ring he found. Tsuyoshi was again in his garbage man costume and was looking at the ring thoughtfully. He knew that he could not take off this ring, but thanks to it, he gained these strange abilities. The young man did not understand how to return to his world. Suddenly, the guy heard a pleasant female voice behind him. The girl said that the preparations were complete and called Tsuyoshi master. In front of him was the same girl, but in gear and with a weapon. She said that she had decided to serve her savior. Tsuyoshi smiled widely. Hearing a cute girl with ears call you master was incredibly pleasant. The young man was very embarrassed and said that it was nothing, because she had helped him too. And from that moment on, he suggested that they support each other and not call each other master or servant. The girl frowned and said that Tsuyoshi didn't understand how much it meant to her, since he gave her a second chance. She gently took the young man by the hands and said that before him, no one had ever thanked her or protected her. Looking devotedly into Tsuyoshi's eyes, the girl asked him to let her call him master. The girl touchingly fluttered her long eyelashes and, looking into Tsuyoshi's face, said that he had become her miracle and that she wanted to dedicate her whole life to him. The guy's nose started bleeding from embarrassment. He said that if she wanted, she could call him master and laughed embarrassedly. The delighted girl said that it was time for them to go. Turning to her master, she added that it was already quite late and went ahead. Tsuyoshi obediently followed this amazing girl. As if enchanted, looking at her, she advised him to watch his step. The guy sighed with relief. Now he liked this adventure much more. They walked through the mountainous terrain. Bright stars shone in the sky, and Tsuyoshi, looking around in surprise, thought how amazing this other world was. But then the guy came to his senses and stopped himself, asking himself what he was thinking about, because his sick sister Karina was waiting for him. The system notified Tsuyoshi that the endless passage was currently unavailable to him, with a recovery time of 24 hours. And then Tsuyoshi realized that he had indeed entered an endless passage and found himself in this world, which meant that if he entered it again, he would be able to return back. After a while, the ring began to glow, and the young man heard that the endless passage had opened, but he was not sure whether he would be able to return. A golden whirlwind began to swirl around the ring again, and Tsuyoshi realized that yes, he really was finally going to return home. In the place where Tsuyoshi had just stood, only a golden vortex of the portal was spinning. The girl could not understand where her master had gone. The young man felt himself being pulled into the portal again, and he knew the sensations would not be pleasant. The cycle finally stopped, and Tsuyoshi found himself in a protective helmet and a scavenger suit, golden flashes still glittering around him. Looking around, the young man realized that he was still sitting in the same well, and in front of him was a skeleton's hand sticking out. Looking at his hands, the guy realized that he seemed to have returned. On his left hand, Tsuyoshi saw a ring, which meant that everything that happened was not a dream. He decided to check his status. The system screen confirmed that the abilities he received in the other world were preserved. His level is still level 3, but why is the divine hammer still in his inventory, since he remained in the Beastman world? The system explained that the characteristics are available in both worlds, and in order to use an item from another world, it must first be placed in the divine inventory of consciousness. If the level is synchronized, then its increase is possible in both worlds. Tsuyoshi was able to bring the divine hammer to this world because it was in the divine inventory of consciousness. At this time, Tsuyoshi heard Nakazato's voice from above, asking what was going on and demanding that the young man get out before the cave closed. Tsuyoshi asked in surprise what the men were doing there and why they had been waiting for him for several hours. And then the young man began to understand that, despite the fact that he had spent at least 5 hours in another world, nothing seemed to have changed here. The brother grumbled that Tsuyoshi had been sitting here all this time. It was good that he had found him and once again demanded that he come out. If the cave closed, the young man would fall into a trap. Tsuyoshi grabbed the rope and climbed up, soon appearing on the surface of the well. While the young man was climbing out of the mysterious well, he realized that time had stopped in this world, so no one noticed his movement to another world. It was all quite strange. While the boy was in another world, time didn't pass here. Tsuyoshi thought with a grin that it sounded like a manga plot. The young man wondered if, while he was in this world, time had stopped in the other world too. Turning around, Tsuyoshi looked at the skeleton's hand, which was still sticking out from the bottom of the well, and he wondered who the infinity ring belonged to. And suddenly a thought struck Tsuyoshi. He looked at his brother with concern, who asked what had happened. The young man asked excitedly, "The awakening test is tomorrow after all, that's true, he wasn't mistaken." In the pouring rain, covered in blood, Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth and carried his wounded younger sister. Karina trustingly wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and hid her face on his shoulder. Karina's legs were covered in blood, and the young man tried to carry the girl away from the disaster as quickly as possible. Everything around was destroyed. Buildings were falling, cars were overturning, the heroes were rushing to meet the monster to save people. Raising his head, Tsuyoshi saw a huge monster that was destroying everything around him, escaping from falling debris. The guy was in a hurry to carry his sister away. Karina, raising her head, worriedly told her brother that she couldn't feel her legs. Tsuyoshi frowned. This was a bad sign. The girl asked her brother with concern what was wrong with mom and dad. Were they okay? And then the young man heard a huge explosion behind him. The monster stepped right into the place where Tsuyoshi and Karina's parents were. Everything around was ablaze. Debris was falling one after another. The guy started shaking. He realized that something irreparable had happened. The young man's eyes opened wide and he was shaking, but his mind refused to accept the fact that his parents could die. And then tears streamed from Tsuyoshi's eyes. He whispered that this couldn't be, clenched his teeth, but realized that mom and dad were no longer there. The boy stopped, the giant monster raging where he had left his parents. Tsuyoshi helplessly called out for his mom and dad, as if they could answer. The boy hugged his sister tighter. He was shaking violently. Tears were streaming down his face. Clenching his teeth, he decided to return to his parents. With tears streaming down his face and screaming, Tsuyoshi ran to where the tragedy had unfolded. And suddenly Tsuyoshi heard a familiar voice. It was calling the young man by name. The guy stopped. An adult, strong, male hand was reaching out to him. Nakazato took Tsuyoshi by the shoulders and shook him. He said that the children cannot stop, otherwise they might die. The boy, shedding tears and stuttering, said that mom and dad, they seem to have died. Nakazato told Tsuyoshi not to even think about following them, otherwise the darkness would kill him and Karina. The young man rushed to his parents. He said that mom and dad were still there. Nakazato stopped the guy and told him that he needed to calm down. He wouldn't be able to defeat the darkness. The monster continued to rage. Everything around was engulfed in flames. Tsuyoshi remembered his sister and said that Karina had something wrong with her legs. She needed to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Karina looked at her brother with concern, asking if he was really going to take the awakening test, since he had just returned from work that day. The nurse said that Karina was as caring as usual, but she also needed to rest more. Tsuyoshi asked his younger sister how she was feeling. Her legs still hurt. Karina was sitting in a wheelchair. The nurse replied that the nerve pain occurred regularly, so Karina needed to take medication. The girl snapped back, saying that she was fine, and although she couldn't get up, she had already gotten used to the pain. Tsuyoshi knew that his younger sister Karina was probably suffering greatly. Using his divine eye skill, he checked his sister's condition. The chance of her being able to walk again without assistance was only 1%. It was incredibly hard for Tsuyoshi to see Karina in a wheelchair. The chances of recovery were very low, and the girl was probably in very bad shape. Karina was supposed to live a normal life, go to school, have fun with friends, travel, and spend every day with a smile on her face. After the death of her parents, Karina is Tsuyoshi's only family, and he decides he doesn't want to see her suffer anymore. Even if the chances were close to zero, he wanted to make sure to get her back on her feet. The young man was sure that there was always a chance. There had to be some way to cure the girl. Tsuyoshi frowned. He thought that if he became a hero, he would be able to get more information and perhaps find a solution. And it wasn't just about Karina's illness. The young man simply wanted to live with dignity. Coming out into the street, the young man exclaimed that he was going to become the strongest hero. Passers-by looked suspiciously at the strange young man. After saying goodbye to his sister, Tsuyoshi headed off to take the awakening test. He entered a special building where the group courage test was taken. One of the lucky ones enthusiastically reported the results of the measurement. Level 3. combat power 540. The administrator congratulated the young man, saying that he was now a hero. Handing over the badge, he told the boy to take the hero emblem that was created based on the results of his testing. The new hero walked down the hallway, chuckling. The girl next to him looked at him with admiration and wished him to reach rank C, and promised to throw a big party in honor of this event. It was Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro's turn. The administrator looked at the guy doubtfully and asked if he had decided to retake the test after failing the first one. The man adjusted his glasses and told Tsuyoshi to come inside and place his hand on the measuring device when he was ready. The administrator doubted that the results had changed in any way. Frowning, Tsuyoshi snapped back and said that they would find out soon. The administrator replied that if the guy failed the test once, the result would most likely be the same. The device measures his experience with high accuracy. The administrator grumbled that he had already seen many stubborn people like Tsuyoshi. The man continued to grumble, but the young man did not listen to him and, closing the door, entered the room. The previous young man had the same indicators, and this is quite normal. Tsuyoshi knew that he was now also a level 3, so he should become a hero, but how high was his combat power? Thinking like this, Tsuyoshi placed his right hand on the measuring device. He didn't know what his combat power was, but he was sure that the test had to be taken very seriously. Left in the measurement room, Tsuyoshi activated his ideal physical form, his muscles immediately expanding, his veins bulging, and flames erupting from his eyes. The entire measuring room was filled with incredible energy, and the hero's measurement began. The frightened administrator felt the building shaking. He did not understand what was happening. Perhaps an earthquake had started. But the building shook due to the release of energy when Tsuyoshi's skill was activated, and lightning bolts flew in all directions from his hands. The system announced the measurement results. Level 3, combat power 5,400. The 30-year record for the strength of a third-level hero was broken. The system informed Tsuyoshi that he ranked first in combat power among third-level heroes, with a hero with a combat power of 930 in second place. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. This is 10 times more than the guy who took the test before him. The young man looked at his hand with a smile. He remembered that on the altar he felt a surge of strength, but he did not expect that he became so much stronger. When Tsuyoshi realized that he had passed the hero test, he almost danced with joy. In any case, everything was going according to plan, and he would become the strongest hero. Tsuyoshi wondered what the power of the Divine King's hammer was. The boy remembered the powerful lightning bolts that struck his body and arm before the divine hammer descended upon it. The system notified that due to a number of reasons, the potential of the Divine King's hammer could not be fully realized, and Tsuyoshi could only use it for 1 second. Tsuyoshi decided that this should be enough to measure the combat power. He was very interested in how much it would increase. Taking the hammer in his left hand, Tsuyoshi placed his right hand on the measuring device and said, "Let's begin." The boy summoned the power of the divine hammer of the king, and at that very moment lightning burst from his eyes and his veins tensed. The system notified Tsuyoshi that he had used the power of the Divine King's hammer for 1 second. Tsuyoshi's body turned into a flash of lightning, and he felt all his energy evaporate in the blink of an eye. Tsuyoshi realized that his strength was leaving him. He cried out for the device to measure his fighting strength as soon as possible, his body shaking from the flashes of lightning. The young man clenched his teeth. The veins on his face bulged, sweat poured down. He addressed the device as if it were alive, asking it to tell him how much his combat power had increased. The hammer's energy grew stronger, and in a second the entire building turned into a continuous, sparkling lightning bolt, and the whirlpool of energy grew larger and larger. Soon energy burst out of the building and flashed over the city. Houses hummed and shook. People asked each other if it was an earthquake, and why there was so much lightning in the sky. The energy meter could not withstand such voltage, and a message appeared on the display that measurement was impossible due to overload. The equipment couldn't withstand the power and shut down, causing a short circuit, knocking out the entire building and then the entire area. The high-rise buildings were plunged into darkness. The time for using the divine hammer ended, and at the same time, numerous bluish lightning bolts disappeared over the city, and silence fell. The terrified administrator threw open the door to the measuring room and exclaimed that the power had been cut off due to an overload and ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. By the time the administrator appeared, Tsuyoshi was almost exhausted. His head was spinning. He looked at the man and sighed heavily, and the administrator, stuttering, asked the young man who he was. Tsuyoshi left the measuring room. Unfortunately, he was unable to measure the hammer's power. He scratched his hair in confusion and thought that he shouldn't have underestimated the hammer, but the guy didn't expect that all his strength would run out in just 1 second. Tsuyoshi realized that he shouldn't use the king's divine hammer until it became much stronger. But still, the main goal of today was achieved. Tsuyoshi passed the awakening test. The young man smiled broadly. The hero's emblem hung around his neck. Now he officially became a hero. Having received the status of a hero, Tsuyoshi was sent to the training ground. Their coach was named Gaia. He is a hero in charge of training the rookies. Gaia was a 9th level warrior, but his combat strength was only 1,200. He told the boys that the training would be difficult, so they should give it their all. The newcomers answered in unison, yes. They were all eager to gain experience and go on adventures. Tsuyoshi was puzzled. The combat power was only 1,200, and the warrior was already at the 9th level. The young man was interested in what his combat power would be at the 9th level. Gaia was very dissatisfied with his role. Instead of training these brats, he would rather explore D-rank dungeons. The trainer said that tomorrow they would enter a D-rank dungeon, during which they would understand which job suited them best, and perhaps they would even receive a low-level item. The guys were shocked. Were they really going to go down into the dungeon? Shouldn't they first train a little and learn their profession before going down into the dungeon? Gaia sneered and replied that they didn't have time for that. After becoming heroes, they had to develop their skills in real combat. Hearing the boys grumbling, Gaia said that he had warned them that the training would be difficult, and if they weren't ready, then let them leave. No questions asked, just follow orders. Tsuyoshi realized that Gaia was simply taking out his anger on the boys. After all, heroes are also people with their weaknesses. The young man was warmed by the thought that, be that as it may, a girl of the 72nd level was waiting for him in another world. As soon as he remembered the girl, his nose started bleeding from excitement. He smiled broadly. The guy knew that as soon as the endless passage opened, he would go to her. Once in his apartment, Tsuyoshi turned on the news. They were saying that due to the earthquake, the power was cut off in some areas. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Tsuyoshi didn't pay much attention to the news. He knew what kind of earthquake it was. The guy looked at his watch and thought that everything was going great. Time was up. It was time to go to another world. There, he would become stronger, choose a profession, and collect the necessary equipment. The young man turned to the ring and commanded that the endless passage be opened. The ring lit up. The boy already knew what would follow and was ready. Soon, a golden whirlwind transported Tsuyoshi to another world. And the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the starry sky and mountains. He returned again to the place from which he had been transferred to his world. A huge bright moon, surrounded by stars, was still shining in the sky. Twilight lay strangely on the mountains. It was night, as if he had never left. Tsuyoshi took a deep breath. He was back here, in the same place he had been transported from. Surprisingly, he was infinitely happy with this unusual landscape. Looking around, the guy realized that the appearance remained the same. Even his garbage man clothes were the same. It seems that once he returns to this world, time and equipment remain. And then Tsuyoshi heard the pleasant voice of the girl he liked so much. She asked the master if something had happened. A little embarrassed, he replied that everything was fine. Nothing had happened. Smiling, he turned to the girl and, decisively clenching his fist, asked her to lead him. His companion smiled broadly and exclaimed that she was glad to see the master so inspired. The girl said that there were 3rd-level goblins nearby, and would the master like to practice? Even though their level was low, these goblins were cunning and depraved, so the master must be extremely careful. Tsuyoshi smiled and said that if goblins are depraved, then it is the girl who needs to be more careful. She looked at him in surprise. Tsuyoshi couldn't believe there were goblins here. It was as if he was in a fantasy world. The young man was eagerly waiting for the divine selection system to show its effects. Turning to his companion, the guy exclaimed that this was excellent. The first target was the goblins. The young man and his battle companion carefully approached the cave. The girl warned her master to be careful and not to wake the goblin sentries. Tsuyoshi turned to the girl and said that she was level 72. She would definitely be able to defeat them with ease. He knew that her combat power was equal to 63,000. The girl blushed a little and asked how the master knew her level. Tsuyoshi became embarrassed and said that it was not just for nothing that he was her master. He asked if she could show him how high-level heroes fight. The girl objected that if she helped him, he would not earn experience points. Tsuyoshi scratched the back of his head in confusion. Was this really such a rule? And he wanted to see her in action. The girl became embarrassed and said that if the master insisted, she could try. The warrior took up her dagger. She said that she did not know how useful it would be, and suggested that the master watch carefully. As soon as the girl's weapon flashed in her hands, sparks burst from her eyes. She prepared for battle, and it was as if she herself had turned into a deadly weapon. Having escaped from the ambush at great speed, the girl burst into the goblin cave like lightning. She used her instant strike skill, and the confused goblins didn't even have time to react before they were killed. It took the beast girl a few seconds to destroy all the enemies in the cave. Tsuyoshi, who had been watching the battle from cover, stood up from the bushes and, smiling broadly, clapped his hands in admiration. Such movements from a level 72nd warrior. How cool! The girl smiled contentedly. She was pleased with Tsuyoshi's praise. She blinked her eyes and said that the master was so kind. The girl explained that she always gives it her all, even against low-level opponents, and she really hoped that this helped the master. Tsuyoshi asked if she could teach him the technique she used. The girl looked down sadly and said that the instant strike was a skill for high-level warriors, so the master would not be able to learn it. Besides, he had not yet chosen a profession. Tsuyoshi, smiling, replied that he too would become a warrior, since he had a girl with him, and he was sure that he could easily copy her skills without worrying about his own profession. But since he can't use the divine hammer of the king, he must find a replacement weapon. The system notified Tsuyoshi that he has chosen the profession of a warrior. The girl timidly and gratefully took Tsuyoshi's hand, and looking at him in surprise, asked if it was really because of her that he had chosen the profession of a warrior, and said that she would try to be useful to him. Taking her master by the hand, the girl exclaimed that she would help him level up, but first she offered to pick out some combat equipment for him. The young man felt a flush of heat. He thought how wonderful this world was. The girl's closeness greatly excited him. There was an awkward pause, but at that moment the sentries entered the goblin cave, shouting that it was time to change. The goblin warriors saw their brothers dead and shouted angrily that this was an invasion. Without a second thought, the goblins rushed into battle. Tsuyoshi looked at the enemies that suddenly appeared and said that it seemed like he would have to deal with them alone. The young man asked the girl to lend him her dagger. He wanted to try something. As soon as he picked up the weapon, the system notified him that he had received a silver dagger. The girl was a little worried about her master and warned that attracting the enemy in this way was a little unwise. But Tsuyoshi had already formed a plan in his head. Clutching the weapon in his hands, the young man thought that he had not yet fully tested the power of the Sky Shaker and decided that these goblins would be his test subjects. Tsuyoshi concentrated, took a deep breath. He was a little nervous, because this would be his first real fight. The goblins were approaching. Tsuyoshi pushed off the ground and called upon the Sky Shaker skill. To the goblins' surprise, a guy in strange equipment fell on them almost from the sky. Stones rained down on the surprised goblins, and flames erupted from the silver dagger. The combat skill copied from General Ryota instantly destroyed all the goblins. The girl was surprised. Even a team of 6 heroes would have had difficulty defeating goblins of the same level so quickly. A pleased Tsuyoshi noted that it was easier than he thought and told the girl that he would deal with the rest. He was beginning to like the divine selection system. The girl apologized to the master for the inconvenience and offered him to use her weapon again. But Tsuyoshi approached the defeated goblins and decided not to use the girl's dagger anymore, but to arm himself with the goblin's club. Taking a wooden club in his hands, he told his companion not to worry. This club wasn't so bad either. The girl looked at her master and said that they should quickly get the basic equipment, because Tsuyoshi was practically defenseless now. The young man looked at his torn suit and thought that it was true. Without equipment, he was too susceptible to attacks. Now his defense was 0, which meant he needed armor. As they walked through the cave, the young man remembered that he had managed to find out something about the divine inventory of consciousness. This place exists in the human consciousness independently of the real world. Currently, Tsuyoshi only has 2 slots available. Unlike a normal inventory, items from the divine consciousness inventory can be used in both worlds, which is very interesting. Looking at his status again, Tsuyoshi saw that he currently only had 2 slots, and one of them was occupied by a hammer. Apparently, the divine inventory of consciousness would improve along with Tsuyoshi's skills, but he didn't know how to increase the slots, since he couldn't throw out a hammer, and having only one was too inconvenient. In both worlds, all equipment is divided into 5 types. Tsuyoshi, thinking, admired his companion. She asked the master in surprise if there was something on her face and why he was looking at her so strangely. The guy thought that girls with ears were simply impossible to resist. I wonder what other species exist in this world. Tsuyoshi smiled sheepishly and said that it was okay. He just wanted to make sure she was following him. But Tsuyoshi's companion saw that stronger goblins were approaching her master from behind, and she warned him of the danger. The languid Tsuyoshi didn't immediately understand what was going on, but the girl immediately pulled out a dagger, ready to rush into battle. This time, 4th-level goblins were walking towards them, and when they saw the girl, they laughed because they had come across a woman. Pushing her master aside, the girl rushed into battle. She exclaimed that the further they went, the stronger the goblins became, and asked Tsuyoshi to be more careful. But the young man had already gotten into the swing of things, and he replied that this meant the experience points they earned would also increase. To the girl's surprise, Tsuyoshi stopped her and asked her not to interfere. Otherwise, he would not get the experience. Armed with a club, the young man rushed at his confused enemies. They called him a fool. But Tsuyoshi didn't listen to anyone. Armed with a wooden goblin club, he rushed at his enemies at great speed, dealing them crushing blows. The confused goblins were unable to even put up much resistance, and soon they were all defeated. The young man was greatly helped by his perfect physical form, which he took advantage of, sparks bursting from his eyes. In a matter of minutes, all the goblins were dead, and the girl was surprised that her master was so skilled with a simple wooden club and was able to defeat enemies taller than him. Tsuyoshi's companion watched her master with interest as he defeated 4 goblins, gaining experience points even though he was only level 3. During the fight, his club broke, and the young man thoughtfully said that the higher the enemy's level, the more experience points he would earn. But the weapon turned out to be too fragile. The girl thought that the master possessed incredible strength. He wielded a wooden club as if his level was much higher. He defeated several enemies at once despite the difference in levels. The deeper Tsuyoshi and the girl went into the location, the higher the levels of the goblins became and the greater their number. However, the strength of the young man made their numbers insignificant. The guy's experience was constantly growing, and his companion was completely delighted, exclaiming that the master was simply incredible, although his skill was good, but the weapon was simply terrible. Nevertheless, there were only 6 goblins left. Tsuyoshi didn't expect the bonus points in this world to be so high. He felt like he was quickly getting stronger, and now he had finished off the last goblin. When the young man worked as a scavenger, the heroes complained that the experience of 3rd and 4th level kobolds barely reached 10, and if they rarely entered the dungeon, they would not be able to increase their levels. In Tsuyoshi's world, the Hero Alliance requires a team to be assembled and the experience to be divided equally, and he heard the heroes talking about the guild taking everything for itself. But in this world, Tsuyoshi would be able to earn experience that was given for killing the monsters here, and it was simply incredible. The system showed that his experience was 2,100 out of 3,000. He's leveling up so fast at this rate he'll have to fight a boss soon. And indeed, heavy footsteps were heard from the depths of the cave. A huge boss was heading towards Tsuyoshi and his companion. Tsuyoshi peeked out from behind the rock. It looked like the goblin boss was approaching them. His appearance was all too familiar to Tsuyoshi, and the young man immediately began to sweat. The boss was exactly like the one because of whom Karina is now in the hospital and her parents died. The girl said that unfortunately this boss was possessed by darkness. Tsuyoshi was surprised. Is there really darkness in this world too? He said that in his world there is also darkness. I wonder if it is the same here. This dark goblin looks exactly the same as the one who killed Tsuyoshi's father and mother. Maybe it is him. The girl said that enemies possessed by darkness are dangerous. This boss is level 6. But because of the darkness, his strength increases exponentially. The girl explained that the darkness not only possessed crushing power, its very existence was shrouded in mystery, so she wanted to deal with this boss herself. But Tsuyoshi exclaimed no. He wanted to deal with him himself, either now or in the future. He didn't know how the darkness was connected with other worlds, but he was sure that he would definitely kill them all. Swinging his club, Tsuyoshi rushed at the giant monster. Anger overwhelmed him. He shouted that he would kill this monster with his own hands. Kill the one who killed his father and mother. The girl called out to her master in confusion. Tsuyoshi shouted that this damn darkness had ruined his sister Karina's life. The young man summoned the copied Heaven Shaker skill. Lightning flashed from the boy's eyes as he angrily screamed at the goblin boss to die. Using his Sky Shaker skill, Tsuyoshi jumped onto the very top of the boss and began to strike him. But this enemy was too strong for him. The boss quickly threw him off, and the young man rolled head over heels across the stone floor of the cave. Bloodied and with his clothes torn, Tsuyoshi fell among rocks and clouds of smoke. The guy felt a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. The young man cursed. This boss turned out to be really strong. Meanwhile, the giant goblin opened its huge, toothy mouth to finish off its impudent human enemy. A giant snake-like tongue emerged from the goblin's gaping mouth and headed towards Tsuyoshi. But then, the master's companion came to his aid, cutting the boss's tongue with a silver dagger, and shouted to Tsuyoshi to use the weapon. Anger helped Tsuyoshi to his feet, shaking with rage. He cried out that this creature was trying to kill him, but he would not let the creature that took the lives of his parents kill him. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up with a golden light. He wanted to kill this monster at any cost. The system informed the young man that the absolute physical form had been activated. The guy clenched his fist, and his whole body was filled with incredible strength. His veins bulged, and golden flashes danced around him. In the blink of an eye, Tsuyoshi's body changed, now becoming much larger and stronger, turning into a fighting machine. The guy was ready to tear the dark goblin boss to shreds with his bare hands. Clenching his fists, he rushed into battle. The system warned the young man that the power was concentrated in his right hand. It was incredibly tense, so the fighter needed to be careful. Tsuyoshi shouted that if he didn't have a weapon, then his body would become one. The young man clenched his right fist even tighter, turning into a spring and rushing towards the surprised goblin boss. Tsuyoshi turned into a raging golden whirlwind, obsessed with the idea of killing the boss who killed his parents and maimed his sister. Pushing off the ground, Tsuyoshi rushed at the monster, striking it with incredible force. Approaching the boss's head, the young man, his eyes blazing with anger, dealt him such a crushing blow that the monster, possessed by darkness, swayed. The girl watched in surprise as her master's blow sent the huge goblin boss spinning and falling. She never ceased to be amazed at the guy. Apparently, it was not for nothing that the king's divine hammer chose him. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi did not stop, striking his enemy blow after blow, and finally an explosion followed. The dark goblin who killed Tsuyoshi's parents and disfigured Karina has been defeated. The young man watched with satisfaction as the pieces of the torn boss swirled around the cave. It was incredible that he, a simple scavenger, was able to defeat the monster. The system reported that Tsuyoshi's level had increased, and the youth whispered that he would exterminate all darkness. The girl looked at her master with concern and finally, turning to him, she asked what happened to his hand. Indeed, Tsuyoshi's right hand was shaking violently and began to darken, and the young man sighed heavily. The system notified the boy that his arm was seriously injured and was at risk of necrosis. Now the young man's entire body was shaking, and large drops of sweat were running down his face. He cursed, saying that he had used too much force. As he was losing consciousness, Tsuyoshi saw a system note that since he had concentrated his power in his right hand, it would not be able to withstand the energy load. Tsuyoshi felt his strength leaving him. A shadow fell over the young man's face. He swayed and began to fall. The girl called out to her master in horror. The guy fell right into the arms of his companion and, losing consciousness, whispered that his arm hurt. Laying the young man's head on her lap, the girl quickly took out her travel bag and told the master not to worry, she had a first aid kit. An hour later, flying cats flew to the scene of the battle at the girl's request and began a healing ritual. Soon, Tsuyoshi woke up and felt much better. The flying cats bowed respectfully to the girl and left, having completed their work. The young man was surprised that recovery in this world was much slower, but much more effective. Perhaps the history of pharmacology in this world is very ancient. Seeing that Tsuyoshi had recovered, the girl was as happy as a child. The guy really felt much better. When it became clear that the master had fully recovered, the girl reminded him that they could now go and collect their well-deserved reward. The flying cats showed the girl the way to the treasure in the goblin boss's cave. Tsuyoshi completely forgot about the reward and, dancing, followed his companion. Upon entering the goblin cave, Tsuyoshi received a system notification that he had broken the record by defeating the boss of the cave. So instead of a partial reward, he would receive the full one. The young man did not immediately understand what exactly this meant. It was only clear that the reward had been increased. Seeing the reward that awaited them, the girl gasped. It was a chest with the treasures of darkness. Tsuyoshi was stunned. This type of reward is quite rare. It is difficult to find even at auctions. The young man remembered how he worked and was glad to find even a piece of the shield. Finally, his efforts had paid off. The boy was delighted at how wonderful this world really was. Opening the chest, Tsuyoshi looked inside with curiosity. This was his first well-deserved reward. The system reported that he had received a dark goblin set. The girl was delighted. They were very lucky to receive a whole set. It will be very useful to the master for the next battles. Having closed the chest, Tsuyoshi thought he only had one space left in his inventory. Would this set fit there? The system asked the young man if he wanted to save the set to his inventory. He had 2 slots in his divine consciousness inventory, and only one free. The guy decided to take a risk and clicked yes. He didn't know if the set counted as one item. If he put it in the inventory, it would take up one slot or several. But Tsuyoshi's fears were unfounded. The system notified him that he had added the Dark Goblin set to his inventory and could use it at any time. The young man smiled broadly. It worked. The girl was surprised, looking at her master, and finally asked why he was smiling like that. The guy embarrassedly replied that he was just admiring the award. Turning to his companion, he asked if she could sew. She answered in the affirmative and said that she had been sewing her own clothes since childhood, so she always carried a sewing kit with her. The companions chose a convenient and safe place and stopped. The girl got to work to sew clothes for her master. Soon she handed him a sparkling t-shirt and, smiling, said that everything was ready, asking the master if he liked it. Tsuyoshi was delighted. He thanked his companion and, trying on the t-shirt, said that it turned out just great. The girl smiled contentedly and said that she was glad to serve him. But no matter how much Tsuyoshi disliked this world, he knew that since he had leveled up, it was time for him to go back. So that his companion would not notice his absence, he said that they should stop here for the night to rest. The girl agreed with her master in everything. It was still night in the human world, and the young man's journey to another world went unnoticed. A golden portal began to spin in Tsuyoshi's room. The boy was returning home to his apartment. The guy fell tiredly onto the bed and sighed with relief. He was finally home. Tsuyoshi and the girl had a hard time finding a place to spend the night, and the young man had to wait until she fell asleep to return to his world. Hugging the cozy pillow on his own bed, Tsuyoshi whispered that he had received a lot of useful things this time. Already half asleep, the guy thought that he would not be able to stop time in this world, and therefore he needed to get some sleep and regain his strength. Tomorrow, together with the novice heroes, he will go into the cave for the first time. It's good that he has already gained a little experience. The next day, Tsuyoshi woke up in a great mood. Everything was going as well as possible. The guy decided to figure out his new acquisition. The system asked if he wanted to put on the Dark Goblin set. Tsuyoshi clicked yes to see what kind of set it was and how to use it. It turns out this set has a special skill, Tearing Tentacles. When the skill is activated, all low-level enemies scream, freeze in place, and the user's hand turns into a giant tentacle that deals a fatal blow. Tsuyoshi was delighted. It's incredible. There's even a special skill here. It'll be fun. But the guy understood that he couldn't show this costume to the other heroes. Unfortunately, in his world, heroes kill each other to steal high-level equipment. Besides, if a newbie is seen in such a suit, they will definitely suspect that something is wrong. And then the system gave another surprise. It reported that Tsuyoshi could disguise his equipment as ordinary clothing. Great move. Disguise it as regular clothes. Yeah, that's just great. And I pressed yes, the equipment immediately became invisible. There were only a few minutes left before the meeting at the cave, and Tsuyoshi thought he needed a little snack. At this time, the recently purchased phone in his pocket rang. The young man was surprised who could be calling him at this time. Picking up the receiver, he heard the worried voice of the head nurse. She asked if he was Karina's brother. Some people broke into the hospital and wanted to take her away, saying that she owed them money. The woman begged Tsuyoshi to come quickly. The guy had to take out a loan to pay the hospital bills, but why did these people come for Karina? Tsuyoshi paid everything on time. He shouted into the phone so that the nurse wouldn't let them touch the girl. The nurse replied that these people had taken away the landline phone and begged them to come quickly. In anger, Tsuyoshi squeezed the fragile mobile phone receiver hard, and it shattered into pieces. The young man cursed. His eyes turned bloodshot. The guy had started a new quest that could bring him 6,000 experience points. Without taking off his dark goblin outfit, the young man hurried to the hospital. Meanwhile, Karina's frightened screams could be heard in the hospital. She begged the men to wait for her brother. The girl was transferred from her hospital bed to a transport chair, but Karina desperately resisted, begging them not to touch her. The bandit, smiling, replied that there were reasons for this. Her brother owed them money and did not pay it back on time, so they were taking her away. The bandit, covered in gold, handed the girl a contract. They borrowed money from Tsuyoshi because they liked the girl. She would be worth a lot on the black market. The fact that she couldn't walk would please the rich. The scoundrel added these conditions to the contract. The brat didn't even notice anything. The bandit was sure that he would take Karina and have fun with her as much as he wanted. Karen indignantly responded that her brother would never have signed such an agreement. They had simply deceived him. But the bandit scornfully said that they were not interested in Tsuyoshi's meager payments as long as he was going to repay the principal debt. The bandit unceremoniously looked at Karina's pretty face and warned that if she agreed in a good way, they would spare her. The girl tensed, trying to break free from the man's tenacious hands, tears of resentment and contempt flowing from her eyes. But the bandit didn't seem to be bothered by this. He broke into a smile and said that if Karina refused, she would be very sorry. At this time, heavy footsteps were heard in the hospital corridor. Someone was approaching the room where Karina was located very quickly. There was a deafening blow, and some very strong man broke down the door locked by the bandits. The frightened mafiosi asked each other who it was. Tsuyoshi's body filled with strength. His veins bulged, and his eyes bloodshot. Blazing with anger, he barked at the uninvited guest to get ready. The young man was still holding the hospital room door he had just broken down, and he looked questioningly at the men gathered around Karina. 3 thugs stood next to Karina's wheelchair and stared at the guy with wide eyes. He had changed a lot since their last meeting. The delighted girl whispered that her brother had finally come to save her. The main bandit standing opposite Karina looked at Tsuyoshi, and with a grin suggested that everyone should look and see who had come to visit them. Seeing the clenched fists and anger in the young man's eyes, the bandit asked why he was angry, that such was the agreement, and why he needed such a pathetic sister anyway. Instead of answering, Tsuyoshi punched the bandit in the face, knocking out several of his teeth, causing blood to gush from his mouth and shattering his glasses. With the next blow, the young man sent the impudent bandit into the far corner of the room. The system reported that Tsuyoshi had increased his leg strength and his movement speed had increased. The mafia boss crashed into medical equipment and fell helplessly to the floor of the hospital room. One of the bandits rushed to the boss's aid, calling Tsuyoshi a freak. The tall bandit swung his huge fist at the young man, confident that he would now smash this kid against the wall. The guy's eyes flashed angrily. To the thug's surprise, he wasn't afraid of them at all. The counterattack that Tsuyoshi used twisted the bandit's arm like a meat grinder, causing the huge man to feel pain. The fighter, considered invincible among the bandits, fell to his knees, his whole body shaking, and he continued to scream, clutching his twisted arm. The leader of the group angrily clenched his teeth. He called Tsuyoshi a piece of shit and said that no one had ever defeated him. The bandit pulled a pistol from his bosom and pointed it at the young man. He asked if he really wanted to destroy the Blue Snake Gang. The angry bandit shot at the guy, shouting for him to take a bullet since he couldn't pay his debts. Karina screamed, "No!" in horror. Her eyes were full of tears. She was terrified of losing her brother. The bullet flew straight at Tsuyoshi, but the young man didn't even flinch. He didn't try to dodge the bullet, as if he was clad in armor. To everyone's surprise, the young man simply extended his hand and caught the bullet. Light smoke came out of the young man's fist, and the bullet did not cause him any harm. Karina looked at her older brother with wide eyes. She did not understand what was happening and how her sweet brother was able to catch a bullet in flight. The bandits were stunned, stuttering. They asked each other how this kid caught a bullet with his bare hands. It simply couldn't be possible. Tsuyoshi contemptuously threw the bullet on the floor and said that he was a hero after all. The bandits looked at the guy with fear, sweating profusely. They huddled close to each other and stuttered, asking if he really was a hero. They didn't know that. Meanwhile, the head nurse hurried the police officer and said that some men had burst into the ward and started threatening the patient and her brother. When the nurse and the police entered the room, the bandits very politely asked Mr. Tsuyoshi to repay the debt as soon as possible. Otherwise, their boss would not stand aside. The beaten thugs bowed and, leaving, said that it was time for them to go, apologizing to Tsuyoshi for calling him. The nurse looked questioningly at the beaten bandits in torn clothes, who just a few minutes ago had behaved completely differently. The beaten messenger of the Blue Snake Gang boss cursed under his breath. How could this guy become a hero? He would have to report this to the boss. Their boss is a level 100 warrior, and they would easily destroy this kid. Karina sighed with relief and said that finally those bandits left. Tsuyoshi apologized to his sister that he rarely visited her. The young man said that the Blue Snake would return if they didn't pay them. The guy had been dealing with debts all this time, but now he had become a hero, so there was nothing to worry about. Karina was genuinely surprised that her brother had really become a hero. Tsuyoshi confirmed, but he is still a newbie and will be officially recognized when he goes down into the cave today. The young man borrowed $60,000 from the gang for Karina's treatment. Earning that amount of money would take a long time, even taking into account the hero's work, which means he would have to sell all his hero equipment. The guy was sure that today the hard times would end and he would officially become a hero. Gaia stood at the entrance to the cave and asked his students if everyone was ready to enter the cave. He said that today they would see if the newcomers were ready to become heroes. Gaia said that there were several rules. First of all newcomers must hand over to him the heroic equipment that they find in the cave. The young heroes unanimously answered that they understood everything. Tsuyoshi heard about this. It seems the heroic alliance is simply turning a blind eye to it. Well, there is most likely nothing valuable in a low-level cave anyway. Gaia continued, regarding the test. He suggested that no one should worry, because he, a 9th level warrior, would be going with them, and if they followed his instructions, everything would be fine. As a thank you for his work, the newbies must pay him 20,000 yen each. Gaia looked around at everyone and asked if they understood. Most were unhappy, but they still agreed. Tsuyoshi raised his hand and asked why they should pay the trainer when he would get all the equipment from the cave anyway, and then the trainees would have no money left at all. One of the newbies whispered to Tsuyoshi to keep quiet. Guy was from the Crazy Wolves Guild. The guild was covering for him. The young man understood why Gaia was asking for money so brazenly. But Tsuyoshi would never pay such a person. The coach said with a grin that such were his rules. The hero mentor laughed and said that if there was no money, the young man could take the test alone. Guy silently called this boy an idiot and thought that he didn't care about his provocations. The newcomers were worried. Everyone had heard that no one had ever taken the test alone, and most of the guys thought Tsuyoshi was a fool to argue with the examiner over some 20,000. But, to the surprise of everyone present, Tsuyoshi calmly threw up his hands and said that in that case he would take the test alone. The guys timidly asked Tsuyoshi if he was serious. Maybe he had mixed something up or misunderstood, because it was very dangerous. Tsuyoshi stubbornly lowered his head and said that he understood everything perfectly. The administrator came up and asked to conduct the check again. He whispered to Tsuyoshi that although this was a C-rank cave, it was incredibly dangerous for beginners. The young man thanked him for the advice and said that he had already decided everything and asked permission to go. The administrator wished the newcomer good luck, but thought to himself that he was crazy. With a shaking hand, the man made a note on his tablet. The system confirmed that trainee Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro submitted an application to take the test alone. The type of this cave was forest. The system recommended 5 or more participants with a power of 600 or more. Tsuyoshi entered the cave and looked around with interest. He had only seen caves after clearing out the heroes before, but this is what they looked like before. Then Tsuyoshi heard an enemy appear behind him. It seemed to be a goblin. A goblin dropped silently from the tree behind Tsuyoshi, hoping to attack the lone newcomer. At the time of testing, Tsuyoshi's combat power was already 6,400, and he could also use equipment and skills. The young man's eyes lit up in anticipation of the fight. Turning to the goblin, he said with a grin that surprise attacks did not work on him. The dark goblin that came down from the tree was quite strong, and he growled in surprise when he saw that the young man was not at all afraid of him. Taking up a wooden goblin club, Tsuyoshi met the goblin with a blow. He said that this dark goblin was indeed quite strong, but compared to his current power, this enemy was simply insignificant. For killing one goblin, Tsuyoshi received only 20 experience points. The young man knew that in this world, the experience gained from defeating real enemies was different from the experience in another world. Turning to the other goblins who were hiding in the foliage of the trees, the young man told them not to hide and to attack. Obeying the man's call, the goblins fell from the trees like peas. They were absolutely sure that they were facing a weak enemy. But for Tsuyoshi, this situation turned out to be just perfect. He immediately removed the disguise from his dark goblin set. As soon as the equipment appeared on the young man, he activated the special skill Roaring Tentacles and directed them at his enemies crowded around. Numerous deadly tentacles shot up over the forest, killing all the goblins that came down from the trees and approached Tsuyoshi. Pieces of goblins flew in all directions, and the young man continued to call upon his enemies to attack him. The administrator waited anxiously for the young man at the entrance to the cave. Almost an hour had passed. The man was confident that if the intern had held out there for so long, everything was going well. The man was surprised. Such a fearless newcomer. No one in their right mind took the test alone. It looks like this guy will soon be written about in the newspapers. The administrator mumbled in surprise. The results of the individual test were updated again. Trainee Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro passed the test. According to the system, Trainee Tsukishiro received 960 experience points in the cave. At that very moment, Tsuyoshi emerged from the cave and, turning to the administrator, asked where he could take a shower. The rest of the newcomers left the cave dejectedly. They all passed the test for money but were very unhappy with Guy. The corrupt mentor barked at his students, saying that if it weren't for him, they would all have died. They became heroes without even having basic skills. 20,000 is still cheap. The boys, with their heads down, grumbled that Gaia himself had told them not to interfere. The mentor had refused to help, and besides, the boys had entered the cave first, and Gaia hadn't even given them any instructions. But Gaia said that at that level they should pay him 40,000. He lowered the price so as not to listen to the whining of newbies. But then the coach's phone rang, and he asked the caller to get to the point because Guy was busy. The caller's message shocked the coach. He couldn't believe his ears. He was told that Tsuyoshi had passed the test alone. Gaia was furious. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the young man was taking a shower after leaving the cave. Guy, in a rage, demanded an explanation of how he did it. The coach said that the young man was only at level 4. How could he defeat the goblins alone? The mentor was sure that the young man must have used high-level equipment. None of the newcomers had ever taken this test themselves. Tsuyoshi replied that this did not mean that it was impossible in principle. Apparently, the whole point was that otherwise he would have to give up 20,000. Gaia was furious. He grabbed Tsuyoshi by the shirt and shouted that this boy was making fun of him and demanded to answer because Gaia was a member of the Crazy Wolves Guild. The guy chuckled and said that with a 9th level and a combat strength of 1,200, it seemed that this guild was not that strong. Gaia swung his fist at Tsuyoshi and asked in a rage, "Who does this boy think he is? How dare he insult a hero?" But the threats had no effect on Tsuyoshi. He calmly extended his hand and stopped the fist aimed at him. The guy looked straight and hard into Guy's eyes and asked if he really wanted to beat him to death with his 9-level fists. The bribe-taking mentor broke out in a sweat. Where did this young man get such speed and power? Guy couldn't believe that he was only level 4. Gaia shook with anger. He was literally choking and could not utter a word. None of the newcomers had ever insulted him, much less offered resistance. A blade flashed in the trainer's hands. This boy made him feel uneasy and even afraid. Tsuyoshi, seeing the weapon in the mentor's hands, looked at him questioningly and exclaimed that he should stop. Where had he seen a mentor attack a trainee with a blade? Guy's eyes flashed with anger. He swung his blade at Tsuyoshi and demanded to know what he was hiding. Tsuyoshi blocked the blow from the dagger that Guy dealt him with his hand. The defensive effect of the Dark Goblin set plus his absolute physical form protected the youth from the attack. Seeing that the dagger had broken, Gaia stuttered and asked how this was possible, since he had struck the newcomer's bare hand. The mentor of young heroes continued to advance on the young man, asking if the boy was apparently hiding some kind of equipment, high-level armor. Tsuyoshi remained silent. He accidentally showed his abilities. Although he knew that he shouldn't reveal his secret to people from this world, now there would most likely be negative consequences. Gaia tried in every way to get the guy to tell him that he probably had something good. The mentor asked if he had found it in the cave or stolen it. The young man tried to feign confusion. His head literally spun, and he plaintively answered his mentor that he was so scared. Tsuyoshi, almost in tears, told his mentor that without the dagger he found in the cave, he would never have survived. The trainer of young trainees watched the boy and did not know whether to believe him or not. At this time, the administrator's voice was heard from behind Tsuyoshi, the man apologizing to the young man for the wait. The administrator said that his certificate was ready. Now Tsukishiro-san was officially a hero. The young man thanked him and said that he would be there soon. Turning his back to the coach, the guy thought that the administrator was his savior, because Guy wouldn't make a scene in front of the staff. But the mentor looked after the trainee greedily. He was sure that the boy was hiding something and dreamed of taking possession of this equipment. Tsuyoshi silently followed the administrator to get his certificate. He could feel Gaia literally staring at his back. The young man slowly looked around. Thanks to the system, his combat power had become much higher than that of the average level 4 hero. But fighting high-level enemies was still difficult. Evening came. Tsuyoshi went home and decided to think about the situation. It seems like Tsuyoshi has attracted Guy's attention. There are no girls with ears in this world, and his level is still low, so he should be more careful from now on. At this time, 2 dark figures crept silently, like shadows, through the house in which Tsuyoshi lived. Finally, they found the right door. It was the door that led to the young man's apartment. The 2 figures stopped to make sure that it was here. Gaia told his companion that when he broke down the door, he should immobilize the young man with the help of magic. In the corridor stood members of the Crazy Wolves Guild Gaia and a 10th level mage. The newcomer's mentor took out a dagger and, with a sparkle in his eyes, said that they would soon get the treasure that this boy was hiding. The magician hissed at his companion, warning him to be quieter, otherwise the young man might hear them ahead of time. Guy's companion prepared his staff and said that they would first destroy the chain with magic. The magician brought his staff to the lock and directed the magical flame at it. Soon the lock was broken and the door was open. But suddenly the door swung open and Tsuyoshi appeared on the threshold, armed with a goblin club, and the uninvited guests were at a loss. Tsuyoshi, clenching his teeth, said through gritted teeth, looking at Guy, that he turned out to be a very quick scoundrel, having decided to rob and kill his own student. Swinging his club at the mage, Tsuyoshi shouted that he would destroy him. The youth called upon General Ryuta's Heaven Shaker skill. The guy frowned. That scoundrel Gaia brought a 10th level mage with him? The difference in levels was too great. The guy knew that he would not be able to defeat such opponents for sure. Combat power is just one indicator for evaluating a hero's abilities. His is 6,400, but the level is too low. Tsuyoshi could have won if the difference wasn't so big. His opponents can compensate for their low combat power with their level. It's like a low-level warrior fighting a weak, high-level boss. The young man realized that there was no point in rushing into battle, relying only on skills and equipment, because if he failed, he would be finished. They would simply kill him. The magician screamed that the guy was trying to trick him. Fortunately, he had strengthened the protection of his cloak, and now he would kill Tsuyoshi and take everything for himself. The magician pointed his magic staff at the young man and summoned a wave of fire, the raging flames engulfing the young man. Tsuyoshi felt that it was very hot. The suit was immune to physical attacks, but not to magic. Fighting the goblins turned out to be much easier. The guy realized that he had to run, otherwise he would lose. Guy shouted loudly for the magician to catch him. In desperation, Tsuyoshi ran into the apartment and jumped out the window. The guy decided that he would focus on improving his legs. With the protection of the dark goblin's suit, he will be able to land softly. Confident that his opponents were behind him, the young man hoped to land on the asphalt and run away. The system reported that Tsuyoshi had increased the physical strength of his legs and reminded him that the rest of his body was now unprotected. Suddenly, the young man saw that here too he was being pursued by Guy's comrades. Another member of the Crazy Wolves Guild struck Tsuyoshi out of the air. His pursuers had thought of everything and set up an ambush. Guy's companion shouted that he had caught the fugitive, laughing. He asked the young man. Apparently, he did not expect to see him here. The warrior of the Crazy Wolves Guild dealt a crushing blow to Tsuyoshi and, laughing, exclaimed that it was a pity. This young hero would surely die. It was good that the young man had increased his entire body's physical strength during the fall, but he was hit by a knee because he had previously removed his defense. But with the help of the Dark Goblin set, he could reduce the damage. The surprised magician asked Tsuyoshi if he was still alive and how he managed to survive such a fall. The mage was curious about what skill the young man used when he attacked him. How could a newbie do such a thing? Enraged by the hero's vile behavior, Tsuyoshi thought in anger that he was ready to kill them and activated his Dark Goblin set equipment. The young man activated the special skill Roaring Tentacles to destroy his pursuers, who clearly wanted to kill him in order to rob him. The heroes did not expect such a turn of events, and the three figures began to shake. None of them wanted to die. But the mage quickly got his bearings and placed restrictions on Tsuyoshi's actions. The restriction stops the target for 1.5 seconds if the enemy's level is lower than the user's. The special skill was blocked, Tsuyoshi cursed. This mage stopped him. Gaia and his friends rushed at the young man again. The members of the Crazy Wolf Guild laughingly said that they would kill the boy and divide the spoils. But then a system notification came that the Infinity Ring's recovery time had expired and the Endless Passage could be opened. Here was salvation. Tsuyoshi quickly commanded the ring to open an endless passage, and as Gaia and his companions rushed towards the boy, they saw only a bright golden flash. As he moved to another world, Tsuyoshi shouted to his enemies that he remembered them and that he would return stronger and defeat them. Finding himself in another world, Tsuyoshi breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally able to escape. Now the young man was convinced that he had to learn new skills. He had become too carried away with equipment, and without skills he would not survive, but everything was in his hands. In order to learn the skills, he needed the girl's help. He wanted to call out to her and turned around to look at his companion. But when the young man saw the girl, he felt a flush of excitement and blood started pouring from his nose. He completely forgot that she was still sleeping. The sweet girl with touching ears was sleeping peacefully. Her figure was so seductive that the young man forgot about everything in the world. The girl turned on her side in her sleep, and Tsuyoshi was enveloped in the scent of cherry blossoms. His companion always smelled like cherry blossoms. He had noticed this long ago. Tsuyoshi was overcome with an uncontrollable desire. He thought that he was not a man if he did not do something in this situation. His whole body tensed. The system reported that adrenaline had strengthened his muscles and he had increased strength, speed, and the work of his entire body. But then Tsuyoshi remembered Guy and his friends, and he realized that first he had to kill those who were trying to kill him. The desire that had gripped the young man quickly faded away, and Tsuyoshi immediately felt weak. He fell to his knees and told himself that now was not the time for romantic infatuations. First, he had to sort out the problems in his world. Settling into the hut where his girlfriend slept, Tsuyoshi thought that he had to come up with a plan to raise his level and skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in his world. Soon the sun rose. The leaves rustled merrily, and his beautiful companion woke up. Stretching sweetly, the girl said that for the first time in a long time she finally got enough sleep. Although Tsuyoshi was unable to sleep, he told his companion that he had also slept well and asked the girl if she could make him another suit. The young man shared his plans with her, and the girl said that in order to learn new skills, a master needs to obtain a skill scroll, and to do this, he must enroll in the Martial Arts Academy. The girl escorted her master to the Academy of Martial Arts of the Beastman tribe. The master of this academy came out to meet the travelers. He asked if this was the person who had attracted the attention of the Beast King. But to enter, one had to reach level 6 and then pass the test. And with level 4, it was still too early to enter. The young man was confused. What kind of bad luck was this? Why so early? The new t-shirt that the girl had sewn for him had a heart on it. Tsuyoshi's companion apologized. She had been training in the caves for so long that she didn't know about such rules. The young man replied that everything was fine. He needed to level up anyway and would come back later. The delighted girl said that in this case the master could increase his level in one cave. The head of the academy angrily exclaimed that he was a worthless person. The beastmen would not recognize him. If it were not for the king, they would tear him to shreds. He would not pass the exam even if he reached the 6th level. And he was also running around with that mongrel, a pathetic couple. The girl sadly lowered her head and said that it was her fault. The master had been so kind to her that she had forgotten her place and her presence was causing him more trouble than good. The girl decided that she didn't want to disturb the master, which meant she needed to explain everything to him and say goodbye. Hearing the insult directed at his companion, Tsuyoshi turned sharply and headed back to the head of the Beastman Martial Arts Academy. The frightened girl tried to stop the master, but anger burned in Tsuyoshi. The veins on his body bulged, his fists clenched. The guy grabbed the head of the academy by the chest and, calling him names, asked what he said. Did he really want Tsuyoshi to rip out his tongue? Burning with anger, the boy demanded that the beastman immediately apologize to the girl. But the head of the academy laughed and asked where he was wrong. This girl is a cross between a man and a beast. She is half-beast. She doesn't even have a name. She is a disgrace to them all. The system explained that a half-beast is a half-blooded beastman, whose existence is despised by beastmen regardless of their level and status. They are not allowed to bear names. They are driven out of settlements. Tsuyoshi realized that meant she was a half-breed. That's why he didn't see her name that time. She didn't have one at all. And then Tsuyoshi saw that beastmen armed with bows appeared on the mountains. The head of the academy told the man not to be arrogant. If he behaved disrespectfully with the people, the head of the academy promised to destroy him. Laughing, the beastman said that he would apologize to the mongrel if the man passed the exam. But he was sure that a mere man was not capable of doing so. Tsuyoshi was still holding the head of the martial arts academy by the lapels and silently listened to everything he said when a girl approached them. Turning to Tsuyoshi, she said that the master should not go through with this because of her. The boy let go of the huge beastman who ran the academy, turned around and said that this girl's name was now Sakura. Looking at the beastman, Tsuyoshi repeated that her name was Sakura and demanded that he remember it. The girl blushed with embarrassment. She quietly repeated her name and asked the master if he really gave her such a name. As he walked away, the young man repeated to the head of the academy once again that he would remember his words. If he passed the exam, he would definitely apologize to Sakura for his words. After hugging his companion a little, Tsuyoshi told Sakura that it was time for them to go. The girl looked at her master in surprise, not believing that he had finally given her a name. Tsuyoshi and Sakura headed to the cave the girl had spoken of, where the young man would train and raise his level. Now the guy had to hunt a fox beastman. This species is quite rare. Tsuyoshi was ready for a fight and said that they would deal with him. The girl, having apologized to the master, asked him to explain why he gave her this particular name. Tsuyoshi turned around and, looking at his companion in bewilderment, asked if she didn't like that name. The beast girl waved her hands and objected, saying, of course, she liked the name very much. Looking down, Sakura asked that she was simply curious as to why the master had chosen him. The young man was a little embarrassed and said that he was embarrassed to talk about it, but she always smelled like cherry blossoms, and he thought that this name suited her very well. The guy blushed and apologized, but the beast girl suddenly rushed to Tsuyoshi and, hugging him tightly, whispered, "Thank you." Tears of joy ran from Sakura's eyes. Her eyes sparkled. She whispered in the master's ear that she really liked this name. Soft pink flowers appeared before the girl's eyes, and she kept repeating that her name was Sakura. The guy sheepishly tugged at his hair and stuttered, telling her to calm down. It was nothing. After some time, Tsuyoshi and Sakura found themselves near the cave that the girl had spoken of. The young man turned to his companion and asked if they could begin. The beast girl asked Tsuyoshi if her silver dagger suited him. Tsuyoshi picked up Sakura's weapon, and she said that it wasn't as good, but it was much stronger than the Goblin's Club. The young man smiled and replied that any weapon seemed so light compared to the hammer. Soon, in the depths of the cave, the red eyes of enemies lit up. The very same fox beastmen that Tsuyoshi and Sakura decided to hunt. The system reported that 3 level 5 fox beastmen with a combat power of 720 were approaching. Turning around, Tsuyoshi told Sakura that they were doing everything like last time. He wanted to gain experience, so he asked her not to interfere. The beast girl smiled. The master called her by name. As if in response, the system warned that if the difference in levels between the strong and weak participants was more than 5 levels, then no experience or items would be received as a result of the battle. Tsuyoshi shouted, "Forward!" He wanted to try out his new dagger as soon as possible. Sakura shouted after her master that this kind of beastman was cunning, so she advised against making any sudden movements. Rushing into battle, the young man noticed that these enemies were indeed very fast. Before the guy could even swing his dagger, one of his opponents was already hovering over him, raising his weapon. Tsuyoshi instantly activated his physical strength. The system noted that when it was concentrated in certain parts of the body, their endurance increased. Thanks to such protection, the enemy's weapons shattered into pieces when they met the young man's hand. And the surprised fox beastman stared with wide eyes at this unusual enemy. And Tsuyoshi, covering himself from them with his left hand, sternly said that with such a level of combat power they would not be able to touch him. The beast girl, who was watching the battle, thought that the master's defense was incredible, as expected of a hero who raised a divine hammer. Low-level enemies were no match for him, but despite the rebuff they received, the fox beastmen were in no hurry to retreat. They rushed into the attack again. Tsuyoshi realized that against such enemies, speed was more important than strength. In this world, leveling up happens quickly, so the young man does not need to fight for resources to gain experience points. Tsuyoshi remembered his opponents left in his world. Those 3 had little combat power, but they were at the 12th level. The guy knew that no matter how strong he was, with such a difference in levels it was impossible to defeat them. He was obviously inferior to them in terms of level, so it would be difficult to win. He had to reduce the level difference with 4 skills. Right now, Tsuyoshi didn't have a single skill. He told Sakura that they needed to level him up to level 6 at once. The guy was going to bring that arrogant beastman to his knees. Tsuyoshi and Sakura continued their journey through the cave where the fox beastman lived. Ahead of them was a 7th level dark fox beastman. He was strong and well-armed. Hiding behind the rocks, Tsuyoshi and Sakura carefully examined their enemy. The young man's attention was drawn to the sword of this dark fox beastman, and he whispered to the girl whether he could get his sword. Tsuyoshi thought that the length and power of this weapon suited him perfectly, the girl whispered. "Does the master want to take this weapon?" The guy answered negatively. He was just curious if it could drop for him. Sakura confirmed that it could drop for him in most items. The girl added that the rarity of the drop depends on the quality of the items. It's better to fight until you get what you want. Tsuyoshi was surprised there was even a drop rate here. Just like in the game, this makes the system more understandable. The system reported that in front of Tsuyoshi was a level 7 Dark Fox Beastman, a boss with a combat power of 1,500, armed with a black sword of cold light. The guy read the note. The chance of the sword dropping is only 6%. It seems that getting the weapon will not be so easy, which is a pity. It would suit him perfectly. A golden screen lit up in front of the young man. The exchange system was activated, and now the boy could exchange items by fulfilling certain conditions. Exchanged items will be upgraded based on level and abilities. Items that were not exchanged will be upgraded. Tsuyoshi thought about the exchange system. He still has a lot to learn. Now only the scroll is available for exchange. The system explained that the scroll increases the drop rate of all items by 30%. The exchange conditions are to defeat 30 normal monsters of level 5 and above. The young man's current number of victories is 114. The conditions are met. The guy thoughtfully rubbed his chin. It seemed the number of defeated enemies counted in both worlds. The guy realized that if he exchanged 3 scrolls at once, the probability of getting a sword would increase to 96%. It was very cool. Tsuyoshi was sure that in this case the sword would fall to him instantly. 3 scrolls lit up in the young man's hands. The system notified him that he had exchanged 3 scrolls, fulfilling the conditions, and now he had no items that could be exchanged. The young man shouted to Sakura that it was time to go for the sword. With it, he would become even stronger. Taking the dagger in his hands, Tsuyoshi felt fire coming out of his eyes. He told himself to concentrate and ask Sakura what next. The dark fox beastman sensed the enemy. His red eyes flashed, and his mouth with huge fangs bared. With a loud, thunderous roar, the dark boss of the fox beastman cave rushed towards the youth. Drawing his huge blue glowing sword, the dark monster rushed at Tsuyoshi. The boy felt that the sword that was in the hands of the dark fox boss had a cold effect. Sakura suggested that the dark fox was agile, cunning, and strong. His weapon had an effect that slowed his movement and reduced his stamina. But if the master took advantage of his weakness, he would quickly end the fight. The beast girl suggested that the dark fox was afraid of fire, and if the master added fire oil to the weapon, it would become more effective. Tsuyoshi quickly poured fire oil onto the dagger. Fire oil is a mixture of resin and combustible ash that gives the weapon fiery properties and ignites on contact with air. Tsuyoshi said loudly that now they would see what was cooler, cold, or fire. The dark fox boss howled questioningly as he saw his enemy's weapon burst into flames. Tsuyoshi jumped on his enemy's head and shouted at the boss to give him the sword, but the fox gritted his teeth and was not about to give up. Sakura told her master that the fox beastman's weak points were the armpits and neck, and advised the master to aim there. The young man replied to his companion that he understood everything, mentally thanking the girl. The guy twisted and struck his enemy in his weak spot, causing blood to gush out. The fox beastman's body shook as he challenged, receiving a blow to the armpit, and then the boss's status changed to coward. The system suggested that when attacking an enemy's weak points, his status changes to coward, allowing him to inflict double damage. During this time, his morale decreases, making him more vulnerable. The effect lasts for 15 seconds. Tsuyoshi was surprised. So that's what this effect means. Very interesting. The guy decided to take advantage of this and rushed at his enemy again. Sakura shouted to the master that in this state, it would be even easier to defeat the enemy, and advised him to dodge in different directions to strike. The young man once again thanked his experienced companion and mentor and rushed into battle. The fox beastman tried to strike his nimble enemy, but the warned Tsuyoshi dodged in different directions. The guy only now realized that without Sakura's advice, he would have died very quickly in this battle. Soon, the young man saw that his enemy was exhausted, which meant it was time for him to begin implementing his plan. Tsuyoshi rushed forward, asking if it was all over and now it was his turn. Sakura shouted at him to aim for the neck now. To achieve maximum results, the young man concentrated his physical strength in his hands, which provided him with 200% efficiency. A successful attack reduced the dark boss's stamina to a minimum, and victory was very close. The system informed the guy that he had hit a weak spot and dealt triple damage. The enemy was severely exhausted, and the duration was 15 seconds. The beast girl was delighted. She thought it was incredible, but it was still too early to relax, and even though the master's level was low, he made this battle exciting. Tsuyoshi exclaimed that it would soon be over and jumped over his enemy. To finish off the dark boss, the young man summoned the Sky Shaker skill and thrust the burning sword into the fox's head. A delighted Sakura exclaimed that it was excellent. Her master was simply a natural-born warrior. Turning to his pretty companion, Tsuyoshi thought that he had enjoyed the fight too, and then the guy realized that he had almost forgotten to use the scrolls before the fall. The system reminded the guy that he had used 3 scrolls. The item drop rate increased to 96%, and the duration was 1 minute. Tsuyoshi sighed with relief. He managed to use the scrolls. They flashed in his hands and disappeared. The system reported that he had earned 3,000 experience points, defeated the 7th level dark boss, and received a black sword of cold light. The guy was delighted. Sakura said that he was lucky. It was rare for a weapon to drop on the first try. Taking the sword in his hands, the boy thought that even with absolute physical strength, he remained susceptible to attacks. If he found a suitable weapon, he would be able to inflict more powerful blows. Tsuyoshi had never seen such a powerful weapon before. Perhaps he could defeat those 3 with this sword. There was very little time left. By dawn, he would reach the 6th level together with Sakura. Placing the sword he had just received on his shoulder, Tsuyoshi asked Sakura where else he could level up, as he wanted to reach level 6 as soon as possible. The girl advised simply using a scroll of reset. The Fox Beastman Cave is considered a low-level zone, so monsters appear there faster. Sakura told the master that she had several of these scrolls, which should be enough to reach level 6. But maybe she should take a break first. She had some healing potions. Tsuyoshi was surprised at what she didn't have. The companions came outside again. The girl pulled out a scroll and said that this should work. The system reported that they used the scroll of zeroing. The cave was zeroed. The young man, armed with a sword of cold light, exclaimed that this was excellent. He could not wait any longer, and he returned the silver dagger to his companion. The young man believed that the new sword was truly incredible. It could even slow down enemies. Sakura replied that in the future the master would be able to find an even more attractive weapon. Having dealt with another monster, Tsuyoshi remembered that he had the king's hammer in his divine inventory of consciousness. If he increased the time he wielded it, he would become invincible. During the second boss fight in the cave, Tsuyoshi made the giant dark fox tremble before him. The boy shouted to his enemy, asking what was wrong with him. Since he had already defeated his kinsman and reached the 5th level, now Tsuyoshi's combat power was 7,600. Sakura and Tsuyoshi used the scrolls of reset again and again, and each time the young man shouted more and more cheerfully to the next boss that he had returned and that he missed them. Having used the scroll of zeroing again, the young man, seeing the dark boss, exclaimed that he was here. Tears gushed from the fox's eyes. The beast girl noticed that the master was very cruel the last time the defeated boss himself presented his weapon to the young man. The guy was so carried away by the fight that it amused him. Looking at his score, he happily exclaimed that he was almost finished. Having defeated the cave boss once again, Tsuyoshi saw a system notification about his level increasing. Now his level was 6, combat power 8,800. He said that he had restored his stamina several times during the night and had probably already collected a full set of fox beastmen. Finally reaching level 6, the young man's eyes were shining. He was confident that now he could avenge Sakura and shouted for the beastmen to wait for him. At the martial arts academy, they were discussing Tsuyoshi's statements, and the academy master asked if he really said that he would take revenge after reaching the 6th level. What a fool! One of the beastmen was talking about how a person could level up in their land. He seemed a bit arrogant. Another replied that even if he reached level 6, only the strongest could enter the academy. But then one of the academy masters heard a familiar voice. Tsuyoshi called out to him. He returned to the academy again and said with a grin, "What a shame, he had already reached level 6. The master couldn't believe it. It couldn't be true, how a person had increased his level in just one day. Tsuyoshi, dressed in the fox beastman outfit, demanded that the examiner be woken up. He was not going to wait until tomorrow and demanded that he prepare an apology for Sakura. The system showed that the young man's level was indeed 6th. He now had weapons, equipment, and significant combat power. The academy's warden asked what was the matter. He was already getting ready to go to bed and advised against wasting his time. The young man replied that he had fulfilled the conditions and that he also wanted to obtain new skills from the skill repository. Each martial arts academy keeps skill scrolls in a specific location, and anyone who has passed the test can choose any skill from there. But the academy's overseer, a level 20 warrior, dismissively replied that the man was asking for too much, and that even level 6 did not guarantee passing the test. One of the masters whispered to the overseer that this young man had leveled up from the 4th to the 6th level in one day, and the overseer asked in surprise how this was possible. Tsuyoshi irritably said that he would stop talking if he passed the exam. The master would apologize to Sakura for calling her a mongrel. He stuttered and replied, "Fine," and asked the young man where he got so much confidence from. The warden, looking sideways at the young man, suggested that he try to pass the test, although passing the test as an ordinary person sounds like a joke to the beastman. The gray-haired head of the academy greeted Tsuyoshi with the words that since he had reached the 6th level, for them strength was one of the most important criteria for passing the test. After passing the test, the young man will receive the right to use their skill storage. The test is quite simple. If the boy can split this stone slab with one blow, he has passed. The young man grinned and asked the head of the academy again if he really needed to split everything, and that was it. The head of the academy decided to test a human with a magic stone. Even a 10th level warrior would have difficulty breaking it. They usually use simple stones, but beastmen use magical stones that fall from the sky to measure strength. This shock-resistant material is highly prized. The warden explained that for the beastman it was simple. He just needed to split the stone with one blow. He would show him now. The beastman chuckled to himself. With the 6th level, he wouldn't be able to even make a scratch. With an ordinary stone, everything is different. But for such an annoying person, there is no other choice. The academy's overseer told the young man to watch carefully, because even he, being at level 20, had to give it his all. The beastman, a level 20 warrior, struck the magic stone with all his might, causing a crack to appear on it. The academy overseer, looking at Tsuyoshi with a grin, said that it was easy, but let's see if the man could handle it. The guy gathered his strength and replied that he would try. Sakura waved to her master and wished him luck. Tsuyoshi concentrated. Thanks to his physical form, he could far exceed the power expected at his level. Just in case, he decided to increase the strength of his fist. Clenching his right fist, the boy felt it fill with strength. The system notified the young man that absolute physical power had been activated, with 50% of all power concentrated in his right hand. The Martial Arts Academy's supervisor repeated that it was very easy for the beastmen. But for weak humans, the young man concentrated and, clenching his right fist, ran towards the stone. Now a lot depended on the force of his blow. But the warden of the Beastman Martial Arts Academy was confident that a human wouldn't be able to even leave a scratch. Tsuyoshi hit the magic stone with all his might with his right fist, and it shattered into small pieces. The warden and one of the Academy's masters, their fanged mouths open, stared wide-eyed at the result. The Academy's beastmen had to squint as small fragments of the magic stone, split by the youth, flew at them. Tsuyoshi scratched his hair in confusion. It seemed he had overdone it. Looking at his right hand, he said that it was really easy. He thought it would be harder. A delighted Sakura clenched her fist and exclaimed that now her master would be able to enter the skill storage. The master asked the overseer if he had seen it, and he confusedly confirmed that the boy had split the magic stone with one blow, which was incredible. Tsuyoshi, looking at the confused supervisor, asked, "So, he passed the test, right?" But the warden, stuttering, replied that he hadn't passed. He hadn't looked when the young man did it. Maybe he had made that scratch. This time it didn't count. The guy had failed the test by cheating. Tsuyoshi was surprised by this statement and asked what kind of test they would give him now. The warden of the Beastman Martial Arts Academy replied that they would now move on to the Iron Rod test. This is a test of strength. The participant must bend an extremely dense iron rod. Even a Beastman warrior would need to use explosive force to do this. Tsuyoshi literally tied an iron rod into a knot and asked, "Has he passed now?" But the guard stuttered and replied in the negative, saying that the rod didn't count. The warden said that they would resolve everything through arm wrestling. If the test subject could last at least 10 seconds against the strongest warrior, then he would pass. He was sure that the person would definitely lose. To win, Tsuyoshi concentrated absolute physical strength in his right hand and instantly defeated the Beastman strongman. The warden was shocked. Their strongman did not last even a second. The guy turned to the examiner and asked, "Well, he's already passed 3 tests, maybe that's enough?" The master whispered and asked who this man was, and the warden stuttered and confirmed that yes, this time the young man had passed. Tsuyoshi took his companion by the hand and, approaching the master who had insulted the girl, firmly demanded that he now apologize to Sakura. The master felt very uncomfortable, cursed, and said, "Okay, the Beastman warrior keeps his word." Bowing to the girl, the master asked her to forgive him and said that he was sorry that he had said so. Sakura blushed slightly and stuttered that she didn't think that this kind of attitude was abnormal, and asked the warrior not to worry. But Tsuyoshi countered, telling Sakura that the warrior owed her an apology, and she just needed to accept his apology. The girl, after a short silence, lowered her head and quietly agreed with her master. She gathered her courage and, proudly raising her head, looked at the warrior and replied that she accepted his apology. Tsuyoshi, his companion, the warden, and the academy master approached the skill storage room. The warden warned that the young man could only take 1 skill scroll at a time. The guy was indignant. The academy supervisor barked, asking if this man really thought he could do whatever he wanted since their academy had strict rules. The examiner warned that the boy had only 3 minutes to find the skill scroll and destroy the seal. Then he would become his. If he didn't make it, he would be expelled and would not be able to enter the vault for some time. The warden explained to the man that the Martial Arts Academy was the face of this land. To protect the vault, powerful mages installed barriers and a seal at this location. Tsuyoshi thought about it. It turned out to be more difficult than he thought. Sakura confirmed that it was so. She heard that such conditions were set in all honorary academies. The warden told the young man that if he understood everything, he could go and warned him not to try to steal the skill, as the barrier would immediately expel him. The young man stepped towards the storage room, and another warning followed him, saying that he only had 3 minutes to choose and get out. The 3-minute countdown began, and the guy exclaimed that it was now clear why they were protecting this place with magic. With such a huge selection, the temptation to steal something was very great. The Beast Girl said thoughtfully that this was her first time entering the scroll storage, and she felt as if the seal would be quite easy to break. Tsuyoshi wanted to use absolute copying, but it's hard to find a truly worthwhile skill here. Besides, Tsuyoshi wasn't sure that Sakura would understand him correctly if he used absolute copy in the skill storage. Taking the scroll in his hands, Tsuyoshi said, "Let's get started." He just needs to use his power. He needs to choose a skill to deal with those three. Tsuyoshi activated his absolute physical power, directing it into his hands, and the scroll sparkled. The guy exclaimed that he succeeded. The skill information was revealed. It was a shield strike. It deals a strong blow with the shield to the target, causing dizziness, suitable for warriors. The guy was confused, but he didn't even have a shield. Sakura turned to the master and said that she didn't need skill and asked permission to show him something. Sakura showed the assault step scroll, which moves the user 5 steps to a chosen location to evade enemy attacks. But Tsuyoshi shook his head. It wasn't for him. The battle cry scroll allows you to unleash a roar that inspires nearby allies, boosting attack and defense, suitable for warriors. The girl said that the war cry technique was quite popular among warriors, but Tsuyoshi shook his head and said, "No thanks." There were only 2 minutes left. Tsuyoshi was going through his skills. Sakura asked the master about the counterattack skill. Tsuyoshi thought about a counterattack. It might be useful and said that he would keep it in mind. The guy came across a mad dash, charm, awakening, but Sakura said that she thought none of them were suitable for the master. There was only 1 minute left, and Tsuyoshi hadn't chosen yet, but the skill could only be seen by breaking the seal. The young man thought that it seemed he would have to use brute force. The guy asked his companion if she had any energy potions left, as he might need them, and asked her to hide behind something hard. The girl looked questioningly at her master, but without further questioning, she did as he ordered. Seeing Sakura hide, Tsuyoshi said, "Okay," and concentrated all his power into his right hand. The academy's warden heard something happening in the vault and looked at the door in bewilderment. Suddenly, he and the master saw flashes of energy escaping from the tower, and they stuttered and asked each other what was going on there. The young man decided that he would destroy all the seals at once to quickly see the skills. Sakura peeked out from her hiding place cautiously to see what the boy was doing, her eyes wide. She thought that even she was stunned by the master's power. The system warned that using the hammer would consume a huge amount of energy and would only last for 1 second. Tsuyoshi had already accepted this condition and replied that 1 second would be enough for him to achieve his goal. Bright blue lightning flashed around the scroll storage. It was the explosive energy of the Divine King's hammer. The warden of the Martial Arts Academy opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't believe that this was the strength of an ordinary person. Tsuyoshi summoned the Divine Hammer, and in that instant, the hammer of the Divine King appeared in his hands. Sakura, looking out from her hiding place, thought that this was simply unbelievable. She would not have believed it unless she saw it with her own eyes. The system notified the youth that the power of the Divine King's hammer had been activated, and striking the floor of the vault with the hammer, Tsuyoshi exclaimed that he would destroy all the seals at once. The hammer's impact on the floor in the tower caused a flash of enormous power to erupt, and the academy's warden covered his face with his hands in fear and gasped. Hammer struck. Sparks flew throughout the entire room. Everything was covered in smoke, and incredible energy rushed through the skill storage. The entire storage of scrolls was filled with bluish lightning. They scattered across all the shelves where the scrolls were kept. Lightning struck the skill scrolls, and at the same moment the magical seals on them were destroyed. Now they were available to Tsuyoshi. The entire vault sparkled, scroll after scroll revealing their secrets. The girl came out of hiding and stared at the hammer's magic with wide eyes. She whispered that the seals on all the scrolls were instantly destroyed. The system informed the young man that the power of the Divine King's hammer had been deactivated. Tsuyoshi whispered that he had done it, but there were only 50 seconds left to choose a scroll. From all over the storage, golden threads of information about the skills hidden in the scrolls stretched out. The young man opened his eyes wide and whispered that he saw information about the scrolls. Sakura was very worried about her master because there was so much information that she, a warrior of the 72nd level, could barely stand on her feet. The girl was afraid that the master's brain would not be able to cope with such a volume of information at once. She rushed to Tsuyoshi and asked the master to stop. The guy grabbed his head. It was boiling. He saw all the information, and then he asked the system to give him the strongest skill that suits him best. Time was ticking inexorably. With only 40 seconds left, Tsuyoshi looked through skill after skill and repeated that this wasn't it. This wasn't enough, and again he asked to be given the strongest one. And suddenly the young man noticed that one of the scrolls was sparkling with bluish lightning. Intuition told the guy that this was what he needed. This blue scroll was sharply different from all the others, which glowed with a golden light. Time was ticking. They only had 30 seconds left. Sakura filled the master that they were running out of time. Tsuyoshi thought that the blue scroll was definitely what he needed and asked Sakura to bring him the third scroll from the top shelf. After using the hammer, the boy was almost exhausted and sat on the floor of the storage room. Sakura immediately ran for the scroll. Jumping up, the girl repeated that she needed the top shelf, the third scroll. Time was running out, and they had only 20 seconds left to choose a skill and get out safely. Taking the scroll indicated by the master, the girl looked at it in surprise. The scroll in her hands was split. This was probably some kind of mistake. Scrolls that are broken for any reason usually have incomplete power, and to obtain this skill, the remaining fragments must be collected. Returning to the master, Sakura asked if he was sure that this was what he needed, as he pointed to the broken scroll. Looking at Tsuyoshi, the girl said that they didn't have much time. It was time to get out of here, and indeed, they only had 10 seconds left. Realizing that Sakura wanted to carry him out, Tsuyoshi replied that it was still early, and he would get out himself. Taking the girl in his arms, he concentrated half of his absolute physical strength in his legs. The warden was closely watching what was happening inside. Now everything was quiet. There were only 5 seconds left until the end of the 3 minutes. The warden was sure that the man had not been able to find the scroll he needed. Time was running out. There were only 3 seconds left. The examiner folded his arms across his chest and looked at the doors, sweating. There were 2 seconds left. The doors of the entrance to the skill scroll storage glowed with blue light. Someone was approaching. With only 1 second left, the doors swung open and a huge vortex of energy burst out from the skill vault. Tsuyoshi emerged from the skill storage carrying his companion in his arms. The boy exclaimed that he had chosen everything. Sakura took her master's hand with concern. Going to the scroll storage and using the divine hammer had taken a lot of his strength. The warden, seeing the blue shining scroll in the young man's hands, asked in surprise why he had brought a broken scroll. This scroll contained a powerful magic skill, Thunder Chain, which causes a strong electrical discharge that deals damage. This skill was suitable for warriors and magicians. Using a magic staff or weapon, the target is first attacked by a powerful lightning bolt, and then by lightning from the sky, requiring exceptional abilities from the user. If the remaining fragments are collected, the skill can be improved. For the last 1,000 years, no one has attempted to take the broken scroll. The skill is divided into 6 pieces, 3 of which are located nearby, but collecting the remaining parts without hints is almost impossible. Moreover, the beastmen who tried to master this skill in the past died from lightning strikes, their bodies exploding, probably because they were unable to control this power. Tsuyoshi was upset. They wanted to master this skill. They collected the remaining pieces for this ending, which means no one has mastered this skill yet. The Academy Elder, who was gray-haired, said that there was once 1,000 years ago the strongest king of the beastmen, known as the Divine King. He also managed to lift the king's sacred hammer, leaving behind only this divine skill. The elder added with a sigh that after him, not a single beastman had been able to master this most powerful skill. The young man asked. So this skill was related to the divine hammer of the king. Then what was he doing among such trash? The elder roared, asking the young man if he was mocking them. Having calmed down a little, the elder said that no matter how strong a skill was, if no one could master it, it became useless, even though this skill was left by the Divine King. Clutching the scroll he received, Tsuyoshi suddenly exclaimed that it would suit him perfectly and told Sakura that it was time for them to go. Elder said after the young man that this was only the beginning. Whether he could find the remaining fragments and master this skill would depend only on him. Suddenly, the old head of the academy turned to Sakura. The old man called out to the girl. He asked the half-beastman who had been punished how she could do this to her people. The academy elder asked, since this person probably doesn't know who she really is yet, is she also going to sacrifice him? Sakura narrowed her beautiful eyes and, after a short pause, replied that it was none of the elder's business. The gray-haired warrior and chief master of the academy chuckled. The girl clenched her fists and walked on, a shadow falling across her face. The old beastman martial artist said to the girl's back that they would see how far she would go. A little later, Tsuyoshi and Sakura stopped to rest. The young man said that the girl's healing potions were very effective, but they tasted terrible. The guy, swallowing another healing potion, even burst into tears and started coughing. He asked the girl what she made them from. Tsuyoshi noticed that his companion had changed a lot after visiting the academy. He told Sakura that she was acting strange and asked if something was wrong. The girl hastened to reassure her master and said that she was just a little tired. Tsuyoshi decided to ask a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Turning to the girl, he said that he was interested. She should have been punished too, but for what reason? The girl looked down sadly. Her hands began to shake. She clearly did not want to talk about this topic. Tsuyoshi remembered seeing the beast girl there in the square near the altar. She was also being held by the guards. He asked, She was supposed to be next, wasn't she? Sakura tried to distract her master and cheerfully said that there was no point in talking about bad things, and asked the young man if he had studied the scroll he had received. Tsuyoshi remembered that the Beastman elder said it was impossible, but he was willing to try. The Thunder Chain required a strong body. This was more than suitable for the youth. He was eager to find the remaining fragments and see this skill in action. Sakura had already gotten ready and invited her companion to go look for the remaining fragments and level up. Turning towards the sun, the girl stretched and exclaimed that today was a beautiful day, suitable for raising the level of the master. The young man replied that she was right, but first he had to do something. At that moment, the system notified that the restoration time of the Infinity Ring had expired and the Endless Passage was open. Tsuyoshi smiled. The Endless Passage was open. Once he mastered this skill, he would definitely deal with those three. The boy felt himself being picked up by a golden whirlwind and pulled back into his world. The young man remembered that he had promised the attackers that he would kill them. Now he was at level 6, he had equipment, new weapons, and increased combat power. In the town square where Tsuyoshi had fled to the land of the Beastmen, bluish lightning flashed and a portal opened. A few seconds later, a daring young man appeared before the surprised eyes of the Crazy Wolves Guild members, shouting, "I'm back!" As he emerged from the portal, Tsuyoshi thought that before attacking Guy, he should knock him down. Here in front of the guy again appeared his enemies, determined to kill. Tsuyoshi knew that to activate his skill, he needed a weapon. Fortunately, he had a divine inventory of consciousness. The young man extended his hand, and at that very moment lightning flashed. The system reported that the divine inventory of consciousness was activated, and the boy selected an item. Swinging the dark fox sword, the young man mentally turned to the new skill, saying that he was counting on it. The magician asked in horror where this guy got the sword from. "He probably has a ring of dimensions." Gaia greedily exclaimed that this guy is definitely hiding something. "This sword is very valuable." The newbie's mentor wanted to take the sword for himself, but the third attacker shouted that they had to kill him first and then divide the spoils. Steel flashed in Tsuyoshi's eyes as he swung at one of the enemies, quietly saying that they started this themselves. The magician, hoping to knock the boy out with his staff, snuck up behind him and held out his weapon. But when the technique didn't work, the magician, his eyes wide, asked if he really was a warrior and how powerful his aura was. The youth pointed the Dark Fox Beastman's sword at his enemies and activated the newly acquired skill, Thunder Chain. At that very moment, clouds appeared in the sky out of nowhere and a powerful bolt of lightning struck his enemies. Gaia and his magician friend, gritting their teeth, looked in surprise at the sky from where an electric discharge fell upon them. The warriors of the Crazy Wolves Guild, struck by the lightning strike, screamed and stood rooted to the spot. The lightning ricocheted off another chain, applying a paralysis effect and immobilizing the boy's pursuers. Tsuyoshi's enemies groaned. Unable to move, the mage asked how this brat could wield such magic. Gaia groaned, saying that he couldn't move. The boy approached one of his enemies, a warrior who had hit him in the air, who looked at the boy with fear. The mage, clenching his teeth, tried to move. Cursing, he said they had underestimated him. This young man had changed greatly, but how was that possible? They would have to retreat. Guy's terrified comrade, who a second ago had called for Tsuyoshi to be killed quickly, stuttered as he asked the young man to stop and said that they were surrendering. In response, Tsuyoshi swung his sword of cold light, slitting the enemy's throat. The young man's eyes flashed with anger. He asked the arrogant and aggressive members of the guild if they really thought he would forgive them so easily. It was just ridiculous. Gaia, seeing the death of one of his comrades, exclaimed that they were actually from the Crazy Wolves. The bribe-taking mentor stuttered as he begged the young man to let them go, and Tsuyoshi swung his sword again and told Gaia to die silently. The magician was surprised to think that this young man was so cruel. He understood that if he let them go, they would kill him later. The sorcerer strained all his strength and took out some object from his bosom. Tsuyoshi turned to the magician and said that he was next. Guy's friend asked the guy with a grin if he really thought he would let himself be killed so easily. The mage gathered his last strength to overcome the paralysis and threw an explosive fruit at Tsuyoshi. These artifacts, despite their small size, stick to the target and explode with tremendous force. The young man reacted instantly, holding a sword of cold light in front of him. The magician thrust his fist forward and shouted, "Explode!" He activated his artifact and, laughing, wished death on Tsuyoshi. Following the mage's magical activation, a powerful explosion followed. The entire city square was engulfed in smoke and flames, and debris from whatever had been at the epicenter of the explosion scattered across the surrounding area. Leaning on his staff, The mage said that he had bought these fruits for an exorbitant sum. Even a level 12 hero would receive enormous damage from them, and they would even tear this boy's body into tiny pieces. Seeing the cold radiant sword that had recently been in Tsuyoshi's hands fly off from the explosion, the magician laughed and told the young man that he was too inexperienced. But when the smoke cleared, the magician saw with horror Tsuyoshi among the flames. He was still alive and had only coughed. The magician couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed that this simply couldn't be happening. A novice couldn't possess such power. The young man replied that if he hadn't been in better shape, he would have died immediately. The dark goblin suit and absolute physical strength were instantly activated and saved the guy from death. The young man's eyes were blazing with rage, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in a dark goblin costume. Now it was Tsuyoshi's turn to deliver the finishing blow. He activated the special skill of this equipment. Bright tongues of flame of anger burst from the guy's eyes. He firmly decided that this time he would finish off his enemies. Tsuyoshi rushed around the square at breakneck speed, not giving the surviving mage a chance to come to his senses. He looked like an angel of death. Using sheer physical strength and the dark goblin costume, the young man transformed the square into a continuous whirlpool of stones and energy. Soon all his enemies were swimming in a pool of their own blood. The young man, looking at them, asked as if they were alive, did they really think that he would let them go so easily? In his hands, turning to the dead men, he said that they were members of the Crazy Wolves Guild, and the reason for their fight was his low level. Looking back at the battlefield with regret, the boy noted that in this world the weak are eaten alive. Suddenly, among the stone debris, Tsuyoshi noticed the magician's pouch. The young man looked at it questioningly. Bending down, Tsuyoshi opened the bag and looked at what was inside. A ring fell out of a small bag that served as a storage place for the magician, and the young man asked in surprise if this was really a ring of dimensions. This ring is forged from a special material. It assigns the user a storage space. The choice of location depends on the ring's level, material, and its rarity. The guy smiled. It was indeed a ring of dimensions. What a catch. A simple hero cannot find a ring of dimensions. It is practically impossible to obtain, and the price is too high. Having put the ring on his finger, the young man decided to try it out. The young man whispered, "It can't be. The ring was activated only now. It turns out it's completely new." The system reported that the boy had activated the dimension ring, and it had synchronized with his mana. Tsuyoshi smiled, turned to the dead magician and said that nothing could be done about it, thanking the slain enemy for the item. As he left the devastated square, Tsuyoshi saw that the hero's security service was already there. It was good that he had managed to escape. A crowd had already gathered around the scene of the massacre, mingling with onlookers. The guy thought that he had managed to cover up the traces and take everything of value, so they would not be able to prove his involvement. Tsuyoshi walked slowly towards his house. He was safe now. Guy's phone was pretty good and he linked his information code to it, so now it was his. Suddenly the phone rang. The young man got scared. Who could be calling him at such a time? But the guy decided to pick up the phone and, pressing the button, asked who was calling. And in response, he heard a female voice. It was his teacher calling. The boy realized that it was his class teacher, Lily. He needed to notify her about his departure. The young man asked what happened. Lily replied that he doesn't go to school even though winter break ended a week ago. She understands that he stopped going to school for his sister's sake to improve their financial situation, but she wouldn't want the guy to stop dropping out of school. Tsuyoshi thanked Lily for her concern, but the problem wasn't just about money. The young man recalled how he was bullied at school and replied that he hated school and she knew perfectly well why. Lily was silent for a while, then replied that she understood everything, but maybe the guy would find a way out without dropping out of school. The teacher told him not to worry about paying for his studies, asking him to come to class tomorrow, since he couldn't work as a garbage collector forever. The young man really wanted to say that he was no longer a garbage man, because Lily didn't know that he had become a hero. Only Lily's teacher had always worried about him, and the homeroom teacher said that Tsuyoshi was a strong boy, and once again asked him not to drop out of school. Lily said that she would be his support and asked him to do this for herself and her sister. The young man thought about it. He thought that he would never return to school again. He did not have any pleasant memories associated with it. But thanks to the words of teacher Lily, he understood a lot. Now Tsuyoshi is a hero, not a weakling who is bullied by everyone. And those bullies will pay for what they did. The boy thanked his teacher and said that he will come to school tomorrow. The system reminded the young man that he was a level 6 hero with a combat power of 8,800, possessing a rare skill, weapon, and equipment. A meeting was held at the headquarters of the Crazy Wolves Guild, and the leader was informed that 3 of their heroes had been killed by an unknown assailant. The guild leader nervously tapped his fingers on the table and added that this unknown person had also stolen his dimension ring. Flashing his golden teeth, the guild leader clenched his fist and said that this unknown person did not know that this ring had surveillance magic cast on it. Turning on the magic tracker, the head of the Crazy Wolves Guild saw Tsuyoshi and angrily said that he knew where he was. Clenching his teeth and fist, the guild leader exclaimed that this unknown person would pay for robbing the Crazy Wolves. Addressing his assembled subordinates, the guild leader ordered them to bring this thief to him. His subordinates unanimously responded, "Yes, boss." The next day, Tsuyoshi and Karina walked quietly through the school corridors. The young man asked his little sister if everything was okay. Karina replied that she could now walk, albeit slowly, but her brother shouldn't worry about that. The guy said with a smile that Karina was so stubborn and suggested walking slower. When he heard that he was going to school, Karina persuaded her brother to take her with him so as not to be a burden. Getting to school in a wheelchair would be much more difficult. It's good that Tsuyoshi bought crutches. But even with them, the girl can barely walk. Seeing them, Karina cried, saying that her brother spends too much on her. The young man spent the money he stole from the trio completely. The dimension ring cannot be sold. For Tsuyoshi, as a hero, it is very valuable. However, seeing Karina's face, the guy realized that all this was not in vain. Tsuyoshi told his sister not to stay late after school. He would help her down and they would go home together, Karina promised. The girls in the school hallway watched Karina with curiosity. One of them asked who the girl on the strange crutches was. The second replied that it was Karina, who had lost her parents and the ability to walk due to the attack of the darkness. The schoolgirl smiled maliciously. She was weak and poor. What a pity. Her friend added that they talked about her in the news. Even the teachers knew everything. Taking the lollipop out of her mouth, the school beauty said that such beggars are destined to die in the slums. The news channels were wasting their time on her. She is acting innocent. It is infuriating. The girl asked Mina if she would bully her again in case the school administration found out. Mina replied that the last time she bullied her, no one dared to open their mouth, and it would always be like that. It seemed like a new toy had appeared. Mina suggested to her friend to go. She had an appointment with a guy. She agreed. The girl slowly walked away. Tsuyoshi stood in the vice principal's office and listened to his moralizing. He said that he should thank teacher Lily. If not for her, he would not have allowed the young man to return. The vice principal told Tsuyoshi that he should take his studies more seriously. Lily explained that she had already talked to the student. The tuition had been paid, and Lily promised to make sure he paid all his student loans. Tsuyoshi, as always, confusedly tugged at his hair and thanked the vice principal and teacher Lily. As he left the office, Tsuyoshi apologized to Lily for the inconvenience, and she said she needed to check the schedule. The vice principal greedily looked at the perfect figure of the homeroom teacher, Tsuyoshi. He didn't care about this idiot. He was only interested in Lily. He thought he was perfect for the role of her lover. Tsuyoshi and Lily were walking down the school corridor. The teacher said that she had paid for his sister's tuition so that the boy wouldn't worry. They would definitely manage. The young man apologized again and promised to definitely return all the money. Lily stopped the young man with a gesture and said that they would discuss it later. He was in his 3rd year, and therefore it was better for him to prepare for the exams. Looking over her student, Lily noted that he looked much more cheerful now, and she was happy for him. The young man was surprised and said that he had been working tirelessly lately and would definitely live up to his teacher's expectations. He mentally apologized to her for not admitting that he had become a hero. The problem with the Crazy Wolves had not yet been resolved, so he had to be careful. But now he would be able to show that he had become a different person. A moth flew into the school where Tsuyoshi studied and settled on one of the walls, watching Lily and her student. The teacher told the young man to go to class. They were currently having drawing. The boy took his bag and headed to class. The moth flew unnoticed after him. No one paid attention to the small insect. Most of the students were already in the auditorium when Tsuyoshi entered his class. One of those who constantly humiliated the young man noted with surprise that he thought Tsuyoshi had been expelled, but he returned again. Another guy suggested knocking out a classmate in the toilet after school. Riley enthusiastically agreed, saying that during the weakling's absence his wallet had noticeably emptied, and it was time to rectify this matter. Riley laughed and said that it wasn't Tsuyoshi who needed sympathy, but him, Riley, who was the reason he hadn't been able to let loose at karaoke. The local bully crumpled up the paper and threw it at Tsuyoshi, saying that now he would remind this weakling of himself. A crumpled piece of paper flew through several desks and headed towards Tsuyoshi. To the hooligan's surprise, the young man, without turning around, raised his hand and caught the wad of paper thrown at him. Riley and his friend looked questioningly at the back of their victim. Something in the young man's behavior had changed. He became different. The guy felt like two pairs of surprised eyes were boring into his back. Those who had been torturing him for many years were looking at him. Turning his head slightly, Tsuyoshi calmly told Riley that they should talk in the restroom after school. The bully couldn't believe his ears. Did Tsuyoshi really call him to talk? Riley slammed his fist on the table, saying that this weakling was getting cocky, but no matter. He would explain everything to him soon. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson, and the old enemies went to talk. One of Riley's friends stood near the toilet door and did not let anyone in, saying that Riley was in the toilet now and they should go somewhere else. Riley, chuckling, told Tsuyoshi that he heard that after dropping out of school, he became a garbage collector. The young man, clenching his fists, remained silent. The bully declared that it was time to pay the bills. His friend laughed, extended his hand and told Tsuyoshi to move the money differently. But, to the hooligan's surprise, the young man was not afraid. He looked straight and boldly at them and calmly asked, "Otherwise what?" The hooligans froze in surprise. They couldn't even immediately find what to answer. Their classmate had really changed a lot during his absence. Riley clenched his fist and growled at Tsuyoshi to stop, or he would beat him up. The hooligans rolled up their sleeves and smiled, saying that they were just waiting for the signal to beat up the weakling. But Tsuyoshi silently grabbed the fists of his once stronger classmates raised above him with both hands and looked coldly into their eyes. The young man was surprised at himself. Incredible strength. He became strong so quickly, and he was no longer afraid at all. Before, Tsuyoshi didn't have the courage to defend himself, but now he's completely different. He's a 6th-level warrior now. Using the divine eye, he looked at his enemies. It turned out that they did not pose any threat. They had neither class nor combat power. One of the hooligans pleaded with Tsuyoshi to let him go, and the young man released the attacker's hands and responded by kicking them several times. The stunned bandits tried to resist, but it was useless. In a matter of seconds, the young man scattered those who were considered the terror of their class, and with whom no one dared to argue. Riley's face fell and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. His brows furrowed, and he watched in confusion as the weakling beat up his friends. Soon the two hooligans were lying at Riley's feet, and he, looking at Tsuyoshi, did not understand what was happening. Riley remembered very well how they had bullied his classmate for a long time, stripped him naked, rolled him on the ground, pulled him by the hair, and he had never fought back. But why is this weakling Tsuyoshi now a completely different person? A classmate standing outside the door opened the toilet and shouted to Riley that the boss had arrived and that they needed to run. The bully quickly grabbed his shaking friends who were lying at his feet and hurried out of the toilet, leaving Tsuyoshi there alone. Riley gritted his teeth and glared over his shoulder at his opponent, clearly intending to finish Tsuyoshi off. The young man looked at his former tormentors, who were leaving the toilet beaten, and seeing Riley's look, he realized that, it seemed, he hadn't had enough. And yet the young man was glad that the hooligans retreated. Taking advantage of his absolute physical form, he would have simply killed them. Karina sat at her desk and told her friend Haru that she was causing her so much trouble. Haru replied that everything was fine and told Karina to call her if she needed anything. Haru handed Karina a notebook and told her to hold it and prepare for the lesson. Suddenly, Mina's arrogant voice was heard from behind. She shouted at Haru to move away and said that she had something to talk to Karina. The girl frightenedly pulled her head into her shoulders. Karina's whole body was shaking. Vivian, Mina's friend, said that Karina couldn't walk now, but Mina interrupted her and said that one more word and she would hit her in the face. Haru covered her head with her hands in fear and remained silent. All the girls in school were afraid to get involved with Mina. The local beauty sat down opposite Karina and said that she hadn't been to school for a long time, which meant she had one less slave, and asked how Karina would answer for that. Tears streamed down Tsuyoshi's younger sister's face and she stuttered as she told Mina that she had no money. Mina grinned evilly and asked if these crutches weren't expensive. If she didn't have money, then she would take the crutches from her. Karina, shaking with fear, shook her head, saying that they were very important to her, and her brother worked hard to buy them for her. The girls looked closely at the little frightened cripple, but Karina did not evoke any pity in them. Mina smiled bloodthirstily and, leaning slightly towards Karina, asked if these crutches were really that important to her. Apparently, she wouldn't be able to walk without them. Karina stuttered and confirmed that yes, they were very important to her. But before the girl could finish, Mina stood over her, her eyes flashing. Without letting the girl finish, Mina hit Karina in the face with all her might and asked with a smirk, "So what if they were important to her?" Mina continued to bully Tsuyoshi's sister, and all her classmates with their heads down pretended that they didn't see anything. No one dared to stand up for Karina. The unfortunate girl was saved by the fact that at that moment the teacher entered the classroom and loudly announced that the lesson had begun, demanding that everyone take their seats. Mina hissed in disappointment. The teacher had arrived. Well, it was the last lesson now. Turning slightly to Karina, she told her not to dare go home after class. Their conversation wasn't over yet. The teacher, standing at the blackboard, explained the topic of the lesson and told all the students to open their notebooks. But Karina was not up to the lessons. With her head down, the girl thought that she needed to run as soon as the lesson ended. She couldn't wait for her brother, and she needed to make sure that he didn't meet Mina and the others in the backyard. The last lesson in Tsuyoshi's class ended, and it was taught by the homeroom teacher, Teacher Lily. After closing the journal, Lily said that that was all for today and the students could be free. The teacher added that everyone should be careful on the way home. The class president ordered everyone to stand up, and the students unanimously thanked their teacher for the lesson. Lily knew that Tsuyoshi had been tormented by his classmates for a long time, so she asked the boy to stay for a minute. The boy approached his homeroom teacher and asked what was wrong. Lily asked if he had already gotten used to school after a rather long absence. The teacher felt uncomfortable offering her help and saying that she knew about her classmates, so she delicately asked if there was anything she could do to help him today. The young man understood what was going on, smiled slightly, and answered Lily that everything was fine and that she shouldn't worry about him so much. The teacher was surprised and said that she was glad to hear this. But to prevent the situation from happening again, she asked him to be sure to tell her when someone started bullying him. Tsuyoshi told the teacher that he was fine and thanked him again for his concern. He owed a lot to Lily. The class teacher said that it seemed she had bothered him in vain, repeated once again that she was glad that he had already settled in, and now he needed to go home. The young man sincerely thanked the teacher, waved his hand and said goodbye. He was in a hurry to pick up Karina and go home. And then Tsuyoshi heard someone call his name. This voice was familiar to him. It was one of the bullies he beat up in the toilet today. Riley's friend, shifting from foot to foot, said that he would like to apologize for what happened in the toilet and suggested that they go somewhere else to talk. Tsuyoshi immediately realized that his classmate was leading him into a trap. He asked where they were going, but the bully said that it was not far at all and pointed to one of the corridors. The classmate repeated once again that he wanted to apologize somewhere else. But from the satisfied face of Riley's friend, the young man realized that they were up to something. Finally, the boys entered a rather quiet corridor where there were no students or teachers, and the bully, pointing forward, said that it was there. Around the corner, Riley and his friend were waiting for the young man, armed with bats. The school bully dreamed of dealing with his impudent classmate at any cost. As soon as Tsuyoshi turned the corner, a hail of blows rained down on him, Riley hitting with all his might, trying to teach the impudent guy a lesson once and for all. The classmate who led Tsuyoshi into this trap smiled and told Riley not to overdo it and kill him. But killing Tsuyoshi wasn't that easy. He concentrated a third of his physical strength in his hands, which was enough to shatter the bats of Riley and his assistants into tiny pieces. Riley frowned and sweat dropped. He couldn't believe that this weakling Tsuyoshi was able to stop their attack that could have killed even an adult. Tsuyoshi, parrying the blows, calmly told his opponents that he knew they were up to something, but he never thought they were so slow. The enraged classmates continued to attack their enemy, and Tsuyoshi responded with several kicks. The guy who led the young man into the trap, having received a blow to the stomach, gasped in surprise. From the next blow, his teeth flew out and blood began to flow from his mouth. Riley never gave up on knocking out Tsuyoshi and, seizing the moment, hit him on the back with the bat. But the young man did not fall or groan, but turned around and punched the attacker in the face. The big guy Riley had brought in for the beating was lying on the floor, his whole body shaking. His eyes rolled back in his head and foam coming out of his mouth. Tsuyoshi remained surprisingly calm, scattering the attackers. He told them that they had not learned their lesson. Losers. But Riley already had a new bat in his hands, his eyes flashing with anger, and swinging it, he shouted at Tsuyoshi to go to hell. The young man turned to the bully and calmly said that if they had not been at school, he would have killed them all. Gritting his teeth, Riley felt his whole body shaking and unable to move. The words of the young man he had been tormenting for so long frightened him greatly. Riley couldn't believe how it could be that he was afraid of Tsuyoshi. In order to stop this useless fight, Tsuyoshi extended his hand and ordered Riley to go to sleep. Tsuyoshi swung and hit Riley. The bully staggered, the broken bat fell from his hands, and he fell helplessly to the floor. Looking at Riley sprawled on the floor, Tsuyoshi said that it was time for him to go get his sister. The hero's law had saved the bully this time. This law stated that a hero should not kill civilians, which meant that the young man limited himself to demonstratively beating up his pursuers. Karina walked trembling down the corridor leading to the backyard, straining with all her strength to quickly get out of the school. She knew she had to escape from Mina through the back gate, and to do this she had to get to the main entrance through the back door unnoticed. Karina stopped in front of the steps. She was shaking. The steps frightened the girl beyond belief. But she knew she had to hurry, so she took a deep breath and thought she needed to calm down and walk slowly. Suddenly, someone's strong hand pushed Karina in the back. The girl lost her balance on her crutches and flew down the stairs. The school bag flew off the girl's shoulder, notebooks and textbooks fell out of it, and crutches scattered in all directions. Karina rolled down the stairs, hitting herself painfully several times, bleeding from her nose, and sustaining several bruises. Mina and her friend stood at the top of the stairs and laughed. Mina angrily asked her classmate if she really thought she could escape from her through the back door. They knew that she would try to do that. The school beauty, her eyes widening, smiled wryly and told Karina to take off her crutches. Karina's face was covered in blood. Her body was shaking with pain. But she cried and asked the girls not to take her crutches. Mina put her hands on her hips and looked with a grin at Karina writhing below. She was very amused by all this. Finally, she told the girl that without crutches, she wouldn't be able to escape from them. Tsuyoshi stood at the back door and waited for his sister. He was puzzled why Karina wasn't here yet. The class said she had already left. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi heard someone call out to him from behind. The young man turned around and saw Haru, Karina's friend. She timidly asked, because he was Karina's brother. Tsuyoshi confirmed and asked the girl if she knew where his sister was. They agreed to go home together. Haru, her eyes wide with horror and shaking, quietly replied that it seemed Karina had left through the back door and advised the young man to look for her there. Tsuyoshi returned to school and walked through the corridors in search of his sister. He did not understand why Karina went through the back door. The guy realized that something must have happened. Most likely Karina was in some kind of trouble. Tsuyoshi remembered that Haru was acting strangely, as if she was afraid of something or someone. But the young man knew that in any case he had to find Karina. The girl on crutches was practically helpless and needed constant care. Walking down the corridor, Tsuyoshi stopped in front of the stairs. To get to the backyard, you need to go up these stairs. The young man wondered if Karina could have walked along it herself. Something was really wrong here. And suddenly, Tsuyoshi heard quiet sobs. He recognized the voice of his younger sister and rushed to her. At the bottom of the stairs sat his little Karina. Notebooks, textbooks, and crutches scattered around her. The girl herself was covered in blood. The guy froze. Who could do this to Karina? After all, she is a helpless disabled person, a child who is not able to stand up for herself. From Karina's mouth, her face and body were covered in bruises and abrasions. Clearly someone had not only thrown her, but also beaten her. Seeing Tsuyoshi, Karina tried to get up. Her whole body was shaking, but she pulled herself together and, smiling, asked her brother what he was doing here. Activating the divine eye, Tsuyoshi inspected his sister's injuries. She was beaten all over. They kicked her all over her body. But the girl, laughing, tried to convince her brother that it was her own fault and that she accidentally fell down the stairs. With the help of the divine eye, the young man discovered numerous injuries on his little sister's body. As he was descending the stairs from which Mina had pushed the girl, the young man asked his sister again if she had really fallen and asked if she was probably in pain. A shadow fell across Tsuyoshi's face, as if he saw someone beating his helpless Karina, as if she was receiving cruel blows. But Karina stubbornly said that she was so stupid that she couldn't even walk down the stairs on her own, and as a result, she broke her crutch. Judging by the injuries shown by the divine eye, Karina was beaten long and hard, punched, and kicked in the stomach. Tsuyoshi silently collected his little sister's school supplies into her bag, and she apologetically said that she didn't want to cause trouble for her brother. But without a crutch, she wouldn't be able to get up. Tsuyoshi looked at his sister with a smile and said that they were family. What trouble? She was probably in pain. Karina shook her head and said that she was fine. There was no need to worry. The girl raised her guilty eyes to her older brother and asked, "What about the crutches?" But Tsuyoshi took his little sister's small, fragile hands in his own and repeated once again that everything was fine. He would definitely think of something. Karina took a deep breath and said that she was glad. Tsuyoshi, lifting his little sister, said that everything was fine. They needed to go home. Karina hugged her brother around the neck. He lifted her up and carried her on his back. And unnoticed by anyone, the brother and sister left the school. The girl hugged her older brother and leaned against his strong shoulder. They walked along the city streets. The sun was already setting. Tsuyoshi looked around and asked Karina if she remembered the very day when everything happened and she got injured. That day, the young man carried her in exactly the same way, trying to get her away from danger and to the hospital as quickly as possible. The memory of that tragic evening when it was pouring rain came back to the brother and sister, Tsuyoshi said with a smile that Karina had grown so much. After all, it was so long ago. Karina replied thoughtfully that it seemed as if this tragedy had happened just yesterday. And after a pause, she added that since that day they had always been together. Tsuyoshi said that Karina was his only family. From that day on, he decided that he had to become stronger to protect her. Back then he was weak, but now he has become a hero and will not allow something like this to happen again. The girl pressed herself even closer to her older brother and, after a pause, added that he always tried his best, and that was why she did not want to be a burden to him. Tsuyoshi was indignant, asking, "It started again after all, he's family." After putting Karina on a bench, he asked her to wait for him here for a bit. He'll be back soon. The girl worriedly asked where he was going. The older brother turned to Karina and said that he had forgotten something and needed to go back. The girl looked at her brother with confusion. As soon as Karina couldn't see him, Tsuyoshi's expression changed dramatically. He frowned. His eyes flashed steel. He straightened his tie and headed to school. Returning to school, Tsuyoshi quickly found the right room. Laughter could be heard there. Mina was saying that everything went well. Karina was closing her crutches so desperately that she was completely open to blows. Mina added regretfully, "It's a pity they couldn't take them back. They could have sold these crutches for a higher price. They need to finish what they started." Mina's boyfriend Billy asked if she really thought they were worth that much and reassured his friend not to worry, saying he would have them by tomorrow. Mina's friend, looking out the window, said that it seemed like Karina's older brother Tsuyoshi had just returned to school. She heard he had dropped out to work as a garbage collector. Mina laughed. "So this beggar and the garbage man are related. It's disgusting to study with them in the same school. They should be expelled as soon as possible." Mina's friend Vivian said that Karina was quite popular before her leg injury. Many guys in her class liked her. She was smart, cute, and stylish. Billy turned to Vivian and asked again, "Cute and stylish? I'd like to see her." Mina immediately frowned and angrily asked Billy what he was saying. How could he pay attention to a beggar? Mina's boyfriend laughed and told her not to be angry because he was just joking. Mina, thrusting forward her ample breasts, told her friend that in that case he should take Karina's crutches back tomorrow. They would continue the conversation after he sold them. Billy laughed, saying, "Okay. It would be easy to do with a cripple." Tsuyoshi heard this whole conversation standing next to the door. Suddenly the door to the classroom swung open and Tsuyoshi unceremoniously entered the classroom. All three interlocutors looked at the young man in surprise. They were so used to no one daring to say a word against them that their mouths dropped open in surprise. Billy, with a wry smile, asked who dared to come in here. The handsome face of the young man was distorted by an arrogant grin. Ignoring this remark, Tsuyoshi asked the girls if it was they who beat Karina, and she said that she fell down the stairs herself. Vivian said that it was Karina's brother, Mina. Smiling, asked the guy if he really wanted to take revenge on them, in which case he came at the wrong time, because Billy was with them. Mina's boyfriend reluctantly rose from his seat and moved towards the unexpected guest. He asked if it was apparently the garbage man Tsuyoshi who had come to visit them. The boy, flexing his fists, asked if, being a third year, he hadn't heard of the great Billy. Mina had a little fun with his sister. Tsuyoshi, turning to Mina and Vivian, asked, "They decided to push the sick girl down the stairs, right?" This conversation was starting to bore Billy, so he turned to Tsuyoshi and asked if the garbage man was in any trouble and if he wanted to apologize to the girls. Without getting up from her seat, Mina languidly told her friend to explain everything properly to the garbage man so that he would remember this lesson for a long time. Billy waddled towards Tsuyoshi and, frowning, asked how some garbage man dared to steal their time. He swung his huge fist at Tsuyoshi, but Tsuyoshi calmly met his fist and bent one of his fingers back. Billy howled in pain, grabbing his hand. It looked like his finger was broken. Mina's friend was furious. He asked Tsuyoshi how this scum of society dared to cripple him. The girls' mouths dropped open in surprise. They clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events, having gotten used to Billy beating up literally everyone. Tsuyoshi calmly closed the door to the classroom behind him, anger blazing in his eyes. He was clearly intent on punishing these arrogant upstarts. Having closed the door behind him, the young man calmly looked around at everyone and said that he would not allow them to escape. Activating his divine eye skill, Tsuyoshi looked around at everyone present. It turned out that none of them had any class or combat power. They were all ordinary people, just very arrogant. A worried Mina stuttered as she asked Karina's brother what he was doing. as she was absolutely certain that the older brother of this cripple was as helpless as she was. Tsuyoshi, turning to Billy, said that at first he thought that he was a hero, since he was so confident. But it turns out that he was just picking on people for no reason. Billy was sweating from the pain, gritting his teeth and moaning while holding his finger. Mina asked her friend if he was okay. Billy, looking angrily at Tsuyoshi, asked if he knew who his father was. Vivienne stepped forward, still clutching her favorite lollipop. Turning to the young man, she asked, "Is he Tsuyoshi, Karina's older brother?" Good for him. He plucked up the courage to come alone. Frowning, Mina's friend continued, "They may not be heroes, but they are definitely not people to joke with." In response, Tsuyoshi silently hit Vivienne, the lollipop in her hands shattering into tiny pieces and sending the girl flying into the far corner of the auditorium. Vivienne collected school furniture in flight and raised clouds of dust. Tsuyoshi asked. She apparently thought that he would not dare to hit the girl. Mina looked back at her friend with concern and asked Vivienne how she was. This story seriously angered Karina's main offender. Billy looked at Tsuyoshi with fear. This guy is so fast. Even the athletes from their school are not so fast. Mina's friend did not understand what the hell was going on. Mina looked back with fear at her silent friend, Vivienne, with her head down, sat among a pile of classroom furniture. Billy tried to attract Tsuyoshi, but the young man did not pay any attention to him. Now he went to Mina. She was seriously scared. Karina's brother said that he did not see them as girls. Billy repeated that Tsuyoshi simply didn't know who his father was. The young man struck Mina's friend, which knocked out several of his teeth and caused blood to gush out. Tsuyoshi told him to shut up. He would deal with him later. A frightened Mina, seeing that Karina's brother was now heading towards her, helplessly called for Billy. Tsuyoshi reached out and grabbed Mina by the neck. The girl's eyes widened in fear, her beautiful face distorted by a grimace of fear. The young man gave his younger sister's offender a good shake, and it took him a lot of effort to restrain himself from breaking her neck. The guy dragged the frightened Mina to the window. She was shaking, not understanding what he was going to do with her. There was no trace left of her former arrogance. Tsuyoshi's grip was iron. Sweat and tears ran down Mina's face. She began to choke, afraid that he might kill her. She whispered for him to stop and let her go. Tsuyoshi put his finger to his lips, indicating that Mina should shut up. He said that he heard that she was the one who started all the bullying towards Karina. With an angry glint in his eyes, Tsuyoshi told Mina to listen to him carefully like her brother. He would never forgive them for this. Tsuyoshi's hand squeezed Mina's thin neck even tighter, and she began to wheeze and drool quietly flowed from her mouth. Tsuyoshi continued. He said that they all made him very angry. The grip tightened even more. The girl shuddered in a spasm. Everything swam before her eyes. Her body went limp and covered in cold sweat. The young man told Mina that from now on, she should stay away from Karina. He didn't expect an apology from them, just not to approach her. Mina's eyes rolled back. Her whole body was shaking. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with anger as he told Mina that if she dared to approach his sister again, he would twist her head off and asked if she understood that. Mina, with the last of her strength, confirmed that she understood everything. The girl was ready to confirm anything just to save her life. Finally, Tsuyoshi released Mina's neck, saying, "Okay," and the girl sank to the floor in a half-fainting state. A frightened Mina started coughing and gasping for air. Karina's brother lost interest in her and turned to Billy, asking if he was her boyfriend, wasn't he? Picking up a ruler from the floor, Tsuyoshi asked Mina's friend if he still wanted to bully Karina. Tsuyoshi angrily said that just one ruler would be enough to finish off a scumbag like him. Billy looked at the young man in fear and stuttered, asking him to stop. Swinging a ruler at Billy, Karina's brother said that Billy's words made him sick, and if he were a hero, he would kill him. The beaten Billy couldn't take it anymore and shouted that he was the son of the leader of the Blue Snake Gang. The boy at least knew who they were. His father was a level 10 hero. Tsuyoshi asked again, "Is this a loan shark gang?" But this information did not stop the young man. Tsuyoshi's memory flashed back to his meeting with the Blue Snake Gang at the hospital. They were the ones who had lent him money for Karina's treatment, and they had said the same thing when they came to the hospital. Tsuyoshi was surprised that he began to encounter people he hated so often. At that moment, the auditorium was filled with bluish lightning bolts, emanating not only from the lineup, but also flying into the auditorium windows and rushing towards Billy. Mina's friend, his mouth dropped open in surprise. Did he really have a skill? Was he a hero? Without answering Billy's questions, the young man waved the ruler he was holding, sending lightning bolts into his opponent's body. Numerous bolts of lightning instantly struck the body of the Blue Snake leader's son. The system notified Tsuyoshi that without using a suitable weapon, damage would be reduced by 90%. But this was enough to cause unspeakable suffering to the arrogant Billy. Tsuyoshi threw down the ruler and, heading for the exit, said that this pain should be enough for him. The young man took his bag and headed for the exit. There was nothing else for him to do here. Already approaching the door, Karina's brother calmly said that they should all remember that he was giving them one last chance. And turning to the trio who had recently been making fun of Karina, Tsuyoshi grinned and apologized, saying that they would have to clean up the classroom. Billy, with a swollen cheek and broken teeth from the lightning strikes, was quietly groaning, sitting on the floor. And finally he asked if the madman had left. Mina approached her friend and asked if he was okay, saying that they needed to go to the hospital. The guy frowned and replied that he needed to rest a little, because he didn't know that this guy was a hero. Showing the bruises on her neck, Mina plaintively asked if Billy was going to take revenge and offered to look at these scars. She begged him to make this insolent man answer for this. The girl asked Billy to tell his father everything, but he barked at Mina not to tell him what to do. He was sure that Tsuyoshi would pay for everything. Billy's eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. Some poor guy had beaten him up so badly, and he was screaming that he would make him pay for it because his father wouldn't tolerate his son being beaten. Mina, looking at her friend with hope, shook her head and asked him to tell his father everything. Billy slammed his fist on the floor and repeated that yes, he would tell his father, and then he could wipe the insolent man and his sister off the face of the earth. Karina sat in the park and watched what was happening around her. Birds were flying in the sunset sky, everything was quiet and calm. The girl couldn't move without help, so she sat quietly on the bench where Tsuyoshi had placed her, hoping that everything was okay with her brother. Looking at her sore legs, Karina thought that if she could take care of herself, she wouldn't have to bother her brother, who had already recently acquired hero status. Suddenly, Karina heard someone call her by name. The girl was so lost in her thoughts that she shuddered in surprise and screamed. But it turned out that it was her brother who had returned. He squatted down and, looking into his sister's frightened eyes, apologized for keeping her waiting and suggested that they go home. Tsuyoshi told Karina that he would carry her on his back again, the girl gasping, then suggested that she take their bags. On the way home, Tsuyoshi thought that Billy would probably complain to his dad and set him on them. There were too many bandits, so Karina was in danger and he had to be extremely careful. The young man knew that the time had come, and it was time for him to return to another world to gain even more strength. He promised himself and Karina that he would not allow the bandits to harm her. Using the infinity ring again, Tsuyoshi was transported to another world. Sakura informed her master that they had arrived in the north of the Beastman world, and that she would now tell him everything. The girl smiled and said that in the city, the master could take part in an official quest. To do this, you needed to join the Adventurers Guild. There was also a tavern, a forge, and a tool shop in the city. Tsuyoshi was pleased. This was just what he needed. He had long wanted to gain experience in combat. This all sounded like a fun game. The young man urged his companion on, saying that he couldn't wait. Tsuyoshi and Sakura approached the city of Beastman in the north. They stood on a mountain and looked at the large, beautiful city. Having descended onto the streets near the city, the young man looked around with interest and exclaimed that it was incredible. It turns out that there were several tribes of Beastmen. Sakura added that this city, by the way, was where the rarest ones had gathered, each with their own peculiarity. The young man literally turned his head from side to side with curiosity. Tsuyoshi was shocked. He asked if there were really people here. The girl asked if they really looked like the creatures from the Master's world. The companion warned Tsuyoshi that there was a rule that fighting outside the arena should be avoided. After all, there were many tribes living in this Beastman city. Sakura added that, although proud elves and noble beastmen are quite rare here, the young man was very interested in all of this. The beast girl thought about something and for a while lost sight of her rather naive companion. Tsuyoshi, happy that he saw people, ran up to the two interlocutors and joyfully greeted them. Shocked, Sakura shouted to the master that it was impossible to do so suddenly. The creatures, remarkably similar to humans, looked at the young man warily. They asked who he was and warned him not to come closer. A dagger flashed in the hands of one of them. Tsuyoshi raised his hands peacefully and asked in confusion if there was some kind of rule regarding greetings. To prevent a conflict, Sakura quickly stepped between Tsuyoshi and the adventurers, holding out her hand and calmly saying that there was a misunderstanding. It seemed that the adventurers the young man approached recognized Sakura, and looking at the girl in confusion, whispered that it was her. Having put away their weapons, the adventurers left, but having moved a little away from their companions, they questioned each other about what the hell was going on. The girl explained that one shouldn't talk to adventurers in the city, Most of them are wary of others. The young man muttered that there are so many rules in this world. Tsuyoshi noticed that everyone around them was paying attention to them for some reason and whispering. He asked his companion why this was happening. Sakura was silent for a moment and then answered the master in an apologetic tone. It's all because she is half beastman. Beastmen hate hybrids. The girl suggested that the master join the Adventurers Guild as soon as possible. Tsuyoshi snorted and told them to leave them alone. Extending his hand to Sakura, Tsuyoshi said with a smile that discrimination exists everywhere and suggested that she not worry about it. The girl silently and timidly placed her small hand in the outstretched hand of her master. This man never ceased to amaze her. Hand in hand, the two of them walked through the amazing city, over which dragons circled and beastmen flew on top of them. Soon the companions approached the building where the Adventurers Guild was located. A sign informed them of this. Tsuyoshi laughed and said that it was all just like in games or anime. The young man stopped in front of the sign in confusion, but the girl told the master that without registration they would not be able to complete any of the tasks. With nothing else to do, the companions entered the room where the guild was located. Sakura approached the receptionist and said that they had come to join the Adventurers Guild. Blowing smoke from a long pipe, the beast woman chuckled and said that a team of a human and a half-beast was interesting. After examining those who entered, the guild representative asked which of them would be registering. Tsuyoshi replied that he would be the one registering and noted that she treated them differently than the others. The receptionist replied that she had seen many adventurers, and for her it was nothing special. Handing over the document, she asked the young man to write down his class and name. The form would be distributed to all adventurer guilds, and next time he would be able to complete the quest even while in other branches. Tsuyoshi asked if they were signing an official document. Sakura, placing her hand on his shoulder, said it wasn't the document that was important, but the registration, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get the badge. Tsuyoshi looked questioningly at Sakura. The receptionist explained that this badge serves as their identification item. For the lowest rank, they are given iron ones. The higher the rank, the higher the rewards received. The badge rank starts from iron, then goes bronze, silver, and gold. But among all the guilds, there are only a few seekers with gold badges. Tsuyoshi remarked that the low-ranking badge was not so attractive, and the guild representative said that upon receiving the badge, its level would automatically increase. Also, with the help of the badge, the young man will be able to hide his level. Tsuyoshi was incredibly surprised and asked how it works. Sakura explained that they are linked to their badge. The level can be hidden using the power of thought, but it is worth remembering this. The young man closed his eyes and tensed up. Thanks to the divine selection system, it was easy for him to do this. The guild representative was surprised. Usually, newbies don't manage to do this on the first try. It's beyond their capabilities. At that moment, the door to the guild office swung open and two huge beastmen entered, one of whom was carrying a large bag of loot. He pushed Tsuyoshi away, shouting, "Get out of the way, scum!" Throwing their loot onto the table where the guild representative sat. The beastmen said that they had come to report on the completion of the task. The group leader, folding his muscular arms across his chest, asked if there was any other task. They agreed to any conditions. The fanged adventurer leaned over to the guild representative and said that if there were no quests, they could have a drink, saying that he was treating her. But the girl replied that she was busy. Taking the scroll in her hands, she said that there was one urgent task. The reward for it was high. However, the task was not easy. The client was looking for a seeker with a level of 15 or higher and asked if they could handle it. The fanged faces of the beastmen lengthened. They chuckled and asked if there was anything for the 10th level. The group leader asked what kind of task it was. Predatory minions of darkness are causing trouble for farmers. A team of 3 seekers took on this task, but all of them were seriously injured and one went missing. The group leader thought, 10th level predatory minions of darkness, and replied that they would not take on this. At least 20 level is needed here. But suddenly, everyone gathered heard Tsuyoshi's voice. He took the scroll with the task in his hands and said that they would take it upon themselves. Approaching the giant beastman who was blocking the way to the guild representative, the young man cheerfully said, "Move out of the way, scum!" The second member of the team roared, asking what this kid said. But the team leader immediately grabbed his friend, told him to stand still, and reminded him what happens for attacking inside the guild. The beastman advised the man not to underestimate them. If he valued his life, then he should not take on this task. Tsuyoshi replied that since they were not up to it, it was better to remain silent. Turning to his companions, Tsuyoshi asked if they wanted to see his abilities inside the arena. Right now, Tsuyoshi could defeat a level 9 beastman single-handedly. The beastman told Tsuyoshi to know his place. They have more. He received the badge a couple of minutes ago and offered to refuse the task before the client refused him, making a fool of him. The guild registrar said she admired the young man's courage, but there was some truth in her colleague's words. At his level, the client might refuse him. The fanged adventurer laughed loudly and asked the young man if the idiot had heard what he was being advised. The task of catching a runaway dog would suit him much better. But Sakura stepped forward and said that they would complete this task. Having taken the scroll, Sakura and Tsuyoshi headed towards the exit. Everyone looked at them questioningly. The angry beastman shouted at the young man that his girlfriend was a half-breed, and how could they prove such a loud statement? Sakura stopped and turned around, showing her Adventurer's Guild badge. She asked if a gold badge would be enough. The beastmen present sat down in surprise. They stared at the girl with wide eyes, their fanged mouths slightly open, and not believing that a half-breed could have a golden badge. Tsuyoshi was also shocked by this discovery. Did the girl with the ears really have a gold badge? The guild registrar said that it was worth mentioning this earlier. The beastmen lowered their heads sadly. The Adventurers Guild representative said with a smile that she was entrusting this task to them, and she was sure that the client would be pleased as well. The giant Adventurers Guild members fell silent and left the office, scratching their heads. Already near the exit, Sakura said that this task would help the master improve his level. Tsuyoshi tugged at his hair and, agreeing with his companion, said that they would do it. The guild representative watched them very closely. She did not understand why the seeker with the golden badge called this young man a master, and she was very curious about who he was. Watching Tsuyoshi and Sakura leave with a careful eye, the guild representative thought that this was a very interesting team. Soon, the young man and the beast girl found themselves in the vicinity of a farm where predatory minions of darkness were operating. Sakura warned that they should be somewhere here. Tsuyoshi said that he didn't know about the gold badge. Sakura, blushing, replied that she joined the guild, and at a young age, completed many quests and tasks with other teams. Realizing that she had reached the level of the gold badge, she exchanged her old one. She asked the master. He probably found it strange. Tsuyoshi replied that Sakura was great. It seemed that Sakura did not expect approval from the master because she blushed and, after a short silence, thanked him for his support. After walking a few more meters, Sakura stopped, looked around carefully and told her companion that it seemed they were there. The farm they found themselves on was completely shrouded in smoke. Everything around was destroyed and broken. As if there was a war here, the girl told Tsuyoshi that their opponents were very strong. Approaching the farm gate, the companions saw a huge number of black, vile, predatory minions of the 10th level of darkness. They were crawling around the farm, leaving black footprints behind them. Sakura looked at them carefully, a pack of predatory minions of darkness. I wonder how many people they imprisoned in that building. Tsuyoshi whispered how vile they were. Sakura explained that they deal with all living beings, driving them crazy, thereby gaining strength. They are similar to those dark goblins that turn slimes into darkness. The young man, looking at his opponents, asked if they were slimes before, so now it was clear why they were so disgusting. The girl said that only a thunder skill would work on them. That's why they were dangerous. Tsuyoshi smiled and turned to Sakura, saying that his thunder chain would be perfect for killing them. Tsuyoshi rushed forward and, turning to Sakura, asked, as usual, not to interfere. The guy was glad. He had a chance to increase the level of his skill. The system reminded the young man of his skills, equipment, weapons, as well as his level and combat power. Tsuyoshi had already stretched out his hands to summon his sword of cold radiance and rush into battle, but suddenly he felt Sakura grab him by the shirt and stop him. The girl said that he shouldn't undertake such a task alone. This fight could cost him his life, and the place was different from those where he fought before. He could win one-on-one, but going against several alone was very dangerous. The girl asked the master if he had seen the reaction of the other team. They understood that it was dangerous. She said that she did not want the young man to risk his life for the sake of raising his level and asked permission to help him. Tsuyoshi replied that he understood everything, but he had two questions for Sakura. The first question is about his level. He wants to raise it in order to be ready for any turn of events in his world. Sakura asked what was the matter. If she knew the answer, she would definitely help the master. Tsuyoshi reminded him of his promise to the Beast King. A test awaits him in a year, but he does not know how strong the Beast King is, so he asked to tell him how strong he must become to prove his abilities. Tsuyoshi was surprised to see that Sakura's eyes became sad. She looked at her master almost with tears and remained silent. The girl lowered her head and told Tsuyoshi that she would be honest with him. Most likely it was impossible. The young man did not expect such an answer. Sakura explained that given his current level, passing the tests in a year was simply unrealistic. Tsuyoshi felt as if he had been doused with boiling water, his eyes wide open. He asked his companion in surprise why. The girl replied that he would have to try to simply survive until next year, at least to avoid the divine punishment of the beastmen, and asked if he had heard about the rules of the level system. The guy looked questioningly at his companion and asked if she could tell him about them. He knew that the same level system operated in both worlds. Tsuyoshi's level remains the same in both worlds, both as a hero and as an adventurer, and beyond that, he knows nothing. Sakura said that the maximum level of a seeker is 100. The current level of the Beast King is 92. He was able to obtain his status due to his high level and abilities. The King of Beasts, the King of Men, and the King of Elves, 3 kings symbolizing the strength of their race. Tsuyoshi was very surprised, remembering his meeting with the Beast King. He said that the king did not look like the embodiment of the beastman's strength. Sakura replied that it was impossible to bypass level restrictions. The higher the level, the harder it was to move on to the next one. She was an example of this. After 20 years of working as a seeker, she had only reached level 72. Yes, her level is not low. She tried to increase it many times, but this is her limit. And everyone has their own. In order to pass the trials of the Beast King, he needs to reach at least level 50. Tears streamed down Sakura's beautiful face. She thought the young man wouldn't be able to level up that much in a year. A simple adventurer would spend his entire life just to reach level 50. Tsuyoshi looked at Sakura tenderly and remained silent. He was very touched by her anxiety. Suddenly, the young man smiled and told his companion that he understood her concerns. The girl asked the master if everything was all right and confirmed that she would accompany him for the entire year, even if he could not keep the promise he made to the Beast King. Tsuyoshi told the girl that she knew he was no ordinary adventurer. He had escaped divine punishment and lifted the divine hammer. He was far from simple. He needs to reach level 50 within a year, right? It might be impossible for some, but it's definitely not for him. Smiling, Tsuyoshi looked around. It was strange to admit that he ended up in this world thanks to the ring. He was freed from divine punishment, and in return, he received a divine selection system. He is the chosen one. A normal life is not in the cards for him, but with the divine selection system, everything becomes possible. Sakura pressed her hands to her chest and turned to her master, blinked her eyes, and said that he would definitely become a legend, and exclaimed that she believed in her master. Tsuyoshi smiled, picked up his sword again and walked towards the monsters. Smiling, he said, "Then go ahead." Sakura wished him luck. Pausing, Tsuyoshi remembered that, yes, he had one more question for Sakura. The girl exclaimed that she had talked too much. Tsuyoshi asked if he fought 10th level warriors and dozens of others at the same time, how much he could increase his level. The young man remembered the leader of the Blue Snake Gang, whose son he had recently beaten. Sakura was a little puzzled by this question. She said that she didn't know why the boy needed it, but considering the number of enemies, he should be at least level 2. This answer satisfied Tsuyoshi completely, so it was decided that he would reach level 12 in a week. As soon as the boy stepped onto the farm grounds, a huge, predatory minion of darkness appeared before him. The monster grew larger right before his eyes. The monster was terrifying and at the same time vile. The sword was burning in the guy's hand. He looked at his companion and, smiling, told Sakura to rely on him. Readying his deadly sword for battle, Tsuyoshi said that he would take full advantage of the system to defeat the darkness. The system informed the young man that the Divine Eye had been activated, and in front of him was a 10th level predatory minion of darkness, classified as a slime. He is immune to normal attacks, but he has a weakness to lightning. But the main weakness of the predatory minions is in the heart. When the body is damaged, the heart begins to glow. Tsuyoshi realized that in addition to being vulnerable to lightning, this giant slug also had a vulnerable heart. The guy jumped high and decided that he needed to find the heart first. Sakura shouted after him that the slime's touch could destroy his body and asked him to be careful. Tsuyoshi, armed with a sword, rushed towards his opponent, but the slug was not asleep either. And then, the young man felt that he seemed to have found the heart of the dark minion of darkness. The system reported that the fully physical form was activated. The guy moved quickly, trying to get closer to the heart. Circling around his enemy, he was surprised to discover that the heart was not located in the chest. The slug recovered very quickly, despite the fact that the young man inflicted several wounds on it. In a matter of seconds, the monster was ready to attack again, and yet Tsuyoshi's sword had harmed the enemy. His vitality had diminished, but his anger had increased. Opening its gigantic, vile mouth, the dark slug pointed it at Tsuyoshi, seeking to devour him. Before the young man could jump back, a huge mouth descended on him, scattering stones around. The young man found himself inside the slug. He laughed loudly, asking if the dark minion really wanted to eat him. He had picked the wrong one. To deal with the enemy, Tsuyoshi channeled absolute physical strength into his hands. The boy laughed, telling the slug that he was like a moth blindly flying towards a flame. The young man grabbed the slug and tore its mouth apart, the vile body of the dark minion of darkness flying in half. The beast girl exclaimed that the master's power was enormous, and that perhaps he really could make the impossible possible. Even though the giant slug's body had been torn apart and Tsuyoshi had been freed, the predatory minion of darkness was still alive. Taking up his sword again, Tsuyoshi said that he had finally found his heart. It was under his tongue. Pointing his weapon straight at the monster's heart, Tsuyoshi shouted for his enemy to taste thunder, activating the thunder chain. The precious crystal that was inside the slug fell out with a ringing sound. This time, the predatory minion of darkness was defeated. All that remained of the giant slime monster was a beautiful crystal, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The guy, putting his palm to his eyes, looked at the iridescent stone and sighed with relief. The young man looked at the dead enemy with a smile and said that it seemed the task was quite simple. Half an hour later, several iridescent stones that had fallen from the monsters the young men had killed were lying around the farm. The guy looked around. Several dead slugs were lying around. Almost all the predatory minions of darkness were destroyed. But the system showed that despite his success, the young man did not earn that many experience points. Sakura is right. The higher his level, the more experience points he needs to earn. He needs to find another way to level up. The guy stubbornly clenched his fist. He had to reach level 12 in a week and level 50 in a year. Returning to Sakura, the young man asked if she had any ointment for burns, but the girl was holding thunder oil in her hands. Sakura said that she had 4 pieces left. She bought it for 2, so the master can use as many as he wants. The guy was delighted. She had bought thunder oil in advance and asked if it was expensive. The girl lowered her head and apologized to the master. She had spent all her money on thunder oil. Tsuyoshi replied that there was no need to apologize. The young man was sure that he would think of something. The guy was fixated on leveling up and completely forgot that money also plays a role in this world. At Tsuyoshi's request, the girl explained in detail everything about finances in this world, how much they pay, and for what. Their mission involved dealing with the predatory minions of darkness, so she believed they would receive around 300 gold coins. The guy's eyes sparkled. He looked at his companion with admiration and said that she looked like a reliable wife. They approached the house. The boss should be inside, only he was left, so they need to finish the task quickly. And then they heard a rude shout. The beastman asked who allowed them to enter his farm without permission. The man who came up said that he was the boss here and there were other adventurers behind him. The team's mage said that he could sense thunder magic and asked Tsuyoshi if they had really destroyed the predatory minions of darkness. Tank turned to Sakura and Tsuyoshi and asked if they were also looking for the Cardiolus. They had already taken on this task, and it would be theirs. Tsuyoshi turned to the farmer and asked the customer. Apparently there was some misunderstanding. They took this task from the guild. Surprised, Sakura asked again if a Cardiolus really dropped for defeating a boss. The farmer confirmed that he had sent a request to the guild, but he didn't think they would arrive so quickly, meaning they hadn't heard of the Cardiolus. The members of the rival team took up arms. If they haven't heard of this item, then let them leave it to them. Tsuyoshi and Sakura also took up their swords. The young man asked his companion what kind of Cardiolus it was. The girl replied that the item was very valuable. Cardiolus is a rare item dropped by bosses and can be crafted to connect to dark zones. The chance to level up in dark zones is 10 times greater than in normal zones. An unprocessed Cardiolus would cost 100 gold, and after processing, at least 150, Tsuyoshi was shocked at how expensive it was. Seeing that the searchers were about to fight each other, the farmer asked everyone to calm down so that they could resolve this misunderstanding. The owner explained that one team came from the guild, the other from him. Only the boss remained. Whoever defeats him will receive a reward. Sakura wanted to obtain this valuable item at any cost for the sake of the master and asked for permission for them to enter first. But the other team was indignant. They were sure that they would go first, because they came here at the request of the customer himself. The seekers, invited by the farmer, began to hum, offering to show their strength to the half-human and half-beast. Sakura noted that their team was well chosen: a mage, a shooter, a warrior, and a tank. Working together, they would definitely defeat the boss. Then Tsuyoshi turned to the competing team, saying that he had a proposal. He asked permission for him to enter first. He is a level 6 seeker, and if he loses, his team will not interfere, and if he wins, the reward will be theirs. The other team's seekers were stunned. They were only level 6 and they took on such a task. And suddenly the members of the competitors' team laughed. To defeat the boss, you need to be at least level 18. Let him go. There are no objections. This was just what Tsuyoshi expected. Placing his sword on his shoulders, he said that in that case he would go. Sakura asked the master in confusion if he was sure. The boss is on the 12th level. Moreover, he is possessed by darkness. But Tsuyoshi stubbornly clenched his fist and, smiling, once again told Sakura to trust him. The girl realized that Tsuyoshi had come up with something and, looking at him with wet eyes, said that she believed in her master. The laughing seekers urged the young man to move on. They couldn't wait for his merciless death at the hands of the boss. Tsuyoshi also smiled, tugged at his hair and asked, "A merciless death? Yes, that's good." Approaching the gate of the house, the young man hid his level and quietly said, "They will still see who will mercilessly kill whom." A magician from a rival team watched the young man closely and quietly, asked if he imagined it or if the atmosphere had suddenly changed. The doors swung open and the young man boldly entered the house where the boss, the predatory minion of darkness, was located. Turning to Tsuyoshi's enemy, he said he was a strong opponent, but he was only interested in an item called a cardiolus. A giant figure of the boss appeared before the young man, his single huge eye glowing with a blood-red light. The system showed that this was the 14th level boss. The young man stood in front of his enemy and seemed surprisingly small and fragile. The other team also looked through the gate. They were surprised to see that the boss was even level 14. Sakura clenched her fists. She believed in her master, but at the same time she was very worried about him. The adventurers addressed the girl and suggested that she prepare to carry out his corpse. The girl's eyes gleamed and she advised the other seekers to shut up. Such courage on the part of the half-beast surprised everyone. They looked at Sakura with their mouths open. The young man looked closely at the enemy. He should have the same weakness as the simple minions of darkness, but he was several times stronger than them. Tsuyoshi's opponent noticeably increased in size. He leaned towards the young man and opened his huge, toothy mouth. Tsuyoshi raised his head. He would not like to use the hammer if possible, but the longer the fight lasted, the more advantageous it was for the monster. The young man will only need 1 second to kill the enemy. The system notified the boy that he had taken out the king's divine hammer. But due to the low level, it can result in a huge energy consumption. The duration of use is 1 second. The crushing weapon turned golden in Tsuyoshi's hand. In addition to this, he uses the Thunder Chain and the Sky Shaker, so he can win. If he doesn't kill the enemy with one blow, he will be in danger, because after using the hammer, he becomes very weak. But Tsuyoshi was confident that he would do it and get the item no matter what. His muscles filled with strength, and a divine hammer flashed in his hand. As soon as the hammer was in the young man's hands, he pushed off the ground and found himself directly above his enemy. The guy knew he had only 1 second to win. The monster's bloody eye and long teeth flashed before him. Tsuyoshi swung his weapon and summoned a thunder chain at the same time. The surprised boss reached out his hands to him, but the young man turned into a flash of lightning. He flew towards his opponent. The thunder chain combined with the hammer caused lightning of incredible power to strike the boss with a pillar of fire. The searchers were surprised to see bright lightning dancing around the house. Everyone was asking each other what was going on. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion, and the house where the battle was taking place was shattered into small pieces. Sakura realized that the young man had once again used the power of the Divine King's hammer, and she knew that after that he would be very weak. Sakura ran towards the ruins. Everyone looked at her questioningly. What the hell was going on? What was that? A bomb? The girl ran through the smoking ruins and loudly called for her master. She understood that the boss had probably been defeated. And then Sakura heard a weak voice. Tsuyoshi raised his hand and waved. He was absolutely exhausted. The young man somehow got out of the ruins. A blue crystal was shining in his hand. He asked, "Was this the cardiolus they were talking about?" The system reported that after defeating the boss, the young man's experience points at this level were 6,000 out of 15,000. The unprocessed cardiolus shimmered in all shades of blue in Tsuyoshi's weak hand. Tsuyoshi and Sakura returned to the Seekers Guild office. The office owner was surprised. They completed the task so quickly, impressive, and handed Sakura their reward. Smoking a long lady's pipe, the woman noted that nothing less could be expected from the golden badge. She had heard that the team the customer had called in had failed. Sakura thanked him for the compliment, but said that it was not she who defeated all these predatory minions of darkness, but her master. The beast woman asked him not to joke like that. The young man would never be able to do that. A 6th-level rookie wouldn't be able to handle that. While Sakura was receiving her reward, Tsuyoshi, greatly weakened, lay to the side, and the guild representative asked why he looked so exhausted. Sakura explained that her master did it alone. He spent all his moral and physical strength, which led to the depletion of his characteristics. Finally, Tsuyoshi's period of weakness was over. His body was filled with strength again. He stood up and headed to the counter. As he approached, he asked the girl if she had learned anything about the cardiolus. The guild representative was surprised. They found a cardiolus. If they put it up for auction, they could make a lot of money. This could be done in the square in the city center. But Sakura objected. They were not going to sell it, and asked the guild shaman who was in the city now. She wanted to ask him for processing. The woman was thinking about starting to use cardiolus. It definitely needed to be treated with magic by a shaman. The shaman guild is in the southern part. The shaman exam is coming soon, so he might refuse. But she will give a letter of recommendation. You just need to wait a little. Tsuyoshi was surprised. The shaman exam? Is it really true that even shamans are divided into ranks? The girl said that the title of shaman is obtained in the same way as the title of healer and awakened elves. It is divided into 6 ranks and is awarded based on the results of an exam. So, shamans are different from simple adventurers, the girl confirmed. They are considered noble representatives of adventurers, can make medicines, and even influence the level of an adventurer. Tsuyoshi was surprised how they could affect the level. Sakura replied that items made by a skilled shaman can influence the course of battles, and some medicines help with leveling up. The girl told a legend about a conflict between a seeker and a shaman that ended in war. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin in confusion. This was very interesting. The guild representative returned and handed over a letter of recommendation, saying that with it they would be able to enter the shaman's guild and process the cardiolus. Sakura took the letter and thanked it politely, saying thank you very much. Having received the letter, Sakura and Tsuyoshi went to the shaman guild. There were a lot of people near the entrance. Everyone was worried and walking back and forth. The young man was surprised. So many shamans had gathered for the exam. Sakura confirmed that on exam days, representatives of prestigious families, schools, and organizations gather here. Taking her master by the hand, Sakura said that they should go. With the guild's letter of recommendation, they would be able to enter inside. Turning to one of the shamans, Sakura politely asked if he could tell her where they could process the cardiolus. A member of the shaman guild replied that it would not be possible today. On the day of the exam, only shamans could enter the building. The girl handed over the letter and apologetically said that they had a letter of recommendation from the Seekers Guild. The girl's persistence angered the shaman. He called her a disgrace and repeated that there was an exam taking place here today and they would not be able to enter, and demanded that they leave. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, shielding Sakura with his body, and firmly said that they would not leave. They had a letter of introduction, so he had to let them in. The shaman asked the boy where he got so much courage and explained that the shaman's guild kept power, so they wouldn't be able to enter until the exams were over. But the young man, clenching his fists, nevertheless moved forward towards the door to the guild. A worried Sakura whispered to the master not to anger the shaman. And then the door opened, and the president of the Association of Northern Shamans, the Blue Shaman Doug, came out and sternly asked what was going on. The gatekeeper addressed President Dog respectfully and apologized for the disturbance and the noise he had caused. Pointing at Tsuyoshi and Sakura, he said that those rude people showed up on the day of the exam to treat the cardioles. They had already tried to drive them away 1,000 times. The shaman told the president that he would deal with them. Tsuyoshi asked the president if he was the one in charge here. They had a letter of recommendation. Why weren't they allowed in? The gatekeeper was furious. But Doug noted that a shaman should not make a fuss, and answered Tsuyoshi that he was ready to help him with the processing, but not today, telling him to come later. The young man politely apologized to the president and said that he was in a hurry, asking if there was another way out. Doug replied that the boy could take part in the shaman exam and get the maximum score. And as a bonus, as the president of the Northern Shaman Association, he would arrange everything. Tsuyoshi tugged at his hair and asked what requirements needed to be met to pass. The shamans gathered for the exam burst out laughing. He doesn't even know this, what a shame. President Doug replied that to become a shaman, he must have at least the abilities of a magician. The test includes creating a potion and an item. The boy asked if he was a magician and would pass, wouldn't he? He extended his hand and asked the president if he could put down his staff. The guild's chief shaman asked again in surprise. He needed a staff. This guy was definitely acting very unusually. The gatekeeper shaman was angry. He called the young man a fool and asked how he dared to so unceremoniously ask the president for his staff. But Tsuyoshi didn't pay any attention to the white shaman. He persistently asked to lend him the staff, in which case he would prove that he met all their requirements. President Doug was silent. He looked at the guy attentively. Apparently, he was interested in him. Finally, Doug handed the staff to the young man, saying that he was interested to see how this warrior would prove his case. The guild president added that the staff had no limitations. Confused, Sakura quietly approached her master from behind and whispered what he was going to do. But the young man, as always, turned to the pretty beast girl and whispered that she should trust him. Sakura smiled touchingly and said, "Okay." She knew that when a master asks for trust, he always achieves his goal. Tsuyoshi clutched his staff and concentrated. The gatekeeper shaman looked at the man with disdain and said that he must prove his abilities. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed coldly as he concentrated and aimed at the white shaman who was standing right next to him. Seeing the movement of the young man, the white shaman fell silent. He did not understand what this strange man was going to do. Tsuyoshi decided to copy the white shaman's skill. To do this, he needed to touch his heart. The next second, he dealt him a not strong but accurate blow. The gatekeeper shaman sighed tenderly, gasped, blushed, and felt his heart as if roses were swirling around it. If Tsuyoshi's guess was correct, then by copying the shaman's skill, he would be able to use magic and this weapon. The system notified the young man that the absolute copying skill had been activated. The skills that the white shaman had began to spin before him again. His choice was not limited by class. He could choose any. The system confirmed Tsuyoshi was right. This skill allows you to select and copy any enemy skill. After quickly scanning through the skills, Tsuyoshi decided to choose Radiance. The system confirmed that the Radiance skill was copied, and Tsuyoshi now has it. Clutching his heart, the white shaman walked away from the young man, asking what this pervert was doing. Tsuyoshi said that a mage can use magic with a staff. If he can use magic, then he is suitable for taking the shaman exam. Golden waves swirled around the young man, and President Doug asked in surprise if he really had magical waves, meaning he wasn't a warrior after all. Turning to his companion, Tsuyoshi quietly told Sakura to close her eyes. The girl obeyed, and the young man, raising Dog's staff, created a magical golden whirlwind around himself. To protect himself from the radiance, the guild president created a magical shield around himself and watched the young man with curiosity. Basic magical radiance, not bad for a simple seeker, but the magical shield cannot be destroyed by magic of this level. The system asked the young man if he wanted to strengthen his magical energy using his absolute physical form. The young man was surprised that such a thing was possible, but still agreed. The system reported that magical energy was strengthened by the absolute physical form. At that very moment, President Dog's staff flared up much brighter, the power of the radiance increasing. The leader of the Shaman Guild was amazed. The guild leader felt that his shield was giving way. It couldn't withstand such an intense light. A huge flow of magic covered the entire area of the city, and now a golden magical glow was shining everywhere. Finally, the young man stopped the magic and, putting his staff aside, turned to the head of the Shaman's Guild. The boy asked President Dog what he would say now, whether the young man could take part in the exam. The surprised guild president was still shielding himself from the bright light, sighing and answering affirmatively, saying that he recognized him. There was a murmur of indignation in the crowd of shamans. It turns out that people can also take the shaman exam. This must be a joke. Looking around, the young man noticed that it seemed like everyone was looking at him as if he were an enemy. Sakura said that the master was the first person to pass the shaman exam. They are all sure that he is up to something. Tsuyoshi's mouth dropped open in surprise. He was the first. Seriously? Sakura confirmed, smiling. Humans typically become healers, a class similar to beastmen, shamans, and awakened elves. Each of the three classes has its own factions, and any attempt to join them will, of course, be regarded as a provocation. The young man replied that he simply wanted to treat the Cardiolus and not provoke them. Sakura understood everything, but there was no ban on participation, so the young man could do as he pleased. The vice president of the Shaman Guild said that he did not object to the president's decision, but wouldn't such a precedent reflect on the honor of the beastman-shaman faction? Il's pig, as the vice president of the guild, doubted that this man would be able to make a potion. He didn't even have the basic attributes. President Doug reassured him, saying that he had lent him the staff and that today's test would reveal everything. Doug was very curious to know what this boy was capable of. President Doug thoughtfully remarked that he had only seen such potential in the brilliant shaman Kevin. Il's pig laughed. The president must be joking. This guy wouldn't even be fit to be a servant wearing the sandals of Kevin's new student. The guild president asked if his student was here today too. Pig confirmed that she was going to take first place. That was definitely the case. Kevin himself claims that she is more brilliant than he was in his youth. The young shaman's name is Fulin. She is from the race of nightcats. The novice shamans exchanged glances, pointing at Fulin. Is this Kevin's new apprentice? She's so young, she's probably just as brilliant. They said that she was incredibly smart, so passing the test for the others would be an incredible success. Fulin heard these discussions, quietly moving her fluffy ears. The girl lowered her head and sighed. She had a book of spells in her hands, and she thought that these losers were so noisy. Il's Pig loudly announced that the exam was about to begin and asked the visitors to leave the area and the rest to take positions based on the numbers they had been assigned. Tsuyoshi told his companion that it was time for him to go. Sakura wished him luck and said that she would wait for him outside. The numbers of the examinees were written on the floor. Looking at the paper President Doug gave him, he saw the number 15 and took his seat. Fulin glanced at Tsuyoshi in surprise. She was surprised that there was a human among the examinees. Tsuyoshi, looking at the genius shaman's apprentice, introduced himself, saying that he was Tsuyoshi and thought what a cute beast girl, the complete opposite of Sakura. Fulin replied that it seemed like someone wanted to attract attention. The guy didn't like Fulin's sarcasm and thought that her sharp tongue was her downside. The president asked if everyone had taken their positions. During the exam, they would have to prepare potions themselves, and he was confident that each of them was ready for this. Suddenly, something began to rise from the ground. Tsuyoshi recoiled in horror and asked what it was. Soon, tables with magical objects appeared in front of the examinees. Fulin asked if he hadn't heard about the shaman's installation. Maybe it was time for him to go home? The guy was offended by these caustic remarks. He showed his face to the young Fulin, thinking that she would finally leave him alone. Looking at the table, Tsuyoshi thought, it seems that in this world potions are made the old-fashioned way. The guild president handed the floor over to his deputy, saying that Vice President Pig would tell them more about the test. Il's Pig struck the ground twice with his magic staff, and circles began to spread out from it. The vice president's magic circles spread wider and wider and finally reached the examinees. At that very moment, each of the young shamans saw small scrolls flying towards them from the sky. Tsuyoshi also received a scroll. It said that he needed to make 3 energy potions in 1 hour. The young man, of course, didn't know how to make the potion. He turned his head from side to side, looking at what the other participants were doing. The guild president explained that first it was necessary to select the ingredients. If you make even one mistake, the potion will not work, and the participant will be expelled. Looking at the confused faces and tears of the examinees, the young man was surprised that so many participants really didn't know what to choose. And then the young man heard Fulin's voice. She noticed that usually to make a potion, the magician collects all the ingredients in advance. The girl had already finished selecting the ingredients for the potions and said that it was a shame not to remember the basic ingredients for such a simple potion. Tsuyoshi was shocked. It was incredible. The girl finished selecting the ingredients so quickly. Fulin chuckled and summoned her shining magic staff to continue her work. The girl responded to Tsuyoshi's cry that Master Kevin ordered her to take first place and she would do it. The guild leaders watched Fulin with admiration as she began cooking. Her precision and speed, impeccable. Pointing her magic staff at the basket of ingredients, Fulin commanded that they all be ground up. And then the magic began. The ingredients were crushed and mixed in the required proportions. The resulting potions were sent into the flasks themselves. Tsuyoshi looked at her with wide eyes of surprise. He realized that despite her sharp tongue, Fulin was incredible. And then the guy realized that he needed to repeat after her. He activated the Divine Eye and used it to analyze her actions. Doug noted that Kevin was not mistaken. Fulin uses magic wisely. In the future, she will surely become a great magician. Obeying Fulin's magical staff, her potions swirled in the air, shimmering with different colors. Along with them, the test tubes and stoppers rose. The prepared magical liquid was distributed among the test tubes, which themselves were sealed with stoppers. The guild president said that the last stage of potion creation is the most important. A greenish magical energy swirled around Fulin as she prepared for the final stage. The processing of the finished potions began. Mixing ingredients using magic reflects the student's magical abilities. Doug was confident that this would not be difficult for Fulin, and at this rate, she would take first place. Everyone watched Fulin's actions with delight. Processed potions swirled around her. Tsuyoshi also watched his neighbor. The guild president looked at Tsuyoshi with interest and wondered in surprise if he hadn't started yet. But what was he waiting for? In the finale, the genius shaman's apprentice summoned a fusion to perform the final processing of the resulting potions. Fulin raised her hand and said that she had everything ready and thought that it was very easy and she was the best. The president of the Shaman Guild said that it was excellent and asked the girl to wait until the end of the test so that her work could be checked. The young shaman snorted in irritation. She would have to wait for these half-wits. And then she noticed that Tsuyoshi was looking at her very closely. She rudely asked why this pervert was staring at her. At this time, the system informed Tsuyoshi that the analysis was complete. The divine eye had analyzed the target's action. The young man replied that it was nothing special, Fulin coldly remarked. There was no point in wasting time, although he still didn't have enough of it. Looking sideways at the guy, Fulin was surprised this man acts incredibly quickly. Ill's pig, looking at the young man in surprise, opened his fanged mouth. President Doug also watched the guy closely. The system asked Tsuyoshi if he wanted to apply the analyzed actions. He answered, apply. The young man took the staff in his hands and herbs, and vials began to swirl around him. The necessary ingredients were automatically selected and ground, and the processing of the potion began immediately. Fueling was shocked. Her neighbor was picking, mixing, and processing ingredients at the same time. She didn't know he had such power. Ill's pig whispered that the boy had been hiding his potential all this time. Kevin demonstrated this method of preparation in his younger years. He called it a simplification of the process, but it is impossible to pull off without exceptional strength. Can this guy really match Kevin's genius? Sakura, standing at the entrance to the Shaman Association, was very worried about the master. The girl sighed heavily. Although she trusted the master, she was still worried. She wondered if there would be any flaws in his potion. The system notified Tsuyoshi that almost all stages of preparation were completed. The guy remarked that it all looked like he had done this many times, which was great. The last and most important stage of potion preparation is mixing with the help of magic. The quality of the potion depends on the magical power and attributes of the shaman. Now Tsuyoshi must turn it into a potion using magic. Fulin, looking at her strange neighbor, widened her eyes in surprise. He had dealt with it faster than her. Perhaps this guy used Master Kevin's technique that he impressed everyone with during the shaman exam. The Shaman Guild president remembered that Kevin had prepared a C-rank potion using his technique back then. It was similar to the White Shaman's potion. Potions are rated from D to S. The rank depends on the shaman's skill. Potions of class B and above cause supernatural phenomena. Ill's pig was at a loss. Making a C-rank potion was like a feat for a person. Well, the final product would be judged. C-rank potions can be crafted by a blue shaman, making them highly sought after, while D-rank potions are more commonly sold. President Doug, with his eyes closed, watched attentively the man who had decided to take the shaman exam. The system informed Tsuyoshi that the rank of the processed potion ranged from D to S, depending on the skill of the creator. According to the system's assessment, the basic energy potion rank is D. Tsuyoshi was surprised. It's so low, it will be enough for the exam. Glancing sideways at his neighbor, he thought that he had to defeat her. If she made a C-rank potion, he would lose first place. To be on the safe side, he needed to prepare at least a C-rank potion. But Tsuyoshi had absolutely no idea how to do that. After thinking for a bit, the boy realized that if he could change the strength of his magic and attributes, the rank of the potion would also change. Tsuyoshi decided to first increase his strength with the help of the absolute physical form. This will increase magical energy. But how to change the attributes? Ill's pig wondered why the young man hadn't processed the potion. He laughed. The man had spent all his energy on selecting the ingredients. Fulin watched her neighbor tensely. She didn't understand what was going on. He had finished processing. He could start merging. What was he waiting for? Suddenly, a shaman approached Tsuyoshi from behind and, about to pat him on the shoulder, asked the man if he had processed the potion. The shaman's hand was already reaching out to Tsuyoshi. The stranger was saying that at this rate his magic would soon run out. But Fulin, holding out her magic staff, commandingly told the stranger not to touch it because he was distracting him. Did he really not know the basic rules of shamans? Tsuyoshi thought, he only has magic, how can he get an attribute? And then it dawned on him. He had the divine hammer of the king. If he borrowed its power, he could change the magical attributes. He needed to try. Doug noticed that the boy's magical waves were unstable. Ill's pig also felt their fluctuations. If he didn't hold the magic, the processing would fail. What a pity. The boy concentrated and mentally called upon the king's divine hammer, asking it to grant him its power. At that very moment, bluish lightning began to swirl around the young man, and the king's divine hammer responded and filled him with energy. Everyone around him recoiled from him in horror, looking questioningly at the man. Fulin was also shocked. His magical power suddenly increased. Tsuyoshi was pleased. He had succeeded. System notifications poured in. The glow had been improved. The current magical attributes were lightning. The young man raised his staff and squeezed it. Lightning began to swirl around him. He ordered the processing to begin. The final fusion of the potion has begun. With a heavy sigh, Tsuyoshi announced to the examiners that the basic energy potion was ready. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the boy sighed. He didn't think that using magic would be so exhausting, but he didn't know if he could surpass Fulin. Doug said it was strange. How could he do that? He felt the presence of another element. The guy heard everyone around him start making noise and asked in confusion what was going on. After some time, the examiners raised their magic wands and announced a stop, demanding that everyone stop working. Anyone who continued would be disqualified. The president of the Shaman's Guild announced that he and the vice president would now evaluate the prepared potions. After opening the vial of potion, the president said that the smell was weak and rather simple. The potion barely qualified as a D rank. However, he congratulated the manufacturer. It passed. The young shaman bowed, thanked the president, and said that it was a great honor. Approaching the next examinee, Il's pig winced as he looked at his potion. The guild vice president said it was smoking and smelled of burning. The shaman had overdone it with the processing, and the test had failed. The shaman shouted "No!" in horror. Pig added that drinking such a potion would weaken all characteristics and advised him to prepare better. The guild leaders went around to everyone in turn. Some were happy that they had passed the test, while others were horrified that they had failed. Il's pig approached Fulin and said that it was her turn. He asked how her mentor Kevin was doing. The girl thanked him for his concern and said that the master was doing well, and Il's pig was glad to hear it. After opening the corks, the vice president of the Shaman's Guild noted that this enticing aroma looked promising. The young shaman, holding her breath, waited for an assessment of her potion. Il's was delighted. The aroma was long-lasting, the processing was pure. This was a basic C-rank energy potion. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek. She didn't let her master down. She did it. The shamans began to make noise. She would definitely take first place. Fulin was sure that the others were no match for her. Tsuyoshi's mouth dropped open in surprise. Wow, a C-rank potion, that's impressive. The president of the Shaman Guild approached the young man and told Tsuyoshi that it was his turn. Doug asked him what he thought his result was. Tsuyoshi ruffled his hair and admitted that he did the best he could. Ills glanced sideways at the young man and noticed that he was so unsure of himself, he probably only made a D-rank potion at best. The guild president shook his head. He did everything he could, that's good. Now he needs to check the rank of the potion. As soon as the caps of the test tubes with the potion were opened, lightning began to fly out of them. Energy swirled around the square. Everyone looked at Tsuyoshi's table, which was literally glowing with discharges. Doug looked around in surprise. Was this a supernatural phenomenon? A lightning strike? Interesting. Il's pig opened his fanged mouth in surprise. The potion that caused such phenomena was rated at least B rank. Fueling couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. Only someone whose strength was comparable to Master Kevin's could make a B-rank potion. All the examinees silently looked at the amazing potion that the man had created. The guild president carefully assessed the product, the richest aroma, the purest processing, and the supernatural phenomenon. Turning to the vice president, Doug said that it seemed they were mistaken. Perhaps this guy was scarier than Kevin himself. The guild leaders reported that the young man had made a basic B-rank energy potion. The boy sighed with relief. He heard Doug's words that he was in first place. Sakura was on duty at the entrance to the Shaman Association. The girl was beside herself with anxiety. The exam ended. The shamans came out, some happy, some sad, but the master was still not there. But then Tsuyoshi appeared. He waved his hand to Sakura and called the girl by name. She asked if everything was okay. She was so worried. He had been gone for ages. The young man apologized and said that the exam was over. Sakura asked cautiously how it went. The young man smiled. He did it and returned to her with first place. She couldn't believe it. First place. Incredible. The president of the Shaman Guild held the raw cardiolus in his hands and asked, having such enormous power, he wanted to process the cardiolus. This rare item, once processed, can be used to connect with dark zones to increase the experience gained tenfold. Tsuyoshi replied that he needed it to level up. Doug chuckled. Since he took first place, he would fulfill his wish. Il's pig asked the boy who taught him how to make potions. He won't believe him if he says he didn't have a teacher. The young man said that no one taught him this. He did it all himself. The leaders of the Shaman Guild were shocked. Did he really learn everything on his own? They felt pathetic. President Doug told them to come after processing the Cardiolus. He will help him get a shaman's robe. Tsuyoshi and Sakura passed by a saddened Fulin. The girl, with her ears down, was grieving her defeat. She sighed heavily. Her whole body shook. She barely audibly asked Master Kevin to forgive her. She lost to a pathetic man. Sakura turned to Fulin in surprise. Apparently the name Kevin was familiar to her. She looked very carefully at the young shaman, so she was Kevin's student. Tsuyoshi noticed that his companion was late and asked Sakura what was the matter. The girl smiled and hastened to answer. Nothing special, she was just thinking. The young man called his companion, saying that after processing the Cardiolus, another target awaited them. Tsuyoshi and Sakura followed after President Doug, while a frustrated Fulin nervously clutched the tablecloth on the table. Tsuyoshi and his companion, following Doug and Ills, found themselves in the ritual room. Doug began the ritual. He called upon Mother Earth, Father Fire, the Spirit of Water, the breath of the wind to hear his call and process the Cardiolus again. Ill's pig explained that the Cardiolus was filled with the power of darkness, and they would need a special ritual. Tsuyoshi was lucky. The president would process it personally. The young man was surprised. This ritual probably belonged to some special type of magic. The president struck the staff and asked to cleanse the spirit with the softness of water, the currents of wind, to remove the power of darkness and fill it with flawless light to cleanse the stone. Dag, in the name of the shaman, commanded that new life be given to the stone. After the ritual was completed, Doug said that now only Tsuyoshi would be able to use this Cardiolus, and the young man thanked him. Doug explained that Cardiolus come in low, medium, and high grades, this one being a medium grade. Tsuyoshi picked up the stone. Now the experience points in the dark zones will be higher. Doug confirmed that the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward, but do not confuse the dark zones with the normal ones. The president said that their team would need at least 1 tank, 2 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 healer. He asked how many there were and who would go with them. Tsuyoshi laughed. They were the only ones on the team. Sakura said that she didn't count because, due to her participation, the master's experience points would be divided in half. The leaders of the Shaman Guild were astonished. Was the young man really going to go into the Dark Zone alone? The portal began to spin. This is the entrance to the Dark Zone. Tsuyoshi will be able to enter it now and twice after. Upon returning, the Cardiolus will turn to ash and disappear. Once inside, the young man will no longer be able to leave. He will either have to defeat all the monsters or wait until the end of his stay. Pig added that the body will be thrown out if he dies, another way to get out. The young man laughed. The shamans were joking. This definitely wouldn't happen. Sakura confirmed that everything would be fine. The girl handed the potion master some, and with the coins she had earned on her last mission, she had replenished her supplies. He would need them. Tsuyoshi, taking the bag, told Sakura that she was as caring as always and asked her to wait for him. Doug stopped the young man because he had returned the staff to him. How could he use magic if he wanted? He could borrow the staff again. The young man thanked the guild's chief shaman and said that he would not need the staff. Taking the sword in his hands, the young man said with a smile that he was a warrior. As if in response to the guy's words, a message appeared about his rank, level, power, and other characteristics. The system reported the use of Cardiolus, the first of 3 possible. Sakura asked the master to be careful. Ill's pig was shocked. Could he really be a warrior? Dog added. A warrior with such a talent for magic. The guild president was very curious about what this young man would achieve. They would be eagerly awaiting. The area Tsuyoshi found himself in was called the Dark Forest. If he left the zone on his own, it would take 12 hours to reopen the entrance. But the guy decided that he needed to defeat the monsters as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to wait. The young man saw that there was a pack of 10th level dark wolves ahead. They attack with sharp claws, usually in packs, and are afraid of fire. Tsuyoshi peeked out from behind the bushes. He couldn't let them surround him, and he shouldn't underestimate the speed of their attacks. He must finish as quickly as possible. He must increase the attack power with the help of the absolute physical form. Jumping down on the predators from above, Tsuyoshi angrily shouted that they shouldn't click their teeth. The guy used a thunder chain, hitting his opponents. The wolves were paralyzed. Armed with a sword, Tsuyoshi killed the paralyzed predator and received 500 experience points. In his world, he received the same amount for defeating a serious monster. In this world, the experience points are much higher. The young man was pleased. Great. He would soon be able to return, having raised his level. The system reported that the paralysis effect had expired. The monsters began to move, and the young man did not have time to kill them all. With their fanged mouths wide open, they pounced on Tsuyoshi. and the boy was surprised that the paralysis effect ended so quickly. It turned out that the darkness was incredible, strong, and these monsters were more resilient than ordinary monsters. The giant wolf pounced on the young man with incredible speed. If he had been slower, his throat would have been torn out. And then the young man realized that the wolves were up to something. He noticed that the wolf closest to him blocked his comrade's view with his body. Very clever. In this case, he needs absolute physical fitness. If he holds the weapon with both hands, he will release maximum force. Taking the sword in both hands, the young man swung it and said that he would defeat all enemies with one blow. Tsuyoshi smiled. At this rate, he would quickly level up and be able to reach level 7 on his first try. His experience points reached 7,100 out of 15,000. Sakura nervously fidgeted with her hands while waiting for her master. Doug quietly approached the girl and asked if she was worried. This was the first time the Shaman Guild president had seen anyone enter the Dark Zone alone, unless they possessed exceptional strength. Sakura replied that she trusted the master. Bill's pig said he'd seen plenty of guys die because of overconfidence. But this was the first time he'd met someone who went to fight the boss in the Dark Zone alone. Sakura frowned in displeasure. She didn't really like the vice president of the Shaman Guild. Tsuyoshi finished the fight. All the enemies were defeated, but he was also without strength because he was fighting continuously. The young man felt that his endurance and willpower were running out, and absolute physical strength was wearing down his body. Opening the bag, the young man said that Sakura's potions had indeed been very useful to him. He took out a basic stamina potion and a basic energy potion and swallowed them. Some of the potion almost flew out. The young man forgot how terrible they tasted. But soon his endurance and willpower were restored, and the young man decided that he needed to continue in the same spirit. Sakura and Doug continued to stand near the spinning portal, waiting for Tsuyoshi. The girl turned to President Doug and asked if he would also wait for her return. The shaman replied that he was worried whether the young man would return safe and sound. The guild president remembered the boy's glowing eyes and his claim that he was a warrior who passed the shaman's exam to process Cardiolus and prepare a potion of the highest quality. And then Doug asked in surprise, "What were those sounds?" A delighted Sakura replied that these were the sounds of a master's skills. The girl approached the portal and said joyfully that as long as they could hear them, they could be sure that he was alive. Tsuyoshi continued to fight in the darkness zone. Seeing another pack of 10-level wolves, he pounced on them. Another pack of predators was killed. Tsuyoshi's experience points increased significantly. The young man was happy. Everything was going great. Only their boss remained. The guy finally reached the hardest part, the final boss. Now he can reach the 7th level. The guy approached the strange gate with eyes. He thought that maybe he should rest a little before the fight. Behind him lay the chopped-up predators that had been guarding the boss. Sitting down near the gate that led to the boss's lair, the young man drank a few more potions. The taste is disgusting. He will probably never get used to it. The capsules from his world have a pleasant taste, but the potion in this world is much more effective. The potions worked and Tsuyoshi jumped to his feet cheerfully. Great! He was fully recovered and could continue. Approaching the strange gate, Tsuyoshi was horrified to see a living eye that was curiously examining the uninvited guest. The gate swung open and a guy with a sword on his shoulder stood on the threshold. The young man moved forward bravely and after a while noticed a huge figure moving towards him. In front of Tsuyoshi was the gigantic muscular body of the Dark Forest boss. A boar with bloodshot eyes came out to meet the guy. His level was the same as the Darkness Predator minion boss. It must be the Darkness Zone boss. The 14th level Dark Zone boss, wandering through the Dark Forest, looked at his lone small enemy with curiosity. Suddenly, a weapon whistled right in front of Tsuyoshi, and the young man barely managed to dodge. Tsuyoshi looked at the enemy in surprise. He didn't expect him to attack so quickly. But the dark boss didn't retreat. He dealt blow after blow, stones swirled around. Tsuyoshi put his sword forward. Holding back the enemy's onslaught, the young man thought how fast he was and how incredibly strong he was. The boar brought its giant muzzle closer to Tsuyoshi, and strange waves began to emanate from it. The guy felt that something was happening to his body. It was shaking. Apparently, this was the effect of his boss skill. The system reported that the enemy used the skill, Slowing Tremor. It slows down the enemy's movement. The Dark Forest boss saw that his skill had worked and swung his huge sword at the man again. The young man clenched his teeth and tried to overcome the effect. He mentally asked his body to move. And then the surprised Tsuyoshi saw that the infinity ring on his finger began to glow, and a warmth emanated from it that overcame the skill. The surprised boss of the Dark Forest saw that his enemy had begun to move again, the shackles of the slowing effect having been thrown off. The system notified the young man that the effect of the slowing tremor had expired. His eyes flashed, and he said that he would not give up so easily. Tsuyoshi was at a loss to understand why a stream of pure energy was escaping from the infinity ring. The surprised boar flashed his red eyes, unwrapped his chains, and rushed at his enemy again. Tsuyoshi's eyes also sparkled. He shouted to the boar that he would not die so easily. The fight continued. The giant boss of the dark forest swung his sword at the man, around whom bluish lightning swirled. Unexpectedly, the boar answered the guy, saying that he was strong and not as simple as he seemed, and was able to destroy his slowing trembling. The guy was shocked and asked his enemy in surprise if he could really talk. Tsuyoshi frowned and told the boar that he thought the darkness was a bunch of animals that couldn't speak. After a brief silence, the boss of the dark forest replied that darkness is the supreme being. Having said this, the boar rushed at the man again. The boss of the dark forest used some technique again. The young man felt it. If the guy had a dark goblin set, he could have used roaring tentacles to attack his weak spot, but he left it in his world. This time the boar used the bloody attack technique. The young man was struggling to hold back the onslaught. The Chistama informed him that the sword's durability had decreased by 30%. Tsuyoshi was worried. The enemy was too strong. The system told the young man that a blacksmith could restore the durability of weapons or objects. Tsuyoshi thought with horror that this bloody attack was imposing a vision-impairing effect. And then the young man felt that the enemy's attack had caught up with him. The boar was too fast and he was unable to block the blow. Noticing that the enemy was confused, the boss of the dark forest continued his attack. The young man's vision began to swim, as if blood had gotten into his eyes. Despite this, the young man wielded his sword trying to hit his opponent. There was a whirlwind of stones and dirt around the fighters. None of them were going to give in. The young man lunged forward, trying to strike with his cold, glowing sword to slow down his overly fast opponent. And suddenly he felt that he was wounded. Tsuyoshi started bleeding. He had no potion to stop the bleeding. You can get rid of bleeding using a special potion, skill, or magic. The young man realized that without the potion he would simply die, which meant he had to defeat the enemy before the bleeding intensified. Tsuyoshi thought that maybe he should give up on his last attempts and leave the dark zone. He cursed. If he stayed here, he would not be able to stop the bleeding and would die. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter and exclaimed that he would kill the enemy no matter what. Jumping up, the young man summoned his Thunder Chain skill. The boar looked at his opponent with interest. This young man surprised him more and more. Tsuyoshi shouted, "Taste my attack!" and unleashed a Thunder Chain on the enemy. Having landed not far from the boar, he wondered whether he had succeeded and why the enemy had not repelled his attack. But the boss of the dark forest used his huge sword as a lightning rod. He squeezed the weapon and stuck it into the ground. When the smoke cleared, the young man saw that the lightning chain was circling around the boar, but did not hit it. The system notified that the lightning was stuck in the ground and would not be able to strike. The boar laughed, looking at the surprised face of the young man, and said that it was hilarious. The guy was shocked. This devastating skill worked on everyone, but why didn't it work now? The dark forest boss's eyes once again flashed brightly with a bloody fire. He exclaimed that he would crush his enemy, and he wouldn't even need a sacrifice to do so. The young man wondered what kind of sacrifice he was talking about. Apparently, this was his strongest skill. Swinging a huge sword, the boar launched a powerful attack on the young man. The dark forest boss's weapon power was truly devastating. Having hit the man, the boar said with a grin that his level was enough for him. Tsuyoshi was able to repel this attack as well, but he fell to the ground and realized that half of his health was already gone. Seeing the cold, light sword stuck into the ground, the boar shouted to the seeker that he had lost his weapon. The dark forest boss told Tsuyoshi that it was all useless. He would die anyway. The boar, shouldering his huge sword, added that next time he would kill him. And suddenly the dark boss froze in horror, stuttering, asking, "What is this? Who is this young man?" The boss heard the mocking voice of the enemy and his laughter. He asked who had the victim now. The boar couldn't understand why this skill ended up in a person's hands after all. It was a rare skill of darkness. And who was this person in front of him? The young man responded by getting closer to the enemy and being able to attack. He copied the victim's skill that he mentioned using his own skill. It was a reckless move to gain new power. Now he will tear his flesh into pieces with his bare hands. By donating half of their blood, the user gains immense power and also perfects their most powerful skill for 30 seconds. The system reported that absolute physical power has been activated, and the power for the victim's skill has been obtained. Tsuyoshi chose the form of physical sacrifice. Physical fitness has improved threefold, putting enormous strain on the body. The dark forest boss stuttered as he asked the man why he could use darkness skills. As he charged, Tsuyoshi exclaimed that it was as easy as pie for him. It was the special ability of the Chosen One to copy and use any skill, regardless of race and level. The boar watched in surprise as his enemy gained strength and prepared to attack. The Dark Forest boss was shocked. He didn't expect that a human could have such an incredible speed. For just a moment, the boar's eyes reflected Tsuyoshi approaching him. Approaching the enemy, the young man dealt him a crushing blow to the chest. The boar closed with his broad one, but the young man struck the weapon several times in a row. After delivering several powerful blows, the young man jumped back. The boar was surprised. The man was so strong. But even if he copied the skill, he would not be able to defeat him with brute force. The system alerted the boss that his weapon was damaged. Tsuyoshi's blood was running low, and he was ready to kill the boar by any means necessary. The system reminded that when using the sacrifice skill, the amount of blood lost cannot be replenished. The great power of evil forces one to make sacrifices and face danger. The boar laughed loudly. The man thought too much of himself. Bloody tongues danced around the boar. He asked his opponent if he had forgotten, because he too could use the sacrifice. The scarlet energy of darkness swirled and the transformation of the boss's body began. Having acquired a new form, the boar exclaimed that he was looking at a stupid little man. His sacrifice was just a copy. Now in front of the young man was a giant monster. The boar's sacrifice was truly terrible. By sacrificing half of his blood, the boss gained immense power. The boar, having transformed into a terrible monster, glared angrily at the annoying enemy with its bloody eyes. But the young man raised his hand and replied with a grin that he had not forgotten about it at all. It seemed he had been expecting it. Tsuyoshi replied that he remembered that he could block his attacks with his weapon. The boar was confused as to whether the man had deliberately forced him to drop his weapon, or whether his attack had been intentional. Rushing forward, the young man exclaimed that he simply wanted the boar to donate half of its blood. The young man rushed forward. He knew that now he would either win or die. The wandering boss of the Dark Forest was stunned. How could this be? He was just a human, so why was his strength so overwhelming? Approaching the boar, Tsuyoshi exclaimed that his enemy was now unarmed, and he would see if he could survive the thunder chain. The young man screamed for the enemy to give half of his blood and taste his absolute power. The boar was unable to repel this attack. The system showed that the boss of the Dark Zone wandering through the Dark Forest had died. As he died, the boar whispered in confusion why the man had defeated him. Standing over his dying enemy, Tsuyoshi cried out to him to see his folly. The system informed the young man that he had defeated the boss of the Dark Zone wandering through the Dark Forest. He successfully passed the Dark Zone and has 2 more attempts left. At this point, the victim effect ended. The boy's entire body ached as if his insides were torn apart. The sacrifice was a strong skill, but together with the absolute form it overloaded his body. And then the system delighted the young man, saying that he had received the weapon of the boss wandering through the Dark Forest. It was very opportune because he had just lost his weapon. The guy looked at the acquisition. He received a weapon called the Blood Mist Saw. Any wounds inflicted by this weapon do not heal, a passive effect called bleeding, and a secondary skill called Bloody Attack. Taking the sword in his hand, the young man said that it was great. If he upgraded the blood attack, it would be useful. The system informed him that he could return or continue exploring the darkness. If he continued the trial, he would receive 50% bonus experience points. The young man pressed restart, and after winning the first zone, Tsuyoshi's level rose to 7th. The pain subsided as he leveled up, but the damage from the absolute physical force still remained. The price of using the sacrifice is high. Maybe he should go out and rest a bit. Sakura said that staying in the dark zone without replenishing supplies is very dangerous, but he has to raise his level to 12th within a week, which means he can't miss out on bonus points that will help him feel more confident in his world. Smiling, Tsuyoshi told himself that this was the price of strength. There was no room for doubt. How could he continue the trials without determination? The system informed him that he had chosen to stay and asked him to enter the space and return to the entrance. The young man apologized to Sakura for making her wait. Meanwhile, President Doug and the Beast Girl continued to stand at the portal to the Dark Zone. Sakura became more and more worried. She knew that Tsuyoshi should have returned by now. The chief shaman told the girl not to worry. He probably decided to continue the trials, as this would help him earn bonus experience points. President Doug wondered if he really had decided to continue the tests. Without supplies, it would be practically impossible to pass them. The girl sadly answered the shaman that he promised to leave after the first round. She could still hear the rumble of thunder. At this time, Ill's pig returned. The first round was over, and there was no body. The vice president assumed that the young man had hidden somewhere and was sitting there, trembling with fear. Doug reprimanded his subordinate, telling him to watch his language, but he objected to the president, wondering if he could really overcome the dark zone on his own. Pig insisted that if he had won, he would have returned long ago, which means he didn't pass it and decided to start over. It could cost him his life. There simply wouldn't be enough healing potions. Sakura, turning to Pig, said that the master would definitely return and asked him to refrain from such conversations. The rumble of his lightning proved that he was alive. President Doug, looking sideways at Sakura, thought that this girl was very strong. Pig laughed loudly, asking what thunder, and turning to Sakura, said that she would also be to blame for his death, because she strengthened his confidence. The beast girl turned around and her eyes flashed. She told the vice president that if he did that again, and her hand fell on the hilt of the dagger. Pig was taken aback. Doug was also surprised. She has a thirst for blood. The president of the Shaman Guild slammed his staffs on the floor and ordered them to be quiet and not start a fight. Doug ordered everyone to wait silently for the boy's return. Turning to his deputy, he told Pig that he could go. The vice president moved towards the exit, muttering that he was simply telling the truth and would look at their faces when they saw his exhausted body. The president, raising his voice slightly, told Pigu to get lost. The shaman was surprised how he could not notice the bloodlust in this girl. Taking a close look at Sakura, the president of the Shaman Guild thought that this beast girl's abilities were limitless. And suddenly Sakura took a step towards the portal. She literally stared at it. Doug anxiously asked what was going on. A tear ran down Sakura's face as she said that the master's thunder had died down. Pig, approaching the exit, said mockingly, "Look, the thunder has died down. It's stupid for a simple man to go into the dark zone alone." Suddenly, both shamans stared intently at the portal. The head of the Shaman Guild stuttered and asked what that sound was. Everyone stared at the portal without looking away. The outline of a monster appeared in the passage. Doug asked what this feeling of déjà vu was. President Doug pointed his staff at the portal, asking if the darkness had broken the seal. But that simply couldn't be the case. The outlines were becoming clearer. Everyone realized that a monster was heading towards them. Doug commanded everyone to get ready. Darkness was breaking through into their world. Ill's Pig, throwing down his cup of tea, jumped to the portal. He exclaimed that this could not be. The darkness could not destroy the seal of the dark zone. And suddenly the girl heard familiar steps. She told the shamans to wait. She knew who was coming. Tsuyoshi appeared from the portal and apologized to Sakura for the wait. He completed 3 rounds, received bonus experience points, and leveled up several times. With a weary smile, Tsuyoshi said that he was now level 9. Coming out of the portal, the young man swayed and began to fall. Sakura rushed towards him, hurrying to catch her master. The shamans couldn't believe it. 3 stages in one go. How much power does this young man hide within himself? Doug told Sakura to help him quickly. He was all wounded and completely exhausted. The system confirmed that the young man was now at level 9, and his combat power was 14,500. Sakura gave her master some healing potions, but after visiting the dark zone, it wasn't enough. Both shamans, using magic staffs, healed the young man with the help of reflection. When Tsuyoshi came to, Doug said that his muscles and nerves were seriously damaged. Pig added that it was a miracle that he survived. But the young man was already smiling and saying that thanks to the treatment he felt much better. Sakura pouted and said that the master, in his usual way, acted recklessly and did not keep his promise. Tsuyoshi noticed that Sakura was offended by him for the first time. He apologized and promised to be more careful in the future. The head of the Shaman Guild asked the man if they understood correctly that he had passed through the dark zone 3 times, and he confirmed it. The guild leaders exchanged silent glances. Finally, Doug said that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Fighting the darkness alone 3 times, it's incredible. This guy's abilities are excellent not only in magic but also in combat. Doug was sure that if Kevin was a genius, then this man had surpassed the genius himself. Pig cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling embarrassed by his behavior. Turning to the young man, the shaman said that he would like to apologize for his words. He asked to forgive him for underestimating the strength of the man. Sakura chuckled in displeasure, but the young man reassured the shaman, saying that they had helped him with his treatment and that there was no need to worry about it. Pig said they had healed almost all the wounds except the deep ones. His body was still in critical condition. Reflection is popular among adventurers and can heal almost all types of physical damage. Doug added that the young man came out with serious injuries and nerve damage. It seemed he had used some secret magic or skill, and it should not be used in the future. Tsuyoshi immediately understood that the mage meant victim. This skill still haunted him. He thought only about killing the boss and lost his mind. These are huge risks. What should I do? Suddenly, two eyes appeared before the guy's mind's eye, the ones he saw in the dark forest. The young man felt as if he had been struck by an electric shock. He shuddered and whispered, "I." Sakura looked at the young man questioningly. She asked the master what was wrong. There was clearly something wrong with him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the guy replied, "Nothing. He was just very tired." Victim, darkness, a special skill. It damaged not only his body but his mind as well. He shouldn't use it anymore. Noticing the young man's condition, President Doug put the potion in a bag and said that it should be taken once a day and meditated on to speed up its absorption. Ill's pig was shocked. He recognized the potion and asked the president if he was sure of his decision. Sakura also recognized this potion. Tsuyoshi, unaware of what he was being given, smiled and sincerely thanked the shaman for his help. The guild leader said that it was Kevin's favorite potion that would help him recover, and advised Tsuyoshi to meet Kevin in person. If this great shaman sees talent in him, takes him as an apprentice and imparts even more knowledge in the field of magic, he is one of the few who possesses the legendary law of destruction. Beast Girl asked. Did Kevin find the legendary law of destruction? Tsuyoshi asked, confused what that meant. Ill's pig looked at Tsuyoshi in surprise and asked, shouldn't the Seekers know about this? There are 12 laws, each of which is located in unexplored zones. Each of the laws has the power to destroy the entire world. The first law was written in ancient times. Kevin was called a genius because he mastered the 12th law of the Great Winds 10 years ago. Pig said that Kevin could heal his deep wounds. The young man clenched his fists in joy. Could this really be true? Sakura was surprised. The master's body could be healed. Doug handed the letter to the young man and said that now was not the best time to meet. He had previously been Kevin's mentor, and if Tsuyoshi gave him the letter of recommendation, he would meet with him. The young man accepted the letter from Doug with a bow and thanked him. The shaman added that to meet Kevin, he needed to take with him several rare potions and valuable ingredients so that they could hug each other later. The guy waved goodbye to the leaders of the Shaman Guild, and Sakura bowed respectfully to them. Ill's pig asked, this guy attracted the president's attention so much that he gave him a B, rank forbidden blood potion for free. The guild president laughed. He said that he was interested in how high this man would climb. By extending a helping hand to him now, he made an investment in the future. Pig replied doubtfully that it was a risky investment. Few geniuses had been able to reach the Dark Zone alone, and only a few were human. Doug said that he had never heard of people going into the Dark Zone alone. But this case was far from the first in history. Pig asked in surprise if there were other daredevils. The president of the Northern Shamans Guild lowered his head. After thinking for a moment, he said that 1,000 years ago, a great being gave birth to their clan of beastmen. It was King Garces, an ancient god. Making his way through the thicket of bushes, Tsuyoshi asked Sakura if she knew where to find Kevin. The girl replied that the president had told them they had a long way to go, but along the way they would be able to raise their level. Sakura added that they would certainly be able to achieve their goal, but there was a catch. Tsuyoshi asked what the catch was. The girl replied that to enter this dungeon, a team was needed, and the young man was surprised to see that there were a lot of seekers in the forest. After leaving the forest, he walked towards his guildmates and asked Sakura why there were so many people here. The girl explained that this was a so-called checkpoint. The searchers gathered here and then dispersed to different zones. This place was on their way, so she brought the master here. Here dungeons open randomly, for completing which you can get special bonuses. Tsuyoshi smiled. It looks like a shop. In this world, the choice of dungeons is much more diverse. It's worth trying out your skills here. The young man said that he was going. Sakura, as always, told the master to be careful. She would watch him. One of the seekers loudly said that they were looking for a warrior, or tank of the 15th level, with a combat power of more than 6,000. He promised that they would generously reward them with bonuses and that they would leave as soon as they had the required number of participants. One of the seekers said that this team has been here for 2 days already. The bonuses are good, but the task is also dangerous. No one is in a hurry to join them. One of the team members approached the captain with a proposal to choose another dungeon. They had already spent 2 days on this. The captain asked if he had forgotten how much the information about this dungeon cost them. And besides, it was the only place where you could get a bloody rose. Blood rose is a rare potion ingredient that sells for a very high price due to its popularity among shamans and mages. Another team member said that maybe someone would volunteer another time, but without the required number of participants, they wouldn't be able to enter anyway. And then, Tsuyoshi approached the team with a smile and asked if he could join them. He is a warrior. His level is a little below the required level, but he is confident in himself. The crew members breathed a sigh of relief. The captain said that he was their savior and asked whether he was level 14 or 13. Tsuyoshi smiled and said that he was level 9, but they could leave the vanguard to him. The team members were furious that he could do this at level 9. He was probably making fun of them. And then the system announced that there were only 10 minutes left before the passage closed. The crew told the captain that if they missed this chance, they would lose another day. It was up to him to decide. Why don't they take a 9th level warrior? They can handle it on their own. Otherwise, they won't be able to recoup the cost of the information they've received. The captain cursed. There was no other way. He sternly told the young man that he was giving him a chance, but he should not dare to act arbitrarily. He must listen to his orders. Their 4 were already strong. They took him only for the sake of numbers. Tsuyoshi smiled and said yes. He would be happy to join the team for the first time. The captain responded that it was nice to meet him. Tsuyoshi walked forward with satisfaction, and the team members were shocked. Was this really his first time joining the team? The 5 brave souls entered the dungeon. The system reported that they had entered a dungeon of the 16th level. A level 16 forest rhinoceros jumped out to meet them. It is immune to physical attacks, but is afraid of lightning. The captain gritted his teeth. Damn, informant. The dungeon turned out to be on a different level. It's scary to imagine the dungeon boss if the first enemy was a forest rhinoceros. The team lay in the bushes. The captain tried to calm everyone down. They went through many difficult dungeons together. In a pinch, they can use the Horn of Return. The Horn of Return is an incredibly expensive item, blowing which allows one to leave the dungeon. Its use may be restricted in special dungeons. And then the captain realized that the young man was not next to them. Frowning, he asked where the warrior had gone. He was here when they entered. Was he the only one who went forward? And suddenly the 4 heard furious rumbles of thunder. It was Tsuyoshi using his thunder chain skill. The adventurers looked at the forest, as if enchanted, and did not understand what it was. After killing the rhinoceros, the young man said that compared to those guys from the Dark Zone, this was just easy. The team members were shocked. Did he really defeat this enemy on his own? The young man approached his companions and told them to follow him. He was used to doing everything quickly and was looking forward to the bonuses. The boys didn't keep us waiting long. Emerging from their shelter, they rushed forward. Tsuyoshi was now armed with a blood mist saw, and his combat power was 14,500. The scout reported that there was another one there. The captain added that there was another monster behind the tree and asked to deal with it. Wind Archer said that this 9th level warrior is incredibly strong. Did he really clear this dungeon alone? He burst into the dungeon and easily defeated all the small monsters. How does he know their weak points? It's hard to believe he's level 9. The Priest of Light added thoughtfully that he didn't even need any potions. The scout asked the captain who this guy was. With such skills, he should be known. The captain replied that he had seen him somewhere, but forgot. Tsuyoshi moved forward quickly. The dungeon seemed trivial to him compared to the Dark Zones. Another monster appeared in front of the guy. It uses a laser with poisonous spikes for attacks and is afraid of fire. But now, the poisonous thorns pose no threat to Tsuyoshi, and the Divine Eye allows him to see the weaknesses of all his opponents. For clearing this dungeon, you can get a bloody rose, which the young man can give to Kevin. The boss fight is about to begin. There are more and more small monsters. They are afraid of fire. The young man asked the captain if their mage could attack them. The captain exclaimed, "Now!" and realized that it was his turn to shine. Tsuyoshi warned the boys to beware of the vines. Their thorns are poisonous. The captain glanced warily at the vines and wondered how this guy knew so much about these monsters. He was sure that at the 9th level he couldn't have that much experience. The guy was probably hiding his true abilities. The captain used fire magic and created a blazing whirlpool around the crew. At that very moment, the poisonous monsters were engulfed in furious fire, and the team grouped around the magician. After the monsters were destroyed, the team gathered around the fire. The archer said that the master warrior was incredibly strong. They would surely clear the dungeon without any problems. The scout was surprised. He began to call him master. The Priest of Light noticed that this guy was not like the seekers of this world. He was special. The captain extended his hand to Tsuyoshi and introduced himself, saying that his name was Victor, and Tsuyoshi also gave his name. The captain admitted that he did not expect to meet such a skilled warrior and asked who he was. Tsuyoshi replied that he was a simple rookie seeker. The captain chuckled when he heard that he was a newbie and said that they would talk about it later. Victor asked, because Tsuyoshi probably knows the dungeon rankings for each region. The young man took a sip of the water offered to him and honestly admitted that he didn't know why Victor was asking. Victor explained that all data about the dungeon clearing and its participants is recorded in the dungeon rating system. Clearing them can earn you not only bonuses but also fame. The young man replied that he understood and asked why the captain was saying this. In his world, there was a similar system, which means there is one here too. Victor said that this team was assembled by chance. He is a member of the Q Elite group, their captain, one of the founders of the guild, the shield-bearer warrior Big Goat Harvey. Tsuyoshi asked what Victor was getting at. A new level 18 dungeon recently opened, and within the swamp, monsters from the Dark Zone are hiding. They are difficult to defeat due to the lack of information about their weaknesses. Tsuyoshi seems to know quite a lot about monsters and could be useful in clearing things out. The young man immediately perked up. If this was a dungeon with Dark Zone monsters, the reward should be worthy. Victor confirmed that if he clears it, the first-time completion result will be added to the ranking, which will unlock additional bonuses. If Tsuyoshi is interested, he will arrange a meeting with their captain. The young man thought that this could be a good alternative for obtaining the attributes needed to level up. Tsuyoshi asked if Victor wanted him to participate in the cleanup despite being on level 9, and he replied that it was no problem. The guy said he was ready, but on 2 conditions. Victor was taken aback. What conditions? If they were acceptable, he would consider an additional reward. It seems like this guy trusts him. If he agrees to join them and tells them about the weaknesses of the monsters in the Dark Zone, they will have an advantage. Tsuyoshi voiced the conditions. They would give him all the experience points for clearing the dungeon, and he would choose his own reward for completing it. Everything else would go to them. Victor was stunned. Wow. Even if he agreed, the captain and the others would hardly approve of it. He had to consult with them. Tsuyoshi said, in that case, it won't be long before they return to this conversation when they leave the dungeon. The dungeon was behind them, and the 5 brave men headed towards the exit. They were able to pass it safely. The guys were very pleased. The captain's final blow with fire magic, which hit the boss's weak point, was incredible. The boss was powerless against fire magic, so everything went smoothly. The captain was delighted. The young man told them about the boss's weaknesses, how to defeat him, and even what to watch out for. He is simply incredible. As a reward, Tsuyoshi chose a blood rose, saying that he had received his share and they could split the rest between them. Coming out of the dungeon, the captain said that they would part ways here. He would share the bonus rewards later. Everyone thanked him. Victor asked Tsuyoshi if he had time. He would like to introduce him to the captain, but the young man told him to wait. He had to warn someone. Sakura was surprised. Tsuyoshi had already been invited to the team. It was incredible. She had to reach level 30 to even get an invitation. The girl warned Tsuyoshi to be careful. She would get information from the nearest town and report to him as soon as she returned. The young man replied that it would be very useful if she couldn't find him. They would meet at the Seekers Guild. The girl handed over her wallet and said that there were several potions and some money. Tsuyoshi thanked the Azerbaijan and said that he was going. Sakura, as always, wished the master good luck. Circumstances were turning out perfectly for Sakura. She now had time to get information about the genius Kevin. The girl wondered if this shaman really did possess the law of the great winds. Then the plan to kill him would have to be adjusted. Sakura headed towards the city with a determined step. She had a lot of things to do. Placing the mug on the table, Harvey asked, "A 9th level warrior makes demands? Seriously?" Big Goat's eyes flashed. He was going to lead his elite team? That's just ridiculous. Victor said that this young man was incredible. Thanks to him, they easily got the Bloody Rose. Vice Captain Luke said with a laugh that a 9th level warrior wasn't even worthy of carrying their sandals. Everyone around burst out laughing. Victor exclaimed that it was true. If they didn't believe it, they could meet him in person. Captain Harvey asked Victor if this amazing young man was here. Victor said that he was waiting at the entrance. The vice captain asked why he brought who knows who here. Victor completely lost his fear. The young man frowned and reprimanded the vice captain, who was constantly making fun of him. Captain Harvey said he would meet with the young man. Victor thanked him. Soon he brought Tsuyoshi to meet Captain Harvey. Everyone looked at the guy with curiosity. The young man tugged at his hair and said that he was Tsuyoshi, a 9th level warrior, and it was a pleasure to meet everyone. The high-level adventurers grimaced in disdain as they looked at this shy boy. The vice captain laughed loudly and shouted for everyone to see that this guy oozed weakness. Tsuyoshi didn't answer, and Victor, hugging the young man, told him not to pay attention. Captain Harvey asked Tsuyoshi, according to Victor, he can clear the new dungeon, how confident is he? Tsuyoshi replied that he was 100% confident, but he had one more condition. Captain Harvey chuckled, 100% sure. And what is this condition? The young man, his eyes sparkling, asked permission to be their captain. Hearing the newcomer's statement, Everyone was speechless for a while. There was silence in the hall. Only the crackling of the candle flame could be heard. Captain Harvey jumped up from his chair in surprise and turned to face the boy. "He wants to be the captain of their elite team?" Vice Captain Luke asked, apparently out of his mind. Standing before him was the big goat himself, Captain Harvey. Their team consists of the most famous explorers. Victor was sweating with excitement. He whispered to the young man, "What, Captain? This was absurd." But he whispered back that it was necessary to clear the dungeon. There was no need to worry about it. Captain Harvey sat back down in his chair and replied that this time other teams would be entering the dungeon. And the young man said that if they allowed him to be the captain, he promised to clear the dungeon. Luke exclaimed indignantly, "How dare this kid say such a thing?" and suggested that the captain simply kick him out. To the surprise of everyone present, Captain Harvey agreed and said that he accepted all of the young man's conditions. But if his words turned out to be empty chatter, then there was no point in expecting mercy. Luke was taken aback. The captain was probably joking, but Tsuyoshi calmed everyone down and said that they could easily clear the dungeon if they worked as a team. The vice captain asked what a level 9 weakling was capable of. Harvey replied that they had no other options. Without him, they would just waste another attempt. Luke didn't let up. Making him captain was too much. Victor had succumbed to the influence of this brat. He wasn't right for them. They had to kick him out now. But Captain Harvey asked Luke if he knew how much they had been ridiculed by other guilds, unable to achieve anything and treated with contempt by them. If they clear this dungeon first, their reputation will be restored. Now they have no other choice. They need to take advantage of this opportunity. Turning to Tsuyoshi, Harvey said that if this was a hoax, he would make the boy answer for it. Several teams gathered in front of the entrance to the dungeon. The seekers noticed that the big goats were about to enter the dungeon again, and they would probably use the Horn of Return again. But today the team is not led by Harvey. Everyone was asking each other who it was. His outfit was strange. The captain of the rival team asked them if they had changed their leader and were acting arrogant and weaklings. Victor whispered to Tsuyoshi that the captain of that team always bullied them, but there was some truth in his words. Therefore, the captain and the rest of the team are under a lot of pressure, and recently the situation has become even worse. Tsuyoshi listened silently to Victor's explanation and, turning to him, said that he understood everything. Tsuyoshi pushed the captain of the other team aside with his shoulder and apologized for getting in his way, who turned to Harvey and said that their new leader was quite the upstart. They will see how he behaves the next time they return with the help of the horn. The system reported that the team had registered, and they could enter the dungeon. The young man, turning slightly, replied that they would see about that later. Tsuyoshi said that everything was fine and suggested that they begin. Victor said that unexplored monsters from the Dark Zone inhabit the swamp of this dungeon, but there shouldn't be any problems with the Divine Eye. The system welcomed the adventurers to the 18th level of the Swamp Shadow Dungeon. Only large teams could enter here, but the participants' level could not be higher than 18th. Harvey asked Tsuyoshi what they were going to do, and the boy replied that he had a plan. He asked the captain if he was taking all the experience points for himself, wasn't he? Harvey confirmed that the team's honor was more important to them. It was important for them to clear the dungeon first, and he asked them not to disappoint them. The guy himself was convinced of their dire situation. If they failed, Tsuyoshi needed to prepare for the consequences. The young man replied that he understood everything. Harvey addressed the team members and told everyone to get ready and listen to Tsuyoshi's instructions. Luke muttered that he couldn't believe they were going to give all the experience points to this guy. Tsuyoshi activated the high difficulty level of the dungeon. Each dungeon is divided into easy, medium, and hard difficulty levels, with hard difficulty meaning all rewards are tripled, including experience points. The young man smiled. With the tripled points of all team members, he would be able to rise 2 or even 3 levels. The system informed the young man that he had chosen a high difficulty level, and the strength of all monsters and their attributes had tripled. The crew looked up in surprise as the sky above them turned blood red. Harvey was horrified and turned to Tsuyoshi, asking if he had activated the hard difficulty level. The crew looked at the blood-red sky and asked, "Is this some kind of mistake? Is something wrong here? Is this suicide?" Victor stuttered as he asked what Tsuyoshi was doing. The high difficulty level couldn't be activated unless he'd studied the dungeon thoroughly. He'd made a mistake, hadn't he? Luke called Tsuyoshi an idiot. No one could clear even an easy level. Apparently this guy wants to ruin them. He said they would waste their time, and upon returning they would be ridiculed again. Luke was happy. He was waiting for the right moment. And the guy himself made a mistake. This idiot chose a high difficulty level. The vice captain immediately took out the Horn of Return. They would have to use the last one to get out of here. This guy had tricked them. But Tsuyoshi rushed forward and called everyone to follow him. With the divine eye and such a number of people, they would be able to clear the dungeon without any difficulty. Luke continued to be indignant. He was talking nonsense. He dragged them here and didn't understand that it was a threat to life. If he wanted, let him go alone. Tsuyoshi activated the divine eye and confirmed that everything was going according to plan. In the swampy area, monsters are afraid of lightning. A toothy crocodile, a level 18 monster, came out to meet the team members. The crocodiles grouped together and attacked with their fangs. The system suggested that they are afraid of lightning and fire. The young man realized that if he concentrated, he could improve the divine eye. Luke kept shouting that this fool was going forward. There were toothy crocodiles there, and so many of them. It would be the end for everyone. Captain Harvey wondered if this guy had really tricked them. But the young man shouted for them to follow him, and he would lead them to the end. And the team members, shaking, followed the young man. Raising his deadly weapon, Tsuyoshi commanded them not to stand there like a pillar, but to prepare the mage to fire. Victor cursed, prepared his magic staff and said that he was advancing and that he believed Tsuyoshi. Victor shouted at the fire mages to follow him. If they ran away again, they would simply be ridiculed. The team members followed the young man, cursing and saying they couldn't stand the ridicule any longer. The crocodiles, meanwhile, were gathering together to attack the young man with their fangs. Captain Harvey yelled at the boy to get away. 6 toothy crocodiles grouped together to attack. They would tear him to pieces. But instead of leaving, Tsuyoshi used Thunder Chain and shouted for the fire mages to concentrate all their power a meter away from him. The magicians responded with acceptance and began to fire at the monstrous crocodiles. Thanks to the combined fire of the mages, a wall of fire arose that destroyed the paralyzed monsters. The toothy crocodiles were on fire. Their attack was interrupted. Victor's mouth dropped open in surprise. The young man had defeated 6 enemies at once. How could that be? The guy explained that his skill paralyzes enemies, preventing them from using skills and causing any attacks against them to deal double damage. Seeing the victory, the team became inspired. Could they really clear this dungeon? Captain Harvey couldn't believe that this guy was level 9 with such skills. Who was he? But Luke continued to say that he was just lucky, but the team members began to stand up for the young man. Victor told Luke that he should just shut up. He was only embarrassing them. The angry vice captain turned to Victor and asked what he had said, but Tsuyoshi interrupted them. They didn't have time to bicker and argue while everything was going well. The young man commanded everyone to follow him. They would pass a high level of difficulty and clear the dungeon. Harvey asked the others if they had heard, and then led the way after the boy. The rest of the team also ran on together, and only Luke, sitting on the ground, shouted for them to wait for him. Harvey urged everyone to follow Captain Tsuyoshi. They are going through a high level. Half an hour later, the team approached a huge swamp in the Dungeon of Swamp Shadows. All the previous teams lost in this very place. Victor asked the young man what they should do. Tsuyoshi activated the Divine Eye. Luke grumbled that the monsters here were high-level Dark Zone monsters. They almost lost because of this guy. Big Goat's team wouldn't let it go that easily. Victor yelled at Luke. Thanks to Tsuyoshi, they took practically no damage. That was impossible before. Isn't that clear? How can he even say that? Luke reminded Victor not to forget himself. He was actually the vice captain, and Tsuyoshi was only taking over as leader temporarily. Harvey barked at the disputants, telling them to shut up and not distract Captain Tsuyoshi. The Divine Eye analyzed the situation. It was impossible to bypass the swamp. One team member needed to be assigned to distract the monsters while the others moved forward. The young man decided that in this case it would be even easier than he thought. The depth of the swamp along the route did not exceed 40 centimeters. This was the safest and fastest route. The young man was surprised by the precise analysis. It seemed that the capabilities of the Divine Eye depended on his combat power. He remembered the results. It was time to make a plan. The system warned that there were 15 Dark Zone monsters on the route. They needed to be neutralized. Thanks to his excellent physical fitness and the strength of his legs, the young man would be able to move through the swamp at a normal pace. The system also advised using the swamp's high electrical conductivity to concentrate power in the legs to attract monsters and lure them into the combat zone. Tsuyoshi told the vice captain that their work together was for mutual benefit. He was their temporary leader, and if Luke was not happy with something, he could leave. The young man's eyes flashed as he told the vice captain that since he was the captain and leader here now, he had to follow his instructions. Luke was about to start a fight again, but Harvey barked at him that was enough. He could say everything when he got out of the dungeon. Now everyone wanted to get through it as quickly as possible. The vice captain was incredibly angry at this damn level 9 rookie. The young man thought that in the past, his spirit might have been broken by someone like this Luke. There will always be people in the world who bully the weak and those who pose a threat. Tsuyoshi used to be their victim, like Karina and many others. The only way out of this situation is to become stronger. The guy said, enough of the empty chatter. To get to the next point, they would have to cross the swampy area. Harvey replied that one day he walked halfway and saw a path leading to the entrance to the next point. They must beware of the monsters of the dark zones, which always attack unexpectedly. The young man said that this environment was unfamiliar to them and definitely dangerous, but they had nothing to worry about. Harvey asked Tsuyoshi if he had a plan. The guy replied that he was going to distract the monsters while he led the others forward. He would catch up with them later. Harvey said he respected his strength, but they didn't even know how many there were, and he couldn't agree to such a reckless plan. Luke burst out laughing. Let him go, but he doesn't think that they will rush to save him in case of danger. Turning to Victor, Tsuyoshi said that there was one safe route and asked him to remember it and lead the others. Victor did not understand how he even knew it. The young man explained that distracting the monsters was only the first part of the plan. He would defeat them himself and let them go forward. He would catch up with them. Tsuyoshi didn't want to waste time and asked if he had ever done anything thoughtlessly. All the team members silently watched this amazing guy as he boldly walked into the swamp. As he left, the young man raised his hand and told them to wait for his signal on the shore. Stepping into the green swamp mud, the young man realized that everything was worse than he thought. The guy took a few cautious steps and looked around carefully. He knew that this type of terrain was perfect for thunder attacks, meaning he would be able to paralyze any enemies that were in the swamp. Luke asked the captain if he really believed that a level 9 rookie could win against a whole horde of Dark Zone monsters. Victor exclaimed that he believed him, and his level was not important here. They just needed to follow his plan. He gave them the exact route. Tsuyoshi walked through the swamp. There were 15 monsters. Anyone who found themselves surrounded by a swarm of dark monsters in the swamp would freeze in fear. And then the swamp water began to splash, and the monsters approached the young man. It was a dark soul eater, a classic monster mired in the swamp. The bite of these monsters is deadly. Their weakness is lightning and piercing damage. The monsters' bodies are saturated with water, making them virtually invulnerable to fire. Taking up his sword, Tsuyoshi addressed the monsters and apologized for the wait, inviting them to come out. The monsters began to attack the guy. He cut them with a saw of bloody fog. Black chunks of dirt flew off from the blows of the guy's weapon. Tsuyoshi understood why nothing was known about these monsters. They are black as pitch and hide in the swamp after each attack. Simple seekers would never be able to find out their weak points. The guy dipped his weapon into the water and used a thunder chain. The monsters, paralyzed by the electric discharges of lightning, froze in the water. The enraged monsters rushed after the young man in a crowd, and the system informed him that he had successfully distracted the monsters. Lightning flashed from the guy's eyes. He realized that all the monsters of this swamp had gathered here. For simple seekers, such a situation would be fatal. But with absolute physical strength, it is different. Now the young man can easily pass through the swamp. He ran forward, the monsters rushing after him. Tsuyoshi shouted to Harvey to quickly lead the others along the path he had shown him. The team members were shocked. He really managed to distract all the monsters of the Dark Zone. And why was he running so fast without getting stuck in the swamp? Victor, looking triumphantly at Luke, asked, "Do they see now?" Now they can see for themselves that this guy is incredible. Vice Captain Luke muttered that he had indeed underestimated the young man. Harvey told them not to stand still. They needed to move while Captain Tsuyoshi distracted the monsters and commanded Victor to lead them. The team members ran after Victor, who was showing them the route Tsuyoshi had shown them. The system informed the young man that he had successfully distracted all the monsters. Soon the system also informed the guy that he had led the monsters into the combat zone, where he could deal with them. These monsters are only affected by piercing attacks, so you need to combine them with thunder attacks and not leave them a chance. Having lowered the weapon into the swamp mud, the young man used his favorite skill. A thunder chain flew into the gaping mouths of the monsters, and at that very second, all their toothy mouths were paralyzed. The monsters hung helplessly in the water, unable to move. Tsuyoshi knew that they had already bought time, so he was in no particular hurry. The crew members safely reached the shore. They couldn't believe they had passed through the swamp. Harvey was very pleased. They had never gone this far, and neither had the others, and it was all thanks to Tsuyoshi. Victor said that the boss's lair was right in front of them. They got to the boss. Harvey couldn't believe this was serious. It was just unbelievable, and the boss didn't seem too difficult. The swamp must have been the hardest part of this dungeon. Everyone was eager to get into the boss's lair, But someone reminded them that Captain Tsuyoshi had asked them to wait. Victory was right in front of them. Everyone wanted to show the captain what they were capable of. Suddenly, Luke pulled the rest of the crew up, telling them to calm down and wait for Captain Tsuyoshi. Everyone looked questioningly at the vice captain. Did he really call the young man Captain Tsuyoshi? What was wrong with Luke? The vice captain lowered his head and said that he trusted his strength. They had come this far only thanks to him. Since they had reached the boss area, it was worth waiting for Captain Tsuyoshi and going there together. Victor and Harvey looked at each other silently, not believing their ears. Harvey burst out laughing, saying that even Luke finally trusted him. It was good. It was better to be safe than sorry, so they were all waiting for Captain Tsuyoshi. Victor confirmed that this was the right decision and that it would be safer. And then everyone heard the familiar voice of the young man. Tsuyoshi asked. They were waiting for him. He had already dealt with all the monsters of the Dark Zone. Coming out of the swamp, the young man said that the boss was already very close. Here they could split up. The guy emerged from the swamp in tattered clothes and offered to finish off this high-difficulty dungeon. The system notified the guy that his experience and combat power were increasing. The seekers' mouths dropped open, wondering if he had really defeated the monsters on his own. Everyone was asking each other who this Tsuyoshi was. No one knew anything about him. Harvey quietly said that once they had completed this dungeon, they should recommend it to the guildmaster. Harvey's team slowly moved into the dungeon of the swamp shadows. The team was watched by a sparrow. The bird, noticing the strangers, flew to the swamp guardian boss and reported their approach. The Divine Eye has analyzed the boss's weaknesses. The Swamp Haze skill takes time to activate, so it can be interrupted with high-level magic. Careful preparation and the use of items that cause bleeding or poisoning can make the task much easier. Tsuyoshi was surprised and asked why there was no gate leading to the boss. Could this be possible on a high difficulty level? Luke replied that a high level does not guarantee the presence of this gate. The presence of a passage to a boss depends not on the difficulty level, but on its strength. So a passage can even be in a medium-level dungeon. The young man realized that the huge gate he had seen in the Dark Zone was probably rare. But for some reason, that eye caused Tsuyoshi to feel an overwhelming sense of fear. The vice captain was delighted. They are going to the boss. Victory is right in front of them. This is great. But Tsuyoshi stopped the team members who were eager to fight. The young man told Harvey to call the magicians and the agile team members. When the magicians gathered, the young man began to explain who would do what. Victor was delighted. He asked the young man if he had a plan. Tsuyoshi replied that everyone should listen carefully. Harvey and Luke would lead the warriors and, as usual, fight the monster. The mages will pair up and, at his signal, use their most powerful magic. Items that inflict bleeding and poisoning debuffs must be distributed among the agile fighters. Tsuyoshi explained that the boss's health had doubled due to the increased difficulty level, and that using debuffs would make the fight easier. You need to surround the boss and use them. Then he'll deal with him quickly. Tsuyoshi told the mages to prepare to interrupt the monster's attacks. They should split into teams, calculate the recovery time, and stand in a checkerboard pattern. Harvey asked the young man in surprise how he knew all this. He was scaring him. And Luke said that Captain Tsuyoshi would easily clear the dungeon. The young man suggested defeating this boss as quickly as possible. The adventurers discussed how a large goat had entered the dungeon with a young warrior, and even at a high difficulty level. At a high level, the entrance to the dungeon lights up red, making it more visible and showing off the team's skills. The captain of the rival team confirmed that this time they were led by a human. Apparently, he activated the high difficulty level. Fools, they will definitely use the Horn of Return soon. The big goats are a strange team, made up of humans and beastmen, and now also led by a human. How absurd. At this time, a battle was going on inside the dungeon. Harvey and Luke attacked the Swamp Guardian. The team members, feeling that victory was near, put in maximum effort. Victor asked Tsuyoshi if they shouldn't support them with magic, but the boy said no. He knows his attacks. They need to wait for his instructions. The powerful Harvey dealt blow after blow to the swamp boss. Thanks to the debuffs, the boss did not have time to recover and wounds caused him damage. Finally, Tsuyoshi noticed that the boss had started using his skill, Swamp Haze. The young man immediately commanded the second group of magicians to attack. The marsh guard was hit by a strong wave and a wind invasion, causing his skill to be interrupted. The boss, oppressed by magic, could no longer use his skills to their full potential. Luke was shocked. Did Captain Tsuyoshi really foresee this? The soldiers immediately rushed into battle. But this time, Tsuyoshi stepped forward, armed with a blood mist saw. 15 minutes later, the system reported that the Swamp Guardian boss had been defeated. Harvey's team of explorers were overjoyed. They won! It was incredible. They cleared this dungeon first. Harvey couldn't believe it. They cleared the dungeon on the first try. Who is this Tsuyoshi? He should introduce him to the guild leader. With him, they will clear anything. Thanks to the victory, Tsuyoshi's level was raised to 10th, and his combat power to 15,000. The young man clenched his fist. He had received all the experience points from defeating the boss, and had finally reached level 10, with only 2 steps left to achieve his goal. And then the system informed the young man that the owner of the Infinity Ring had reached level 10 and was receiving a set of black camouflage armor as a reward. The guy was very surprised. Upon reaching a certain level, a reward is given. It's worth watching. The young man agreed to use the disguise, and in that very second he was wearing a black suit. This set can transform depending on the owner's wishes. Now, when the Fox Beastman set is hidden, this set appears instead. The young man's body also changed. It began to adapt to his needs. Now the received equipment was reflected in the guy's characteristics. The young man seemed to become stronger and taller. With each victory, his spirit grew stronger, which meant that he changed in appearance as well. Victor, seeing Tsuyoshi in his gear, asked who this handsome guy was. The young man laughed. He just changed his gear. Surprised, Luke said that if he had shown up in it from the start, he would not have called him weak. Harvey, turning to Tsuyoshi, asked him for a favor. The young man turned to the renowned captain and asked what service he was talking about. The Seekers were waiting for the command at the exit. Everyone started making noise. They were coming out, big goats filled with determination. It has been reported that the Big Goats team cleared the Swamp Shadows dungeon on the hard difficulty level on their first try, breaking the record. The captain of the rival team couldn't believe it. Was it really true that they had cleared the high level? Tsuyoshi's black armored hand emerged from the portal, and the team emerged onto the surface. The Seekers were noisily discussing the event. Could it really have been the man in dark armor who did it? Such a young guy. What guild was he from? Harvey noted that they hadn't received such attention in a long time, all thanks to Tsuyoshi, and he promised to introduce him to their guild and recommend him to the leader. Victor told the young man quite contentedly that everyone was talking about him now. Tsuyoshi turned to the rival team captain and asked if he was still there. But the Big Goats had just become the first to complete the dungeon and set a record. The Beastman replied that it was all because they had accepted a strong man into their team. Tsuyoshi chuckled. What did he say about him before? The rival captain apologized and asked if the young man would be interested in joining their guild and working together. They would accept any terms, and the captain asked how he should be addressed. The beast dog realized that this guy was no easy feat, and when the guild needed to clear a high-level dungeon, his immense strength would come in handy. Representatives of various guilds rushed to the young man, asking him for contacts and offering to work with their guilds. Tsuyoshi thought, talented people are always in demand. Even in his world, guilds fight for strong heroes. If you are strong, all roads are open to you, no matter where you go. But Harvey told everyone that the young man would join their Q guild and told everyone to move aside. Tsuyoshi and Captain Harvey's crew returned to the Beastman city in the north. Residents and visitors of this city watched the unusual young man and his companions with astonishment. Everyone was saying, "Isn't this the big goat from the Q guild?" When Harvey managed to become human, and who is this that is walking with him? It seems no one saw him. No one knew what kind of young man this was, but he was certainly incredibly strong, probably level 19 or maybe even 20, since Harvey himself was level 18. Tsuyoshi and his companions approached the office of the Seekers Guild. Tsuyoshi asked them to wait. The young man remembered that he had promised Sakura to meet him at the Seekers Guild. He didn't know where she was, but he really wanted to see the Beast Girl. In the guild office, 2 adventurers pestered the hostess, inviting her to have lunch or drinks with them. Having pushed aside the annoying visitors, the young man told them to let him pass. The outraged searchers told the guy that they were actually talking and asked if they should punish him. Another asked the young man if he didn't know the rules. Looking closely at the guy, he said that it seemed like he had seen him somewhere. The office owner recognized Tsuyoshi, but said that he had changed a lot. Finally, the Beastman remembered that it was this guy who took their task and asked who he stole this cape from. The other one laughed and said that he probably spent all his money on it. Tsuyoshi asked if Sakura had stopped by. They were supposed to meet here. The office owner replied that she hadn't seen her today. No one had come except those annoying guys. And then it dawned on the Beastman that by the annoying guys, she meant them. The Beast Woman blew out smoke and said with a sigh that she was very glad that they had finally gotten it. One of the Seekers was furious. He jumped up to the counter and shouted that some bitch dared to make fun of them. Tsuyoshi grabbed the Beastman's hands and asked if they couldn't see that she was uncomfortable with them. The seekers were surprised. What power? Who is this guy? He is probably a reckless fool. Leaning towards Tsuyoshi, one of the seekers said that there was security inside and suggested that they go outside. They really wanted to fight with this man. The offended beastman told the young man not to think that he could show off. The young man decided that Sakura was probably still busy and apologized for disturbing the office owner. She tried to stop the guy, saying that if he went out, these rude people would beat him up and suggested that he stay inside and the guards would protect him. But Tsuyoshi had no intention of hiding behind the guards' backs and, turning around, replied that everything was fine. The fanged seekers said that if he didn't want them to cut him down right here, he should come out now. A man can't establish his own rules in the land of the beastmen. Harvey asked Captain Tsuyoshi what was going on. The confused searchers asked in unison if he was really the captain. The office owner quietly peeked out from behind the door and heard Harvey calling the young man captain. She was surprised and also wondered who he was. Tsuyoshi replied, "It's okay. Those guys started a fight in the office." The crew members immediately perked up, wondering if they were starting a fight with their captain. The frightened searchers quickly retreated and said from afar that there had been a misunderstanding. Victor asked what was going on. Tsuyoshi replied that it didn't matter. His companion wasn't here, so they could go to their guild. Tsuyoshi said that they were no longer in the dungeon, so there was no point in calling him captain. Harvey laughed and said that nothing had changed. The three founders of the Q Guild gathered in the meeting room, and the guildmaster congratulated Harvey on clearing the dungeon for the first time and setting a record. Guildmaster Q couldn't believe that Harvey really wanted this human warrior to join in clearing other dungeons. Harvey explained that Tsuyoshi had exceptional talent, so they decided to invite him to the guild to help them clear dungeons of more difficult levels. Red, one of the founders of the Q Guild, asked if Harvey was probably joking. He wanted a human to lead the team of beastmen. That's absurd. They don't know him at all. What if he's a spy from another guild? The young man, hearing such an accusation, was very surprised. Luke immediately said that Red was right. Captain Harvey, along with him and the guildmaster, founded their guild, so their opinion carried a lot of weight. Victor was indignant. Red had always considered them insignificant just because the guildmaster belonged to the beast race, and their captain Harvey was a human. Maybe the guildmaster was completely blind, but Red, if Captain Harvey hadn't been so kind to them, they would have left long ago. Luke yelled at Victor to change the subject. Harvey insisted that with Tsuyoshi's help, they would have an advantage. He was ready to vouch for him. His observation and analytical skills were impressive. Radom said he understood why they trusted him. People understood each other well, but they didn't need this guy. The indignant captain asked Radom if he was questioning his loyalty to the guild and his crew. Their crew had worked hard for the guild's good. They had fought for it for a long time. Red replied that their Beastman Guild had become a subject of controversy due to Harvey's mixed team. The guildmaster surely understood this and suggested thinking about the future of the guild. Harvey sat up and asked the guildmaster what he thought about it. Q said that maybe they should listen to Radom's suggestion. They respected Harvey's opinion, but they should solve this problem on their own. Q said that they would hospitably see the young man off, thanking him for his help. Harvey couldn't believe this decision, but seeing the determination in his eyes, Harvey looked down and said he understood. Tsuyoshi, upon hearing the decision, said that he came here only for Harvey, so it was time for him to go. Patting the captain on the shoulder, Tsuyoshi told him not to worry. He had a reliable crew. The Seekers looked with regret at the departing youth who had led them to victory. A shadow fell across Harvey's face. He was confident that he could bring Tsuyoshi into his guild. The guy turned and headed towards the exit, saying that it was fun fighting side by side with them. Maybe fate would bring them together again, and for now, he would continue to level up. Radom advised the man to take care of himself. Harvey asked Radom if he didn't understand that they could have become much stronger, but they missed the opportunity. Radom chuckled. It was just ridiculous. What was this human warrior capable of? They were just lucky to clear that dungeon. Harvey said that was enough and they should go. The main thing was that they didn't regret it. After leaving the guild, Tsuyoshi wondered where he could level up. Maybe he should first find Sakura and apologize to her for tearing the shirt she worked so hard on. And then the team captain, whom he met near the dungeon, ran up to Tsuyoshi. He finally found him. The dog beastman asked Tsuyoshi to help him. Their guild received a difficult task. They would gladly accept it. He can set the rewards and conditions himself. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin. He wouldn't mind the opportunity to earn more money. What kind of task was it? The dog beastman explained that the matter was urgent. The task was to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a rich merchant, and he hurried the young man to follow him. The guildmaster was waiting for him. The city's residents watched the man who stood out from the crowd with surprised glances. The guy didn't understand. Saving the kidnapped person? Did the guild really take on such tasks? Income is very important for any guild, and such tasks are precisely what make up this income. Seeker guilds compete for highly paid work. Tsuyoshi thought that the payment for completing it would be about 5 gold coins, which was quite good. The guild's messenger said that the daughter of a very rich and famous family had been kidnapped. Due to the urgency, the reward had been increased 100-fold, a full 500 gold pieces. If Tsuyoshi helped, they would give him half. The young man was stunned. They would give him half, that was 250 gold pieces. Sakura would be in 7th heaven. Soon they approached the Rhythm Guild. The seeker hurried Tsuyoshi, saying that they needed to go quickly. The guildmaster was waiting. The rich merchant Vanton was loudly indignant. The deadline for completing the order would expire tomorrow, and if they failed, he would force them to pay compensation 10 times the reward. Pace, the guildmaster of the Rhythm Guild, was a 28th level warrior and a respected citizen. He tried to calm the rich client down. They were just working on a plan. Tomorrow they would save his daughter. Vanton roared. They were still working on the plan. He had heard of their failures. No need to make a fool out of him. The captain, entering the room with Tsuyoshi, saw that the client had already arrived. Tsuyoshi asked if this pumped-up guy was the client. It's immediately obvious he's a rich man, and he asked if they'd already dispatched a rescue team. The captain replied that they had, right after they'd accepted the order. But they couldn't even reach the enemy's lair. They encountered a huge number of traps. After that, they sent 3 more rescue teams, but each of them failed. Reaching the lair is difficult, and with a large team they became a noticeable prey. After the first failure, the enemy was surely prepared for their arrival. The captain said that later they realized that they had to take the enemy not by force, but by intelligence. But time was lost, so the guildmaster urgently called the young man. Tears started to flow from the captain's eyes. They only had one chance if they failed. Their guild's reputation would be completely destroyed. He begged the young man to help them. The confused boy asked the captain to calm down. The victim was in the mountains among many traps, guarded by 19th level warriors and their leader. But with the divine eye and the copied skill, everything should work out. The sacrifice skill consumes too much energy, so it needs to be changed. The client continued to rage, repeating that if they failed, they would have to pay him 10 times the reward in compensation and disband the guild. The young man noticed that the customer was fixated on money. He didn't say a word about his daughter. The merchant demanded that the guildmaster answer. The guildmaster threw up his hands. He asked the customer to calm down. They would definitely find his daughter. And then everyone heard Tsuyoshi's ringing voice. He loudly declared that they could save her. Approaching the customer, the guy said that she would be saved. They would return her tomorrow. Vanton asked Guildmaster Pace who was throwing around such words. The captain approached the guildmaster and quietly said that he had told him about this young man, and he had finally agreed to help them. The rich merchant asked in surprise that there was a human in the Beastman Guild. Sniffling in displeasure, Vanton said, "Okay, he'll see what they say tomorrow. And let them not forget, failure will cost them 5,000 gold." Tsuyoshi approached Vanton and offered a bet. If he could save his daughter, he would increase the reward to 1,000 gold coins. The customer asked, "This man is apparently crazy and thinks he can fool him." But the young man said that if he lost, he would pay him 50,000 gold pieces, 10 times more than he asked. The guild leader's blood gushed in surprise at what this young man was saying. Vanton was interested, but he himself suggested it. Great, he agrees. If he saves his daughter, the reward will be doubled. If he fails, he will owe him 50,000 gold. The contract was immediately changed, and Vanton offered Pace to sign a new version immediately. The guildmaster signed with a shaking hand. 5,000 gold or 50, they still have no choice. The satisfied customer, accompanied by his security, left the guild, saying that they would find out the result tomorrow. The vice master asked Pace why he signed it. He called out to the man and said that he had put their guild in a hopeless situation. This order isn't easy, so how can he be so confident? Tsuyoshi replied, "Who knows? Maybe he has a chance." And then they announced that the president of the Shaman's Association had arrived, and Pace replied that he should be let in right away. Tsuyoshi was surprised that he would meet Doug again. The vice guildmaster said that he had finally arrived. Upon entering the room, President Doug greeted Guildmaster Pace and Vice Guildmaster Hugh and asked how they were doing. Pace said that they had problems and invited Doug to sit down. He invited him to heal Hugh's wound. Their guild's healer was no longer coping. Looking at the Vice Guildmaster, Doug said that he hoped that Vice Guildmaster Hugh was okay. He heard that Hugh himself led the team, which is why he got injured. Directing energy at Hugh's wound, Doug asked if it was because of Vanton's order. His daughter had been kidnapped, hadn't she? Hugh confirmed the order was difficult, sighing, saying his wounds were healing. Tsuyoshi said that the situation was difficult, but he was confident they could handle it. The guy greeted Doug, and they met again. The president of the Shaman Guild turned to the guy and asked Tsuyoshi what he was doing here. Hugh asked in surprise, so they knew each other. After listening, Doug concluded that everything was clear, which meant he had been asked to help with a difficult order. Finishing his tea, Doug said he was sure the young man could handle it. The boy thanked the chief shaman and said he would do his best. Pace quietly told the captain that Doug didn't get close to just anyone. He used a bunch of connections just to invite him here. But who was this Tsuyoshi? It seemed he was much stronger than they thought. Hugh suggested that Tsuyoshi do this together. The young man could use his experience, and as the vice guildmaster, he should keep an eye on him. Tsuyoshi put his teacup on the table and replied that he didn't mind. The guy noticed that most of Hugh's wounds should have healed by now, so they could go. Doug told them to be careful. Surprised, Hugh asked where the guy was in such a hurry. Pace carefully asked the Shaman Guild president if he knew Tsuyoshi. They had heard that he was strong, so they called him for help, but they doubted his abilities. Doug confirmed that he knows him. He recently passed the exam for the White Shaman. He is the youngest and most talented of all he has seen, and he is an incredibly strong warrior. He is the only one in his memory who managed to get a Cardiolus. The guild leaders were shocked. This young man is a White Shaman, and he got the Cardiolus on his own. Doug, stroking his beard, said calmly, "It seems this guy is much stronger than they thought." Hugh asked the young man what his plan was. The sun would set soon. The vice guildmaster asked him not to disappoint him. They had put everything on the line. Tsuyoshi understood his worries. Preparation is really important. Hugh asked where they were going. They had 2 healing potions and 2 normal items, so there was no need to buy anything. But suddenly Tsuyoshi told Hugh to take him to the arena. The vice guildmaster was shocked. Did he really want to watch the fight? Hugh was sure that this warrior was not fit for the order, not in these times. Approaching the arena, he said that they were there, and reminded them once again that they had little time. If they failed, there would be no way back. As they approached the arena itself, Hugh asked what fights were taking place today. But Tsuyoshi said that he didn't come as a spectator. He wanted to take part, and asked to register him. Hugh's jaw dropped in surprise. The gatekeeper replied that if his intentions were serious, the young man should go inside, fill out a form, and pay the entrance fee. Tsuyoshi wanted to use the divine selection system to acquire the skill of an assassin. This task requires someone who can break through and defeat enemies without being noticed. The arena was full of spectators. The beastmen loved such spectacles. One of the fighters was the one-armed Naruto, a level 21st shadow assassin. His opponent, a roaring warrior of the same level, cursed. The warrior thought that this cat had only one arm, but he was fast, a difficult enemy. The cat, clutching a dagger, briefly told the warrior to attack. The little shadow assassin's giant opponent tensed his muscles and pushed off the ground. Using the heroic roar skill, the warrior shouted that he had no time for complex strategies. A mighty roar raises the spirit and fighting strength of the wielder and his allies. Attacks filled with furious force frighten enemies. But the eyes of the one-armed Naruto were absolutely calm. The shadow assassin moved around the arena with astonishing speed, leaving his opponent no chance. The one-armed assassin was like a shadow circling around the powerful enemy. The roaring warrior lowered the mighty weapon to the ground where the cat had recently stood. The warrior gasped. He couldn't hit him. The cat used his signature skill, Surprise Attack, dealing a crushing blow to the stunned opponent. This is a skill unique to the Assassin's Guild, said to have been left behind by the legendary assassin Nightingale. The user of the skill turns into a shadow, sneaks up on the enemy from behind and delivers a fatal blow. The cat chuckled and said that shadows cannot attack. The stands exploded. The spectators shouted that it was the end. Naruto had won again, and they called for a healer to help the loser. Fireworks burst into flames over the arena, welcoming yet another winner. The spectators said that Naruto's sudden attack was simply amazing. They said that he was from the east. No wonder he was so strong. Tsuyoshi, who was watching this fight, thought what an interesting skill. Hugh told the young man that he had no chance against this assassin. Naruto had arrived from the east and had recently become especially famous. He had been holding first place in the light class arena for 3 months now. The young man asked if the assassin from the east was really that strong. Hugh was surprised. Hadn't he heard of the Eastern Assassins? There are many secret guilds. The Eastern Assassins Guild is one of them. Naruto is from there. They say he lost his arm and was kicked out of the guild. The details are unknown, but you shouldn't expect mercy from him. Tsuyoshi whispered, "Assassin's Guild." It sounded mysterious, Hugh confirmed. And it was. Details about it could only be learned by becoming a member. The host announced the next newcomer. This is his first fight in the arena. His name is Tsuyoshi. He asked to be put in a sparring match with an assassin. He will have to fight Naruto. The spectators made fun of the newcomer. This man is just a clown. Even the Beast Warriors can't win against Naruto. The Black Cat looked at his new opponent in surprise. He has no experience. He's probably crazy. Hugh couldn't believe that this guy would fight Naruto. He would never win, the arena healer wouldn't let him die, but it would definitely hurt. The young man replied that experience was not important, and the outcome could not be predicted in any case. The Vice Guildmaster silently looked after his partner, muttering, "Stop acting tough, and where does he get all this confidence from?" The spectators froze as Tsuyoshi and Naruto stood opposite each other in the arena. The cat looked at his next opponent with interest and asked the young man if he really had zero experience. The assassin advised the boy to surrender, but if he really wanted to fight, he wouldn't interfere. Tsuyoshi smiled and said, "Of course he wants to fight," and suggested that they start the battle quickly. The host announced, "Newbie versus one-armed Naruto. The fight begins." The cat quietly said that he didn't like to make fun of newbies, so they would finish quickly. The fans were shouting at Naruto to show the newcomer a real fight and finish him off in a second. But the cat, as always, began moving around the arena at lightning speed. Tsuyoshi noticed that he had incredible speed. Well, he had to do as usual. The young man protected his entire body with absolute physical strength and began to analyze the enemy with his divine eye. System notifications about skill activation and enemy analysis results began pouring in. Naruto felt that the young man had changed and stared at his opponent in surprise. To the surprise of all spectators, the cat suddenly stopped, ceasing its attack. Tsuyoshi was puzzled as to why the assassin had stopped fighting. The spectators started making noise, asking each other what was going on, why he had stopped. Apparently, he was making fun of the newcomer. The cat couldn't understand who was in front of him. A second ago, he seemed weak. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. The assassin felt that a powerful aura began to emanate from the young man, and his gaze became terrifying. The young man asked what was going on. Was Naruto really giving up already? Then he would start first. The cat felt that he couldn't read his next move. This newcomer was far from simple. And then the system reported that the absolute copying skill had improved. And now, the young man could copy the enemy's skill during battle. This is very cool, before he had to touch the opponent's heart, which was a bit difficult. Tsuyoshi, turning to the assassin, said that now he would show what he was capable of and rushed into battle. The cat didn't understand why this guy was so excited and decided that he needed to be careful. The young man saw that the cat had used the Z-step skill, an excellent skill for thieves and assassins, which temporarily increases agility and allows the user to repel attacks with quick steps. The cat circled around his mysterious enemy, looking for the moment to strike. Naruto decided that the man was bluffing, that it was all over now, and he launched a surprise attack. The young man noticed the attacker at the last moment and saw that he was aiming at his neck. Finally, the two opponents met in direct combat, and Naruto struck. The assassin's blade touched the young man's neck, but to the cat's surprise, no blood spurted. The guy managed to concentrate absolute strength in his neck, protecting his upper body from physical attacks. One-armed Naruto was in shock. This simply couldn't be. Why wasn't this young man injured? The spectators in the stands opened their artwork in surprise. They didn't understand what was happening, because the assassin had struck. The Black Cat's eyes widened in surprise, asking what this was, whether this young man was really the strongest here. And Naruto's skills swirled in front of Tsuyoshi. The assassin has excellent skills, but he needs to choose one. The system asked the young man to choose a skill to copy. Tsuyoshi has copied the skill Surprise Attack, which can be upgraded to Thunderous Surprise Attack. The surprised cat asked his opponent what he had done and why his dagger had not left a single scratch on him. Tsuyoshi replied that it was a long story, and now it was his turn to strike. Now the young man was circling at lightning speed around the stunned Black Cat. Naruto didn't understand how this was possible because this was his technique. But Tsuyoshi used a Thunderous Surprise Attack, hitting the one-armed Naruto. The invincible assassin, unexpectedly struck by lightning, helplessly opened his mouth and swayed. As he left the arena, Tsuyoshi said that it was not bad. With this skill, he would be able to save the merchant's daughter. The stands exploded. No one expected such an outcome. Tsuyoshi becomes the winner. Hugh was waiting for his companion outside the arena. He was shocked. This was incredible. The young man must have the best equipment. Indeed, thanks to this equipment, His body became more agile and fast, like that of an assassin, and the system notified Tsuyoshi that he had acquired the characteristics of an assassin. The Vice Guildmaster said that it was already getting dark. He was not sure that they would be able to cope with the order at night. It was difficult to see anything in the dark. But Tsuyoshi objected, saying that he would be able to see everything clearly, and asked Hugh to lead him. Tsuyoshi's characteristics changed, and he gained more and more new abilities. A large moon rose over the forest and the stars came out. Hugh and Tsuyoshi walked stealthily through the forest. The Vice Guildmaster told his companion that the fortress to which Vanton's daughter was taken was located further away. Now Tsuyoshi's class was Assassin, weapon was Blood Mist Saw, skill was Thunder Chain, and copied skill was Thunder Surprise Attack. Combat power reached 15,000. Several days had passed since the kidnapping. He wondered how the merchant's daughter was doing. Taking a closer look, Tsuyoshi noticed that, judging by the location of this fortress, the previous failures were not surprising. The young man's companion belonged to the archer class and had already reached level 26. Hayu said that no matter how many times they tried to save her, they always failed. The terrain and traps make this fortress difficult to storm. Hugh had seen Tsuyoshi's skills, but even with them, this order would be difficult to complete. The Vice Guildmaster asked how he planned to attack if there were only two of them. And then Hugh was surprised to see that his partner had disappeared. Meanwhile, the young man watched the attackers. There were 3 interlocutors, 2 beastmen guards, and a 22nd level healer. Having climbed higher up the Tsuyoshi tree, he activated the Divine Eye. As a result of the analysis, he learned that there were several traps located on the way to the entrance. The system has detailed 9 trigger traps and 6 automatic traps, with the trigger traps highlighted. It seems the Divine Eye has also improved. Now the guy sees all the traps. The system suggested the best course of action after the collision. Having studied the proposed plan, the young man rushed forward. There was little time left. Tsuyoshi was able to move through the forest quietly and unnoticed thanks to his new equipment. The peculiarity of the black camouflage armor is that when the young man sneaks, the cape turns into a mask, which can be turned off if necessary. With the help of his equipment, the guy quickly moved forward. The young man was impressed. The divine selection system was incredibly convenient. Tsuyoshi literally flew through the forest with astonishing speed, moving towards his goal. Seeing the traps, he successfully avoided them. The system confirmed that he successfully passed the falling tree trigger trap. Now he decided to deal with the kidnappers one by one without making any unnecessary noise. To attract the guard's attention, Tsuyoshi whistled softly from his perch in the tree. The kidnappers became alarmed. The guard asked what the sound was. The healer ordered to check whether it was another intruder. The guard said that it was probably some kind of animal, and if it had triggered the trap, he would kill it. The second guard told the newcomer not to panic. At such an hour, no one would dare attack their fortress. The guard walked through the forest and said, "It's probably another deer. Last time they ruined 3 traps, he won't just let it go." Tsuyoshi thought that from this distance he could use the kunai Hugh had given him. The young man knew that he had 29 throwing samurai kunai in his storage. The guard stopped near a tree, something alerted him, and Tsuyoshi was standing near the same tree. The young man suddenly struck the guard, instantly knocking out his enemy. Everything happened so unexpectedly and quickly that the kidnapper didn't even have time to scream. Only his legs flashed. Having strangled the guard, the young man dragged him into the bushes and hissed at him to keep quiet. The system suggested that the young man could deliver a fatal blow to the heart. Having dealt with one of the kidnappers, Tsuyoshi said that it was now the turn of the next one. Using a rope, the young man successfully passed the falling rocks trap. The guy landed in close proximity to the fortress. The target was very close. The second guard became worried. The first one hadn't returned yet. He was probably chilling out somewhere again. The second kidnapper told the chief that he would now go and bring this lazy guy. The healer admonished the guard, saying that the boss would be angry if he found out about this. The healer quietly whistled a song about how he dreams of his beloved on quiet nights. And suddenly the head of security became alert. He heard some strange sound. Looking around, he said in surprise that there seemed to be no one here. Having finished with the second guard, the young man thought that there was only one left. The Beastman mage activated his magic staff and shouted for the intruders to come out. Were they really trying to scare him? The Beastman healer shouted for the intruders to respond by grabbing the levers, saying that otherwise he would activate the traps. There was silence all around. None of the guards returned. The healer felt uneasy, wondering if an intruder had really gotten in among them. After saying that he wouldn't allow the traps to be activated, Tsuyoshi appeared out of nowhere, causing the healer to scream in horror. Approaching the enemy, Tsuyoshi used a thunderous surprise attack. Thanks to the absolute physical form, the damage of the surprise attack has increased by 30%. Using a weak point attack, the surprise attack killed the enemy in one blow. The young man said the path was now clear. Were there really so many traps here? The divine eye revealed 6 traps along the path to the entrance. Hugh followed Tsuyoshi. He was amazed. This guy was so strong. The young man warned Hugh, who was following him, to beware of the traps left on the way. Tsuyoshi told his companion not to step there, but to crawl under the line. The Vice Guildmaster asked how he knew the location of the traps. Hugh suggested destroying all the remaining traps since they were already there. But Tsuyoshi grabbed Hugh's hand and said that they would need these traps later. The young man commanded Hugh to follow him. They would find their boss. A shaking Hugh followed Tsuyoshi, and they had several difficult passages to overcome. While Tsuyoshi quickly moved forward, a satisfied Hugh shot one of the guards. The Vice Guildmaster almost fell into one of the traps, but thanks to the guy's help, he survived. Finally, they reached the farthest fortress. Vanton's daughter must be inside. The fortress was guarded by warriors in heavy armor. Hugh noticed that they were strong. Tsuyoshi's companion admitted that he would have died long ago without help, so he trusted him with his life. The young man replied that he could not do otherwise and asked the Vice Guildmaster to distract the guards. Hugh looked at the guy silently. He didn't like this role at all. Bowing to Tsuyoshi, Hugh said that it seemed they had now gone their separate ways. The guy looked questioningly at the Vice Guildmaster and said that he was not a pawn to him, and reminded him of the traps they had left untouched. Hugh asked in surprise. The guy decided to leave them for him, but he marked them. Tsuyoshi replied that the fortress had strong defenses. The divine eye had detected 24 enemies, including archers, magicians, warriors, and the leader. Tsuyoshi explained that these traps would work perfectly on them. They would cause them serious damage, and asked the boss to leave it to him. It would soon be dawn. They had little time left. Warriors in heavy armor, walking through the fortress, said that it was unusually quiet tonight. Suddenly, arrows started flying at the unsuspecting big guys. Several of Hugh's arrows pierced the broad back of one of the guards. The Vice Guildmaster called the guards slow-moving freaks and said that today he would destroy their fortress. The warrior recognized this archer. He dared to call them freaks. How dare he speak to them like that? There was a warlike roar, and the guards rushed after Hugh, shouting that they would kill him with their own hands and tear him to pieces. Hugh was a bit scared. He managed to distract the guards, but what next? They were all much stronger than him. As he ran away, Hugh shouted at the bastards to attack. They would never catch him. Tsuyoshi watched this scene and said that if they caught Hugh, he would be finished. Taking advantage of the fact that all the guards had fled, Tsuyoshi headed to the main fortress. Having sneaked inside unnoticed, the guy decided to first make sure that the girl was inside. Vanton's little daughter asked if the princess really ate the bad apple from the evil witch, and the boss, the fierce leopard Ida, asked the girl if she would eat an apple from a stranger. The young man, looking into the room, watched this scene with surprise. It seemed strange to him that the kidnapper was reading fairy tales to the victim. The girl exclaimed, "No way!" She could have felt bad because of him. The boss sensed the stranger and glanced towards Tsuyoshi. Having covered the girl with a blanket, he told the little girl not to look there. The girl asked the leopard if he wanted to play. She didn't mind. The ferocious leopard immediately attacked Tsuyoshi, who managed to cover himself with a saw of bloody mist. Nothing else could be expected from the beast leopard. The girl's main kidnapper used a devastating sting attack on the boy, sending him flying far to the side. It took a lot of effort for the young man to block this attack and remain unharmed. Taking a closer look at the guy, the leopard said that it seemed he was not from the Rhythm Guild and demanded to answer who he was, otherwise he would die. Tsuyoshi asked the leopard in surprise. He was telling the girl fairy tales. He thought they kidnapped her. Is that really not true? Tsuyoshi and Ida stood opposite each other, preparing for another fight. The guy's stats were significantly lower than those of his opponent, and the fight was going to be difficult. Tsuyoshi felt that this was very strange behavior for a beastman who had kidnapped a child, and he didn't understand what was going on here. The leopard praised the assassin. He silently passed through all the traps and neutralized the guards. It's impressive. The young man replied that he had come from the Rhythm Guild to save Vanton's daughter and demanded that she be given to him. He was simply fulfilling an order, so he suggested resolving everything peacefully. But the leopard Ida shouted that he refused and attacked the guy again. As expected from a berserker, they do not tolerate empty chatter. This class fights ferociously and recklessly. Tsuyoshi couldn't waste time. If his allies returned, he would be in trouble. The leopard continued to attack the boy, using a knockdown blow. Using the divine eye, Tsuyoshi analyzed the movements of the ferocious leopard. Having understood the enemy's tactics, the young man understood how best to counterattack him. Ida was amazed. This guy had incredible speed and serious fighting power. Tsuyoshi used a thunderous surprise attack, but Ida was able to avoid being killed. The leopard dodged at the last moment and responded to the boy's attack. Even with the perfect analysis of the divine eye, the leopard manages to respond to Tsuyoshi's attacks. This precision of movements is like a leopard. Ida became wary. The guy's sword almost cut his hand. This man has remarkable speed, strength, and strategy. His level is definitely not lower. But why is he using a simple sword? Tsuyoshi said that it was necessary to finish quickly and activated absolute physical strength, increasing the strength of his arms. Ida prepared for a new attack and urged the boy to attack. But then a little girl came out into the street and stuttered and asked the man what they were doing. To Tsuyoshi's surprise, the ferocious leopard's demeanor changed instantly. He immediately hid the weapon and kindly told the child that he had told her not to go out and demanded that she return to the room. The young man looked closely at this strange couple. If he kidnapped her, why be so affectionate with her? He behaves as if she is very dear to him. The girl, taking the leopard by the hand, told the uncle that he was hurt. He replied embarrassedly that it was nothing. He accidentally cut himself with a sword. Turning to Tsuyoshi, the girl with tears in her eyes told him not to offend the uncle, that he was a good man. The leopard told the girl that everything was not so simple. The young man, turning to the child, said that he had come to save her, that he was not bad. The guy remembered that this is exactly how Karina looked at him when she was angry. The girl, clenching her fists, cried out with tears that she did not want to be saved. She was happy with her kind uncle. Ida stroked her head and calmed her down, saying that he would not give her up. Tsuyoshi asked the leopard if he would finally explain what was going on here, whether they would continue fighting or talk. Ida, sitting down next to the child, tried to calm the crying girl. Taking her in his arms, the leopard suggested that they talk inside. But first he would put the child to bed. She gets scared if he doesn't read her a bedtime story. The room was lit by a small candle, next to which Ida was reading a fairy tale to a sleepy girl. Having covered the child, the leopard said, "She finally fell asleep." Tsuyoshi noticed that she was very attached to him. This is not an easy kidnapping, is it? After a short silence, Ida said that he worked for Vanton in his secret gang. The guy was shocked. The ferocious leopard works for Vanton. Then why did he kidnap his daughter? Ida replied that it was all for money, to shake out huge compensation from other guilds. Tsuyoshi remembered the merchant's behavior in the guild and understood everything. That's why it seemed strange to him. It was all a setup. The merchant came up with this money-making scheme. They kidnap a child, and he creates a mission to rescue her with a high reward. Vanton personally installed the traps and mechanisms. The young man understood everything, so he strengthened the defense so that not a single local guild would be able to fulfill the order within the established deadline. But after the payment, everyone will be able to see how the child returned home safely, if anyone finds out that the child is safe. Ida explained that Vanton stole the newborn child and raised him as his own for this plan. For him, the used child has no value, so he sees no reason to leave him alive. Tsuyoshi was shocked. Did the leopard really mean to say that the merchant was planning to kill the baby? The boy asked why the girl was so attached to the leopard. Ida replied that it was he who kidnapped her and secretly took care of her. As she grew older, his feelings of guilt and love for this defenseless creature grew. If Vanton achieves his goal, what fate awaits this girl? Because Ida could simply run away with her, couldn't he? The leopard, lowering his head, replied that before meeting Vanton he was starving and homeless, and the merchant gave him food, clothing, and the opportunity to train. He cannot betray the man who turned him into a true warrior. Tsuyoshi noticed that her so-called father Vanton didn't care about her, but he had become a real parent to her. He should break ties with Vanton and run away. It would be better for both of them. Ida said with a sigh that if he hadn't saved him, he would have been dead long ago. But this girl was very dear to him. The young man said that Ida had been paying him off this debt for several years, so he should take her and run away, give a new life to her and to himself. Ida sighed. Vanton would never forgive him. He would hire assassins to catch them. They wouldn't be able to start a new life that easily. Tsuyoshi told Ida not to worry. He understood him perfectly. It was hard to take care of someone, but it was important to continue to believe in the best and not lose hope. The ferocious leopard said in confusion, "In that case, Vanton will declare a hunt for them." The young man replied that if Ida couldn't handle it herself, he would help. He wouldn't allow a bastard like Vanton to harm him or the girl. After talking with the leopard, the boy left the fortress, his mind already formulating a plan for his next steps. Hugh returned safely to the fortress. He was very pleased to see Tsuyoshi. He said that he had been distracting the guards all this time. As the boy said, they couldn't get around their own traps, but he could, thanks to the boy's marks, if he could see their stupid faces. Tsuyoshi smiled and said that he was glad to hear it. The vice guildmaster asked, "Why is Tsuyoshi alone? He didn't save Vanton's daughter. They didn't succeed?" "Oh no, this is the end," Tsuyoshi reassured Hugh, saying that everything worked out. The girl was safe and told him to return to the guild and report this to the master. He would return when he received the reward from Vanton. Hugh's eyes were shining. The guildmaster would be overjoyed. He needed to tell him quickly. They would be waiting for Tsuyoshi in the guild and exclaimed that he was a milkmaid. The young man's eyes flashed coldly, and he decided that now was the time to talk to Vanton. The house of a rich merchant sparkled with rich decorations. Everything around was shining and golden. Sorting through piles of gold, Vanton said that his income had noticeably decreased recently, and perhaps he should improve his theft scheme. But then the merchant heard a harsh voice. Now he didn't need it. The frightened merchant asked who was there. Tsuyoshi was sitting in the room. He had a sword in his hands. He said that he had come to take his life. Vanton started screaming, yelling at the guards to help him. Tsuyoshi replied that it was useless to call for help. While he was busy counting the money, he had already taken care of all his subordinates. The rich merchant's fat hands, adorned with expensive rings, trembled. It was surprisingly quiet around the wealthy house of Vanton, only the gentle splash of water breaking the silence of the night. Looking out into the corridor, the merchant stuttered and asked, "This is the guy from the Rhythm Guild. What does all this mean? Why did he kill all his guards? They were the best 15th level warriors. Could he really deal with them all alone?" Tsuyoshi replied that it had been so long since anyone had attacked this estate that they had let their guard down, so he snuck in and slit their throats before they could react. The assassin's abilities allowed the young man to move unnoticed and instantly dispatch the merchant's guards. The shaking Vanton muttered that they were useless idiots. He fed them, paid them, and this is what they repaid him with. He turned to Tsuyoshi. If he wanted money, just let him name the price. Tsuyoshi first demanded that he give him the 5,000 gold pieces he owed to the Rhythm Guild, and reminded them of their bet. In fact, the order had been completed, and his so-called daughter was safe. The young man's eyes flashed, and he said that he had heard that the merchant had raised many children. Vanton was amazed at how this young man knew, and Tsuyoshi asked him if he made money with their help. He was just curious. The merchant replied that he could make a fortune with this scheme. He could stage another kidnapping or sell their organs on the black market, and if the guy spared him, he would give up half of his fortune. The young man was shocked. Did this scum really plan to sell children for organs? The merchant confirmed that it was faster than kidnapping and a safer method. Tsuyoshi coldly replied that everything was clear to him. A frightened Vanton asked if the offered money was enough. The young man would live without needing anything for the rest of his life. But Tsuyoshi replied that this was not enough. He wanted more. The rich merchant, drenched in cold sweat, looked at the dagger in horror and told the young man to say so. He would give him everything he could. But the angry guy used a thunderous surprise attack and before the fatal blow said that he wanted his life. The next morning, the townspeople learned of the death of the wealthy merchant. Everyone was discussing the news. There were no signs of a struggle. The attack was sudden. The guards' throats were slit. Everyone was killed in just one night. Vanton was found in the bedroom in a terrible state. No one understood who could have done such a thing. On the merchant's body, they found only one fatal wound to the heart. Inflicted from the back, the killer must have been enraged. Next to the body was a suicide note describing all the crimes he had committed, including the kidnapping of children and other criminal acts. One-armed Naruto recognized this blow. The merchant died from a blow to the heart from behind. There can be no mistake. He would recognize this blow out of 1,000. All the injuries, especially Vanton's, reflect the nature of the attack. This is a unique skill that assassins possess, but Vanton was not threatened by any guild. Who did this? Naruto wondered if the human warrior, the cat, clearly remembered his final blow in the arena. This guy's skill was surprisingly similar to his assassin's surprise attack. But the young man isn't a member of the Assassin's Guild, he's a warrior. How is that possible? Who is he? Maybe he stole this skill. The Assassin's Guild never forgives traitors, especially those who steal their skills, so the Black Cat can return to the guild. One-armed Naruto decided that he needed to immediately report all of this to the guildmaster. In the Rhythm Guild's meeting room, the leaders and Tsuyoshi had gathered. Pace stuttered as he asked if he had really returned the 5,000 gold coins. The young man opened the chest of gold and gave it to Hugh, Pace, and the captain who had invited him. The dog beastman exclaimed that he knew, he immediately understood, this young man would succeed. The guildmaster heard that Vanton died immediately after Tsuyoshi left. If he had not taken the gold, they would have been left without a reward. Hugh noted that given the crimes, one death was not enough for the merchant. Tsuyoshi responded, the order was completed, and he was even able to level up. After the massacre of Vanton and his subordinates, the system gave him a reward. Killing enemies brought a lot of experience points, which brought the young man closer to leveling up. Tsuyoshi was now at level 11, and his combat power had increased to 15,500. The guildmaster congratulated Tsuyoshi on his level up and said that he had not only defended the honor of their guild, but had also brought them a fortune and offered to split the 5,000 gold pieces in half. But the young man replied that he did not need 2,500 gold coins. He was supposed to receive 250, and he wanted to donate the remaining amount to homeless children and poor families. The leaders of the Rhythm Guild were stunned to see such a sum donated. The guy confirmed and said that some people would need this money much more. Taking the bag of money, he said that he would take 250 as they had agreed. Heading towards the exit, Tsuyoshi waved his hand saying, "See you soon," Hugh said. This guy knows how to impress. He was not only skilled, but also generous. Pace suggested giving the money to those in need, as the young man wished, and everyone agreed with the guildmaster. Tsuyoshi walked through the city streets. Sakura should have arrived by now. She would probably be surprised to see him, thanks to the set of camouflage armor. He looks completely different. Tsuyoshi thought that he should probably wait for the Beast Girl at the Adventurers Guild, but when he approached the office, he was surprised to see a crowd of townspeople gathered there. The young man looked questioningly at the crowd, asking why there were so many people here and what was going on. The fat beast woman was yelling at Sakura. She was the wife of the president of the trading company of the northern city of Beastmen, and this dirty half-breed dared to push her child and demanded an apology. Sakura explained to Madam that her son had run into her, and she had simply stood there. The woman screamed even louder. How dare this vile half-breed accuse her of lying? Why would she lie? They wouldn't stoop so low. Half-breed animals are truly disgusting. The boy supported his mother, saying that this was exactly the case and that he would never touch someone like her. The city guard leaned over to Sakura and told her that she had accidentally pushed the young master and suggested that she simply apologize for her own good. But Sakura said that even if they doubted her, she would not tolerate insults. There should be at least one witness among the passersby who saw how everything really happened. But the townspeople remained silent. No one wanted to stand up for the half-breed and conflict with the influential lady. Sakura lowered her head and smirked, meaning no one would stand up for her. The woman hit the beast girl with all her strength, calling her a vile half-breed and demanding that she apologize or else she would be arrested. The guard, looking at the fallen girl, thought, "What a hassle," and told her that this fool should not be stubborn and know her place. But the girl firmly replied that she would never apologize for anything. The fat beast woman's face was distorted with anger. Was she really refusing to apologize? She could make sure that this girl wouldn't live to see tomorrow. The boy confirmed that this was indeed the case, since his father was the president of the city's trading company, and he would punish the impudent half-breed. The guard shouted at the girl to drop her weapon. Even if she was a high-level seeker, the rules apply here. Enraged, Sakura grabbed the hilt of her silver dagger. The girl told herself that she had to be patient. She couldn't ruin the master's plans. Clutching the dagger's handle even tighter with a trembling hand, she whispered, "You just have to endure as always. You can't let them ruin everything." But at this time, Tsuyoshi was quickly approaching the troublemakers, clenching his fists. The richly dressed city woman clearly felt like the mistress of the situation and looked down on everyone gathered. The young man, outraged by what was happening, ran and hit the rich beast woman who was causing the scandal. The frightened son of the president of the city's trading company stretched out his hands to his mother and called her. The guy stood over the arrogant offspring of rich parents. Tsuyoshi knew firsthand what it meant to be bullied by his kind with impunity, so he hit him too. Sakura looked at her master in surprise. The city guard didn't even have time to say anything. Looking at the wife of the city's chief merchant, the young man asked if she had insulted Sakura and dared to raise her hand against her. The guy frowned and said that whoever they were, they would have to face the consequences. The confused girl sat on the pavement and didn't know what to say due to surprise. One-armed Naruto walked through the Assassin's Guild, a place that was dark and cold even during the day. Suddenly, the black cat felt a dagger near his neck. He heard that if he took one more step, he would be dead. Someone asked him what he wanted. The cat raised a trembling hand and, stuttering, said, "It is he, Naruto. He was once a member of the Assassin's Guild. He came to pass on information." The man answered him that he was no longer with them. and that he could not be there. Naruto's one-eyed companion was one of the leaders of the Northern Assassins Guild, having reached level 30. Another assassin leader recalled that the guild caught Naruto stealing money, cut off his hand and banished him. If he came to ask for his return, he would definitely be refused. Naruto replied that it wasn't that. He had seen a man in the city who had stolen an assassin's skill and thought they would be interested. One Eye asked again how he stole the skill, something that couldn't be ignored, and asked for more details. The other leader asked how someone like him could be in the northern city without their knowledge. Naruto explained that the man had used a surprise attack. He had personally fought him and said that he would help them catch the thief, but in exchange, he would like a chance to return to the guild. The one-eyed assassin asked, "Is Naruto making demands?" However, that makes sense. If the information is true, he'll discuss it with his superiors. And now the assassins demanded that the one-armed Naruto tell everything he knows. Sakura looked at her master in surprise. She didn't expect him to do that. Tsuyoshi stood calmly in the middle of the square next to the guild office. He had changed a lot. Now in front of Sakura was a confident, well-equipped 11th level warrior with serious combat power. The trembling city guard asked the young man if he had gone crazy. Did he even know who they were? He had just hit the wife and child of the president of a trading company. He would not let it go so easily. An enraged woman with a swollen cheek screamed that she would finish them both off. For the first time, someone dared to raise a hand against them. Her son sobbed, screaming that it hurt. The fat woman screamed at the security guards to arrest the couple immediately. Otherwise, her husband would have to cut city funding. The guard immediately ordered his subordinates to arrest the two. Turning to Tsuyoshi, he told them not to move and that they would not harm them. The young man asked, "They started it. Isn't this considered self-defense?" The wife of the president of the trading company screamed when she hit that vile half-breed. No one would confirm it anyway. She wouldn't dirty her hands with such a creature. The young man said sternly that if this woman uttered another word, he would knock out her teeth. There were plenty of witnesses here. But Sakura told the master that no one would stand up for her and apologized for the trouble. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed as he told Sakura not to dare give up. The girl lowered her head. She also thought that she would be protected. But she was a half-beastman, and this woman was the wife of the president of a trading company. No one would risk it for the sake of some half-breed. The fat beast woman, hung with gold, asked who would protect a man and an obnoxious half-breed. What stupid people they were. But suddenly Harvey approached the crowd and asked in surprise if it was Captain Tsuyoshi, and asked what was going on here. He heard that the young man had recently completed a large order for the Rhythm Guild. The young man smiled broadly and greeted Harvey, saying he had simply done the best he could. The wife of the president of the trading company looked around questioningly, trying to understand what this all meant. Then Hugh came up and greeted the young man joyfully, asking if he was still in the northern city. He had just recently donated all the money as he had asked. Tsuyoshi replied that he was about to leave but accidentally got into trouble. Sakura asked the master in confusion if he really knew them. It seemed that these people were quite respected. Other members of Harvey's team approached and asked what the boys' problems were. Hugh asked who was causing the commotion here. Picking a fight with Tsuyoshi was the same as picking a fight with the Rhythm Guild. The rich city woman was at a loss as to who this unbearable young man was. The guard explained that they had a conflict with the wife of the president of a trading company, and they needed someone to stand up for them. If no one could prove that the woman had struck first, they would be taken into custody. The searchers began to make a noise to arrest Tsuyoshi, but they at least know how much money he donated to the poor. He deserves a reward, not arrest. And people began to vie with each other to say that they would stand up for him. The owner of the Adventurers Guild office said that she saw the woman who struck first, Sakura, an adventurer with a gold badge, and she can confirm her innocence. The shaking woman screamed that they were all fools. She was the wife of the president of a trading company. The townspeople also began to tell the guard that they saw the fat woman hit the girl.